before part two, I think. Get down on it. Get down on it. Get down on it. You know what I'm talking about? It's your boy DeyZan. We only have so much sunlight left, so this video ain't gonna be that long, I don't think. Pause. But yeah, if you didn't check out the last video, you should probably do that. If it's your first time here on Europa, welcome. Sometimes they call me mgthefuture. Can you imagine that? I really want to go outside and stare at this mountain, but I don't have enough battery charge because iPhones be bugging after the updates. I've noticed something. I think yesterday, yes, I said yesterday. No, I was sitting here yesterday. That's why that happened. What were we talking about yesterday? Because this morning was a hot mess. I ain't trying to get pissed off again. Just following the path. But before I went live, I was on Threads, straightening someone out, as I tend to not do. But it was just glaringly obvious to me that they're spreading disinformation again amongst people of color when it comes to like religion and the Bible. At first I thought it was just organic, but I was like, why are these people so obsessed with any of those topics when they don't go to church or do any of those things? Like, why are they always typing about it? And I was like, oh, these are agents. And they're usually foreign their damn selves. I've noticed something. So just the same way you have Mossad and how they do what they do to, I guess, entrap certain members of Congress, AIPAC, and less scrupulous means. We have the same problem, skinwalkers, if you will, who act like they're us, and they're not. But for the sake of this part of the conversation, I'm just talking about politics-wise or agenda-wise. They're not us. Nothing that benefits them benefits us. And they're largely Democratic-leaning, liberal-leaning, socialist-leaning people. That's how I know they're not from here. And the only reference they have is somewhere in Africa, which they're also not related to, which is the craziest thing. I challenged them to get a DNA test, even though DNA doesn't tell you where you're from. It tells you where the heat map of your gene sequence, that their limited version of it is. Meaning that there's a tendency that someone in your history, nativity, will be around where most of your population density is based on your genetics. But people migrate all through history, so that's not even true. It's just saying, like, well, imagine if most of the people like you inside of you, they over there. Maybe they're you. Same story. Doesn't mean that's where they're from or where you're from. You're just related to them somewhere. The most of them are there now. So once we get that out the way, and it only goes 7 generations back too, by the way. Don't sleep. So they couldn't tell you, well, I was in Egypt and Nuke. Shut the fuck up. 7 generations is like after the goddamn census was born. That's how convenient this shit is. So after the Civil War. But anyway, if they did it, they'll find that they're the wrong side of Africa to even be in this story, to have a problem with the Bible, first of all. And then they'll find out that whatever that tribe of Africa is, they're not even cousins with Wale. And then they'll figure out none of that has nothing to do with the Bible, since the Bible was not in West Africa. So why are you even invested? You shouldn't be invested in any degree. The white man didn't make you pick a religion. You can find how many Christians there were after the Civil War if you believe in that story the way it's told. And it'll show you that other people of color who picked up a Bible had the Bible already. It wasn't Christianity. It became Christianity because white people said so. But that's not what those people were doing. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. You can go to anybody's church and you'll see they still don't do the same thing. Hence, it was never centralized if everyone has their own doctrine. And if everyone just learned how to read 100 years ago, do the science, bitch. Like, what the fuck do these people be thinking? That's what it is. They don't be thinking. I know. It's kind of my job. I hate it. But, so I was straightening them out about something because they said, you know, all the something, all Abraham's religions. And I was like, false. Abraham didn't have a religion. Shut the fuck up. Well, something. You're trying to say he's not Judaism? No. Abraham wasn't Judean. So if Abraham had a religion, it would not be Judaism either. Abraham wasn't a Jew. These people kind of retarded, ain't they? Like, what I've learned about people who match my patina, that have this problem with religion. The problem that they have is that they don't read. Hmm. They dismissed it based on how everyone who's also not reading it and not following it act, but claim it. They're doing sixth grade lunch table arguments. My favorite shoe is Nike. No, my favorite shoe is Jordans. You're broke. You're poor. Your mother's a crackhead. Like, they're there, and these are grown people, assumingly millennials. So I'm grown as fuck. So they are too. So nah, we got a bigger problem because what I'm saying is that's not unique to this demographic that I'm discussing. This is every social group has a very similar dynamic, and it's very alarming because it speaks to how useless our education system has been. It didn't develop thinkers; it developed doers, cogs in the wheel, planters, and fucking factory people and office people. It didn't create thinkers. You didn't even have enough time to think about your own nationality and heritage and where you come from. So, you didn't have time because you had to go to school with these idiots. I know. It's painful. For those of us who they offered a altered curriculum, we got a little bit more, but we didn't learn anything. We just learned how to learn things. And if you had time after that to learn things for yourself, then maybe I can give them a little bit of credit for making us always write another fucking paper. Always gotta source something or another. Always gotta share my thoughts about some other motherfucker's opinion. Bitch, I don't have no thoughts about this. I didn't want to read it. Why would I be thinking about it? So, now imagine if you take all that energy for something you actually want to think about. Hi, my name's DeyZan. That's how I got here. But everybody don't get there. Everybody ain't got to either. So I was straightening them out. And then he said something else, and I was like, I'm not even going to do the etymon word on Judean, Jewish, Jew. What does it mean, and how the fuck can the forefather of Israel be under it? Abraham's grandson is Israel. Israel is not a religion. Israel is his grandson's name. So when you say you're an Israelite, what you're saying is your grandfather is Jacob. What you're saying is your grandfather's Abraham. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So anybody after that who comes up with a theosophy, a doctrine, or all these things, those are modern concepts. That's not what they would have done. But if they could have done it, they would still be Abrahamic because they're Israelite. And as an Israelite, they can do whatever the fuck they want to do, just like everyone else is talking about it, right? Everybody else is doing what the fuck they want to do. Nobody doing the religion thing right now. Can you fucking imagine it? It's a reference point, but no one's really about that life. Let's cut this shit. Not in no damn 2025. Because they didn't read the shit to do it right. And they're not those people, usually. So what are we even doing it for? Don't worry about it. I'll get there later. But for now, in the conversation of trying to figure out Abraham, Judah, Judea, Jude, Brahma, Hebrews, and remember all this stuff is from Egypt, right? That's why they be blowing me with this West African bullshit. Egypt's West Africa now? All right then. So no. That's not why they're black then. They're not black because of Africa. All right, we get that out the way. Abraham's a giant, by the way. All right, now moving on next. So even if you found some little black people, the story is not written about or by little black people. Thank you for coming to my We're Not Negrito TED Talk. But you know where you find most of the Negritos on the planet? In Asia. All right. So they call it the Outer Africa theory. Why is it called a theory? Because they can't prove it. All right, but where are the oldest people at? In America. Where the second oldest people at? Asia. Ain't that what the fuck we said? I'm Afro-Asiatic. Welcome. The Afro does not come from Afri. Afri is A-F-R-I. I'm A-F-R-O. This is genetic sequences, by the way, in case you didn't know that our language is based on math, and math is based on your genes. That's if you're algebra, which is Moorish, right? Yeah, it is. Al-Andalusia, Al-Jabra, Al-Kimi. Come on, stop fucking playing with us. Those are the Moors. Yes, the black ones. The fuck is going on out here? They don't know that what Moor means either. You know why? Because they taught us Crayola. They taught us that your skin color is what you are, not who was sucking and fucking to make you. It's crazy. It works in the advantage of white people because at least you know they're not black people. Yeah, that's the only way you know. The difference between black, white, and everything else is that everybody else that's not black people, obviously are not black people. Thank you for coming to our TED Talk about crowns. Now, when you get serious about life, and I hope you do at our big age, at some point we're gonna have to put the black thing down. As grown-ups, as grown-ups. It works for kids. If you try and keep that xenophobia thing alive, just keep teaching them that way. If you're especially getting benefits from civil rights, maybe it's in their best interest. But in real life, when people are studied and learned, and trust me, Donald Trump and the federal government and all those papers you fill out from them let you know you're not dealing with study or learned things. So don't worry about what the laws say by these idiots who stole everything. Let's just keep it moving, right? But in real life, like everywhere else in this world, there is no ancient black people. Not saying that the people known as black weren't in ancient times. I need you to understand this if you start studying this stuff. You're not going to find no references of black gods. Why? Because the people writing about gods are black already. Why would they have to tell you what adjective it is? Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. And then when you go back in time, in the language you find it in, you're going to find out that language came from the Moors again. So if the Moors have the source history for all the things that are now used by white people, where's the other version of it, Bruce? You wouldn't fucking believe this. It doesn't fucking exist. Do you want to know when they recovered all this shit about Greece, Egypt, and Rome in recent time? 1400s. They call it the recovery of Aristotle. If you want to read about it, you know who they got it from? Don't let them trick you and say Muslims and Islams and Arabs and all these words that don't tell you what color they are, by the way. The Moors is where they got it from, because that's the same time period Al Andalusia fell when they started crashing those kingdoms. Southern Europe, Northern Africa. Right there. The little land bridge in the middle. Yep. Them guys are connected. They just don't act like they're not. Oh, the water flooded. Shut your ass up, Great Lakes. Africa and Europe's connected. Quite literally. There's just water there now. It's like Moors can build things with water and it's in their name. Oh my God, no. Okay, so they kept somebody away. While they're trying to be damned, we're just gonna build dams. How about that? All right, so yeah. You should look in the same time period. You have the wild men versus the Moors, 1400s. Would you fucking imagine that? Would you fucking imagine? As soon as they had a wild man problem, they also have this idea that there's a recovery of Aristotle. Ooh. But the person writing about that time period wasn't fucking there either. He's talking about his references. I know that's right. His references are only the 1400s. All right, so they don't know nothing about Greek, Rome, or ancient Egyptian history. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Now later, 1900s, and I'm white and I say so, and I'm going to dig up stuff and start claiming it and telling you about it. They can do that all they want. I get it. They got guns and money or something. But that doesn't mean they know what the fuck they're talking about. And I wish that people who study understood that. You have to look at your writer. This is how I do it. If we're talking about a religion and you want to get to the cores or the values or the principles, what you should do is try to find you a source or a person that's closest to the fire. For instance, there's no fucking reason why I should be able to tell you the whole history of Benin in the 1860s. Not that I couldn't go to college and study for 20 hours about it. Let's grow the fuck up. Not that I couldn't have visited there a few times to check out Ludacris and Sierra. But because I wasn't fucking there in 1860. And I mean quite literally, like none of my ancestors, none of my grandparents, nothing in me resonates to identify with when I hear something like, doesn't feel right, doesn't sound right. That's not quite what this culture and these people are like, so of course this wouldn't match. But plenty of motherfuckers who've never been there will write all about it. I know, they get funded for that. It's crazy, right? Motherfuckers sell books and shit. Get federal grants and all kinds of shit. It's like it's incentivized just to run your fucking mouth. I know. We have that problem with content, don't we? So anyway, when you get out of that idea, you go back to, all right, well, if I want to study the Bible and get a better comprehension of its value, who the fuck would you ask? A colonizer? A converso? An idiot? A person who never had a Bible in their country 100 years ago? Or the motherfuckers who were there? Me personally, I know this is a tough decision because, universities and stuff, but if I didn't have to use authority in the United States, the same United States we're in today, right, with all the problems it has, those same people, yeah. But if I didn't have to lean on them, I would say I would want to find Judeans, or at the very least, Israelites. Cool. No fucking problem. What do? You go on Google, you type in Israel. Mm-hmm. And that takes your ass somewhere over there, right? Mm-hmm. What year was that created? 1940. Now you gotta do the science. Is that before or after the Bible? That's after the Bible. Okay. 1940? 1611. 1940? 1611. So the people in 1611 are referring to a time even before them. So the people in 1940 are not the people from 1611, because the people from 1611 was John Smith, my grandfather. And you're looking at me. I look like him. So for that example, I'm just giving you a key here to help you out. But let's say you didn't know that. So you didn't know me. Well, why the fuck would you be looking at them if they were just in Poland? Is the Bible written by Germans? The fuck are we doing? Exactly. So you notice that most of your books are written by those two groups of people. One more time, let's run this shit back. Why the fuck does anyone trust what they got to say about someone else's shit when they can't even tell you what their story is? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Not only do you need to check the source, but you need to see if the source of the source is paying attention to their own ass. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So it makes no sense, in fact, to trust your primary source of most things in narrative, because most of those people with the narrative don't have a narrative about their own damn grandmother. Ain't that kind of weird? Because, like, how can you accurately conceptualize and discuss and debate and teach about cultures and civilizations when your ass ain't got one? That's a subject matter expert issue. Not that you couldn't read about a lot of them, but I mean, no, you have no fucking reference point, nigga. I could read all about the nerd shit and Lord of the Rings and Star Wars and Jedis and shit, but I can't sit here and pretend like, man, if I was on Tatooine, I wouldn't have been a scruffy herder. I would have been, I opened up me a fucking little sex slave shop. I'm like, shut the fuck up. That's what most people do. They do what that example I just did right there. That's how most people talk about everything they don't have nothing to do with. They start hypothecating and pontificating and postulating like what it could be if I have my brain of my dumb ass here today back then. Like, no, that's not history, and that's not what it is. It's not your impression of anything. What the fuck is it? And who the fuck is it? And why the fuck are you talking about them? Thank you for my TED Talk. So obviously my people are a very big fucking deal, because everybody keep talking about us. It don't matter if you give us the Crown version, the Indian version, the Mohammedan version, the royal version, the Bible version, the Quran version. No matter what the fuck's going on in this world, everybody, when things get weird in life, you notice they start talking about us again. I've noticed it because it's us, It's easy to notice when you're the target of so much bullshit narrative. I'm literally am. You know what I'm talking about? I'm not just saying, I'm not claiming that. I'm telling you, real life, real life, real life. Every little issue, when they want to go back in time, they talk about my family. Why is that? People don't be like, yo, the invasions or the French occupation of America and its ghetto society and its contributions to modern day America, since that was the 1700s and 1800s. Ever people see people like refer back like, man, that's why we shouldn't have fought with Napoleon. You never see people like, man, that's why we shouldn't let the Boule do the HBCUs with the Rockefellers. Like, shit that really happened, that's really real, with descendants of both sides still here. They skip over all that shit and start talking about white people in the Bible. These are antonyms. Bipolar disorder, wrong genders and everything. They start talking about cats and tomatoes. Not even cats and dogs, cats and tomatoes, boy. But how did you skip the fact that this bullshit that y'all don't like really be French? And that programming that you don't like really be German? You notice how I describe both of those factions right there without using adjectives or crayons? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's how you know the difference between people who know what the fuck they're talking about and everyone else that just went to school. Because you could be German in any color. You could be French in any color when you're dealing with Roman states. But what is the nationality of either originally? So you got to do the same thing with Israel, don't you? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It's just that easy. The only thing that Israel got over in common with the people and the genetics in that land right there right now in common to let you know they're whatever they are is ugly. Mm-mm. You don't get the songs of songs for an ugly bitch. Nah, I promise you. None of them girls ever received a love poem about their vaginas or anything. I promise you. That has never happened in human history, bro. We've got 100 years of references since 1940, almost, or 1913 actually. They've been here for a while, so no one's ever been doing poetry about how awesome their vagina is. On King Solomon, don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't fucking play with me. Their short stroke never went viral. Please don't play with me. Please don't play with me. Let's be fucking serious here. So, there's so many ways to do the research. You can research a lot of the history just based on sex practices, sex positions, how many kids they could have because mastery of sex, by the way. My great granddaddy had like 20 kids. Can you imagine that shit? Well, yeah, and you said they never make R&B. I know. Trust me. Trust me. The tribe of music, and then you come to America or the world, and who has most of the music? I wonder if there's a correlation here. Well, better question is, why are the people pretending to be the tribe of music don't have music then? See how easy it is? You ain't got to open up no book. You ain't got to open up no Bible. You just start clearing your mind real quick. Like, damn, that's right. This supposed to be the tribe of musicians, but all their music suck. But the people saying that they're these people, we love their music to this fucking day, don't we? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I came on YouTube as a music teacher. Can you fucking imagine that? A direct descendant of Judah teaching music. A passion for jazz and shit. Can you imagine that shit? I wonder what's in me. The fuck going on? Ain't no pianos in West Africa. Don't play with us. How many years ago you think they were bringing slaves from Africa? What, in the 1800s? And shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the front door, boy. Don't stop playing with us. 6'3" weird. Cut it out, nigga. They couldn't drag my big ass on a boat today. You need a lot of big dudes to do that. Now go back to those pictures of these fucking pilgrims and muskets. I wish a nigga would have grabbed me back then. I would have broke his whole fucking wrist. What? You would have read stories about that, like how we were just tearing their bones apart. How hard we smack, like how their whole face explodes. I just did that shit a few months ago. Like you would have heard about that. Like these dudes smack so fucking hard that the whole side of their face will fall. Like literally, I've done that ever since I was a kid. In fact, that's that Shaolin shit. Cons. We're cons. You know what cons are? Judeans. Thank you for coming on my TED Talk. Now you know what the word Semitic means. Shem, Semitic. Yep, that's us, Peter Simon. There you go, Dwayne Smith, the Semite. There it is. Afro-Asiatics can't be nobody else. So if you wanted to find out who wrote the Bible, first you find out who's the Bible being written about. It's being written about Afro-Asiatics. Okay. Why are we talking to anybody else about it? If it's a book by Afro-Asiatics for Afro-Asiatics, why has anyone else got an opinion? I'm not saying they couldn't. I'm just saying, like, I really want to know the why. Like, it's not about you. It wasn't for you. And all of you have this idea that the Pope and then later the white man gave it to you to tyrannize you somehow, that you never read it, but you're terrified by it. Okay. All right. And this is why you do slavery stuff, and you don't like slavery no more, but you're still a corporate slave to this day to the same exact faction. So nothing changed with or without the Bible. So far, so good. So far, so good. But it's a Jesus, white guy, and religion problem, and not you for not reading. Because the question then goes, then if you're not reading that and you're not reading history, then what else can you read about you? Exactly. Do they know how to find out? Are they going to find out what happened to the black people before the federal census? You know, there was no such thing as black people in America until the 40s? 50s? By the time the Jewish and Germans came over, have you noticed something? There's a pattern emerging again, isn't it? Yeah, that's who's running your White House right now, by the way, too, isn't it? Yeah, same fucking story, by the way. It hasn't been that long. They're second generation of that story. So before they showed up over here, there was no concept of anyone who looked like me to self-identify as a fucking crayon. For black is an adjective. Black is not a nationality. Black is nothing in law. Get you a Black Laws Dictionary. Black shows up in some racist rhetoric from a handful of white people in Appalachia. And then what? Nigga, what's that got to do with all them niggas in Los Angeles? To whom the land belongs, the Moorish people and their Indian associates. How the land belongs to slaves from Africa, if the white people can't even get it. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. The reason why the land belongs to them is because they're saying they're the nationals of that land. Thank you. Unalienable rights, birthright. So before you can even read history correctly, you have to know what those words mean correctly too. And not just the words in the book you're reading, to understand like when they talk about who has land, who's a visitor, who's an immigrant, who's a criminal, who's a bullshit ass motherfucker, KKK, like who is who? And what ought they to be if they're where they're supposed to be? So nobody who's an invader, a colonizer, immigrant, or none of that is in none of these stories prior to 1868. None of them are here. They'd be natives already. They'd be mixed in, at the very least. And they're not. Impossible for a land full of Moors who just be fucking everybody till this day. So keep that in mind. Somebody fucking lying in this bitch. And even if they were once mixed in, they got mixed out again by something else without trying, obviously. Who made them make that decision? They only got 100 years. That's weird to change gears after being here for 300, but the last 100, you want to be on some bullshit. Cut it the fuck out. Thank God that's not how the real story went. I know, that's why there's so many gaps in the narrative, because it didn't happen that way. Those are flashpoints in 2 spaces out of 50. With people in there, with people doing trade and minding their fucking business without the federal government until about recently. So imagine the stories that are not the stories, since your education is from the federal government, which just brought its ass here about 100 and something years ago. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So you have federally funded education systems. The beginning of your federally funding is an immigrant or a colonizer who came after the Civil War, trying to tell you about before the Civil War. Cut it the fuck out. And are any of those Americans a pedigree, meaning of the land? No. Never. Never. They be in Israel for some reason in 1940 writing these books. Do the science, please. I can say white people writing the books. How the fuck do white people let the Jewish people write the books? I thought the white people were the smart people. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That means white people don't know their history either, because they don't write their own damn history books. All right, McGraw-Hill. How am I doing so far? See, that's what I learned how to do. I didn't learn how to read everything and summarize it. No, I learned how to get through the bullshit. Like how you get good at gambling? It's the same type of science. You can learn from making music too. It's the same type of science. I don't need these drums. I want the original. I ain't got to worry about cleaning it up and low pass filtering it. No, I'm gonna get the Neptune kick, bitch. I'm not gonna sample a shitty ass muddy song and then convert the MP3 to wave and then put the waves compressor on it because it's for mastering and then use that kick. No, bitch. Where did the Neptunes get it from? Let me get that shit. The end. I can EQ it and compress it like them later. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We're talking about the Department of Efficiency. See, before I even read a book, I'm like, who is this nigga? Tell me a little bit about him. I did that to Henry Thomas Hamlin. I found out about his son. His son was born and couldn't hear. So what he would do is he put his lips on his son's head and talk to him so the vibrations move through his skull. And then eventually, I don't know how old the baby was, but probably like when he was in middle school, he could start to hear again. So I was like, oh shit, like Henry Thomas Hamlin had to apply this science to his own seed, and it worked, you know, according to the third-party narrative. I was like, okay, so he's writing about how to manifest some difficult shit, some shit that everyone tells you is not possible, but he knows it's possible because it happened with his baby. Okay, the end. I fuck with this dude. Same story. King James Bible does not mean King James wrote it. Can you fucking imagine that? A book composed of 66 books. 66 different books in one. It's King James compilation. It's like a mixtape. You remember those days? And you have like LimeWire and Kazaa, you download any song you want, you burn it on your own CD. That CD be your CD, right? DeyZan, Street Dream, Volume 1. That's everybody else's songs though. Yeah, they treat it like that because they think it's a white guy. Wrong. King James, King Jameson, Genghis Khan. Khan means king, by the way. Don't miss it. We're kings and shit. You talk about Afro-Asiatic. Yeah, we would have to be, because if you understand what a king is, it's not a position. Like, they're not kings because the position was open. It's the other way. They are who they are. Kings are after them. On Abraham, same story. So, boom, boom, boom. It's so easy, right? You talk to third graders like this. They'll get it. Without half the propaganda. They'll get it. That everybody just be saying shit. There's geeks and nerds about this stuff. And they're geeky and nerdy about wrong data. So the geek and nerd isn't explaining that they're smart or competent. It's explaining like how they react to this information. Like how autistic they are about just talking about information. That does not mean the information is good. Wake your ass up, Nazi Germany. Oh, here we go again, Luke. Ain't that what the Jewish people are complaining about? Ain't that why they pay millions of dollars to censor the narrative on your fucking internet? Why don't they just use Israel internet? Why are they worrying about our internet? Have you thought about that? Like if everyone over here is, oh, you guys are just big anti-Semitic meanies. No, nigga, I went to school to learn how to read, I thought. And Semitic means Afro-Asiatic. So how is me not listening to your bullshit ass story and your ugly ass face got shit to do with an Afro-Asian? No correlation. So what happens when someone hijacks the word and the meaning and applies it to themselves, and now when you talk about it, you think about them? It's called connotation. They changed the connotation of the actual meaning of the word. So now you're arguing about, well, technically, well, actually, yeah, but we're scholars. We're scholars. We're supposed to be smart. We're supposed to know what the fuck we're talking about before we talk about it. So if you know what the fuck you're talking about, then you know that they connotatively hijacked a word that doesn't apply to them. So what type of people is that? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We ain't even got to finish that conversation. Why would they assume they're Semitic if the word Semite means Afro-Asiatic? Please don't tell me it's because of the Bible. They don't use the Bible. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So they even made up connotation to support something misunderstood by obviously the rest of the people they lied to. But I need you to understand this point, why this matters to me. They're lying to everyone else and themselves about me. If they weren't lying about me, I wouldn't give a fuck. That's my point. If the book ain't about you, why you give a fuck? If this language ain't yours, why you give a fuck? This land ain't yours, why you give a fuck? In absence of, which should you be giving a fuck about? Well, I'm in the right land. I'm using the right language. And that's my family's book. And I noticed that everybody on one of those three dicks right there, the language, the math, the land, and the God book thing, Helios, Biblios, it's a sun chart, not a religion. It's a birth chart, not a religion. It's the study of the sun and the motion, Jesus and the 12 disciples. It's holistic, it's metaphysical, it's three-dimensional, minimal. A religion requires you to go, yes, sir. I have no idea what the fuck he said, but he wants some money and I get some fucking free crackers and some grape juice or wine back in the day. We won't be here to get drunk, so hey, hey, Pastor. I'll see you at the mill tomorrow. Shut the fuck up. It's cosplay. It's been cosplay. It's been cosplay. Y'all know that, right? It ain't theirs. It been cosplay. KKK, wearing white hoods, bitch ass niggas, hiding their identity because they faggots. That's been cosplay. That's not tough. That's not strong. That's not in charge of the government. That's a bunch of sellouts who don't want you to identify them because you'll fuck them up. Ain't no hiding strength. On Genghis Khan, they ain't. They scared of his face to this day. And I got it. Thus. So, no. No. I'm not going to let my ops and their retarded friends tell my story. That's uncivilized, actually. Well, history goes to the victor. Nah, they didn't win anything. They're not the victors. They killed people recently and stole their printing presses. You can find this out for yourself, how recent this is. Do the white man's Declaration of Independence, Wilmington, North Carolina. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Why would white men need to declare independence and then that revolt turned into them killing black people on the beach, the coast, New Bern and Wilmington, Indian Territory? How did that turn to them killing black people? And how did killing black people at the end of the Civil War Reconstruction end up, and how did those black people end up with the only printing presses if the white man teaching them how to speak and write in English? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, because they fucking didn't. Now, once you find enough of those moments in recent human history, you go, oh shit. The only reason why I don't know what's going on is because my ass went to school. Thank you. Now you understand what propaganda is. Any questions? This modern United States is a 120-year lie at best about a whole bunch of shit. None of the motherfuckers lying about it we're even here for. Have fun with that shit. La da dee, la da da, la da dee, la da da. Don't let it go to your head, though. I'm back. LOL. Shout out to Shogun. Jonathan Lee says, my full government, but luckily there's hundreds or millions of us out here. Looks like they made everyone's chat name their chat username or real name. Well, that's weird. Always need to go to South America to release tension from their monster wife as a monster husband. Yeah, they like little boys. They don't even go there for the girls. There'd be badder bitches out there. Yep, they go to my grandma and went to church and said she was annoying, so I'm done with reading level. So, yeah. Trump apparently declared war on Venezuela. I know that's right. Trump, so Argentina had 40 billions of balloons to 60 so far. Trump Operation Paperclip gives his Hitler cuisines a bailout. Yes. NBA shutting down? Probably not. Is it? Is it from that gambling ring that they found? You think they'll shut down the NBA for that? Oh, it's gonna fuck up the NBA's money. Yeah. Shit, I'm not familiar with your game show now. You didn't even give me the reason for it, but I already got the reason for it. Yeah, if they cut down on how they actually make money, and they're manipulating the way that they make, like the owners or again, the people who are running and cutting the checks in the NBA are different than Michael Jordan. Oh my God, can you imagine? Michael Jordan becomes synonymous with the NBA, but he is not the NBA. You don't even know who the NBA is. That's what I be talking about. So yeah, the NBA was doing scams, and if they just caught them on that one level with those two players, then imagine all the other scams they don't know about yet. Them text messages and group chats about to get hot. So if that's how they were keeping the game alive, you feel me, then it's gonna fuck the game up. It's gonna fuck with drafting and team dynamics and all kinds of things. Like, no, y'all niggas go out there and play for real this time, you know? Oh, I hate to see it. Well, I hate to see it. And then you know the NFL got something similar, if not worse. But they greased the right FBI palms or Pentagon palms to not worry about it just yet. But chain reaction type shit. Because you know the NBA players gonna be feeling weird talking to their NFL friends like, yo, y'all be at our game too. Y'all be at them rooms too. Y'all be over here too. Come on, man. You know, one thing about people who get money dirty like that, it's not like they're socially full of integrity. You ever seen the niggas snitching on each other doing crimes and stuff? There's no honor among thieves. That's a law. not a cool saying. It speaks to something deeper than the thievery. So, yeah. Shout out to the NBA. Shout out to NFL. Your turn next, baby. You know what's crazy about that one right there that really bothers me? There's literally nothing in the way of sports. Like music, acts, video games are kind of like, you know, half and half. TV acts, streaming acts. So men in their sports is like the last bastion of let's corral Bet, gamble, all that stuff, hang out, kickbacks, fried wings, pizzas. You know what I'm saying? Like that was like as American as it gets. That's like default American, no matter what color you are. Now imagine if this leads to financial repercussions. Imagine if they have to cut that shit back, or cut it off, or cut it down. Shit, it might be time to invest in the big three for real. How much is Ice Cube cross involved with NBA investors, by the way? Because that might fuck it up. But if Ice Cube got his own, bank for the big three, I mean, it might be a good time to throw a few dollars at that shit if you understand everything. So, yeah, what is the good time to still be alive? That just came out today, didn't it, guys? We can't have shit, boy. I swear. I swear, boy. What, they want AI to play basketball? Well, if you use AI robots, then the probability and chances of corruption and gambling and tax evasion drops because, oh my God, MGM Grand, I get it. Hmm? They're dealing with a societal collapse. Question: why did Patel investigate that and not none of the Epstein people? No, no for real, because Patel's behind it, right? Several states, several people, 11 to 30, right? I'm pretty sure. That's a lot. That's a big investigation. It's a wide investigation, and he was able to pull that off. And Patel's only been active for what, since Trump, right? So he took down the crime syndicate within the NBA that fast. And it's not about us getting the Epstein list. I don't even think that's what the story is. The story is when you want to put these niggas in jail. What I'm saying is, with or without the Epstein list for the public, how come he ain't do that job yet? He did another job and found some money. That makes sense, right? Because then you understand it's not about justice at all, is it? No. Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So you got a Bible, they ain't about a religion. And you got a justice system, they ain't about justice. What word is that called, class? Connotative linguistics. The opposite is denote, denotative. You got de facto, you have de jure, law of polarity. All of our words have those. Our words, by the way. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. This is why they can't lie to us. Because all you have to do to figure out if someone is lying is flip the polarities of their sentence. Ooh, I shouldn't have taught that one to public for free. Cashapp, mgthefuture. So what you do is look at the polarity of what the lie is. If you feel like it's a lie, if you don't trust it, if it's deceptive, then start tweaking the genders or the antonyms of some of those words, or learn how to rephrase the sentence as an admission, and then read it and go, does that line up with the other words that they said? Does that line up with who they are and how they talk in other ways? Whoop, 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 whoop. Because remember, for a lot of people, lying is on the fly. So for them, lying is getting away from the truth in terms of their brain to talk. So they're not going to tell you the truth, so they're not going to choose that word, that word pool, that where the truth is hanging out. So most people are not smart enough to create a new narrative altogether. So what they'll do is they'll take what people expect them to say, the truth, and then they'll flip the polarity of what really happened so they can keep up with the lie. Like, oh, no, I wasn't at that girl's house. I was at this girl's house. You see what I'm saying? You didn't ask me if I was at a girl's house. No, I'm not fucking with my ex Denise. Why the fuck would I go to Denise's house? You jealous of Denise? Man, call Denise. I don't give a fuck. I won't hang out with Denise. The fuck you always think I'm cheating on you for? All right, but what about Jennifer? Who Jennifer? Why are you going through my phone? You see this evolve every time. Every fucking time. Tell me I'm lying. If I'm lying, I'm flying. I can't fly this shit. I just got one feather in my head. So imagine Eve. Skip. Imagine Eve. Like, you just gotta imagine it for real quick, how easy it is. That's what we were talking about in my neighborhood. We peep game. The narrative is the game. Thoughts, words, then actions. The game is always the words. Stay woke out here. Before there's anything else. Like women say they don't like when men play games. Shout out to my sisters out there. Or he running game on you. What are we talking about, brothers? He's spitting game to her. Mm-hmm. Narrative. Women care about narrative, stories, books. You see where this is going? A book about nativity and the genes of ISIS, but they took all the women out of it. Now flip it around. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Goliath's a woman. You'll start to understand everything soon. That's how the problem with the Bible is that the liars are stupid and they suck. And most people can't get past whatever biases or gut feelings they have to do a little work and go, but imagine if they weren't lying about this shit. What would make more sense to you? Does it add up? Because for a bunch of lies, it adds up too much. That's called a contradiction or a paradox. So if you encounter a paradox in something, that means it's not completely made up or deceptive. That means someone's fucking with it, where the math isn't equaling. Yes, then you come to my TED Talk. That's why we learned algebra. Like one of these variables is wrong. X minus 3 equals 7. And they said X equals 8. That's why I don't like 7, man, because look, that shit never add up. X is wrong, stupid. Add it up. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. 7 plus 3 is 10. See? Polarity. They don't they don't teach us that way explicitly. I wasn't taught that explicitly. In fact, I didn't have my breakthrough on that shit until talking to a girl about my father. 5 years ago. It was some breakthrough technology she gave me. Shout out to my sisters in Oklahoma. Shout out to Chauvin and them and their cousins and shit. It was a sister from Oklahoma that did that. I was telling her about me and my dad's turbulent father and son dynamic in the way that I don't. What was I telling her? Oh, I couldn't imagine or I couldn't think any man, any father, anybody would spend their whole life in a narrative in which they couldn't see that they did something wrong or incorrect. That they're projecting the opposite, but they never consider the opposite. Like they don't consider like, nah, I really missed this, or I didn't say this, or I didn't do this correctly. And not about owning it up and ownership and stuff. No, no, no. I couldn't fuck with it because it's like, doesn't make sense. I know this nigga's a genius too, in his own right. Like he's smart. He's not like he taught me how to overthink. You know what I'm talking about? Like he's not a dummy. So why doesn't he see it that way about his own shit? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And I forgot how she broke it down. But I just remember I stopped listening after a while. I was like, holy shit. It was like That's So Raven and all that shit kicked in. Like all these ideas and like the context started flipping like the intro to a Marvel movie. I was like, oh my God, she's right. And all she said, and I've heard it before in other contexts, but I guess that was the one that did it for me, was like, you have to stop assuming that people do things or see things from your perspective. I was like, yeah, 4 agreements, and all the other lessons we learned about that. And then, but the way how our sisters talk, she said it a different way. I'm trying to figure out her words. I don't want to misquote her, but she said that, but she said it again in a different way. She was like, imagine if he operated in that because that was his circumstances, that was his background, that's what he was going through. So he did A, B, and C thinking that was the best route for him. And thus, when it came to you, he did 2 things. He had to protect you from the narrative, and then that was the narrative he had to choose. You don't have none of those. None of that is true for you. So when you're looking at the same thing, of course he's going to miss what you're looking at. The problem is he only gave me the way he looked at it. I was like, oh shit. Duh. He can't see it from my way. Literally. He can only tell me the way he sees it. He can't see it from my way. Like, because we're talking about it. And that happened, and I did this, and I said this because the way I see it, and that's all I see. He had other shit to worry about. Whereas me, I had plenty of time to think about all the different ways that I'm like, oh shit, can you imagine it? But I never imagined if I were him. No, not if I was in that position. If I were him. Not if I was Dwayne and I had a kid and I raised him with similar circumstances. No, 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 no. If I was my dad, how would I see it? And that little nuance right there, I was like, I forgive him. Fuck it. I forgive him by default. Fuck it. I got it. Thank you, sister. I haven't really talked to her ever since. She had to go back to her husband or something. I don't know. Hmm? I respect marriages. Anyway, so I think we had that same problem with everything, especially history. So when you read a book about history, you're like, when did they write it? What time are they writing about? Are they either side of what they're writing about? They don't get all this wrong, ain't they? Usually. But they're coming up with a narrative. So you don't learn history, you learn the narrative about history from their perspective. Who are they? Who's paying them? Who published them? Those people. Let's worry about them and not the writer no more. Who's publishing this shit? Where's this publisher from? Why did they buy this book to publish? Why did they give them a contract for this? Why do they put this in the stores everywhere? Why is there so many copies? Oh, they wanted to get that propaganda out here. And then, spell broken. You'll never do that dumb shit again. So when I tell you, you should read America being the latest description of the New World, based in the 1600s, 1500s to 1600s, right? Post-medieval. Reason why that book hit a little different is because you know they're explorers, you know they're colonizers, and you know that even if the writers don't know it, they're doing something for the Pope under unum sanctum and doctrine of discovery. And you know they're going to give it a Christian tint because that's how they're going to get paid to be the only motherfuckers probably in their society that can write these books anyway. So you know they're getting paid a handsome penny. This is like the Sam Altman and Elon Musk of their time. Navigators, map makers, people interacting with foreigners they never met in human history. Oh yeah, they're being paid handsomely compared to everybody else. That book in particular, John Ogilvy, he was writing it or presenting it to a king. Not a president, not a corporation, not a church, a king. So he couldn't fuck up if he wanted to the agenda. So then you have to understand his king's perspective at that time period over there, knowing that my family were the kings there just 200 years prior. So these are the motherfuckers that replaced the Holy Roman Empire of Khans, Ottoman Empire, that type of shit. Cool. So I know they own bullshit when it comes to that Bible. You know why? Because they replaced the people in that Bible. Then, all right, now you start cooking. Now you start cooking. Now you can read all the facts and everything about the land size and the plants and the berries and the poisons and the words. You go through all that just fine until they start talking about me. They worship the devil. Nigga, I don't know you. Why the fuck would I have your devil? I know that fucks up people. When they tell me like, oh, these people worship the devil, witchcraft is evil, or I'm just talking about these general things, these sweeping statements. Who's saying it? Why the fuck would someone you never met before in human history have a devil and it's yours? Quick, someone be quick about this. You came to America for the first time ever, and they feeding you hamburger helper, and they take you to one of their ceremonies and rituals, holy to them, by the way, and then you go, man, they worship the devil. Okay, I guess. You still trying to learn our numbers? Yeah. That devil, everything's a devil thing? That's curiously 1600s. That's curiously those motherfuckers. That's curiously ain't got shit to do with nobody in that Bible. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'm telling you. We're their devil. My family is their devil. I like to think I'm a pretty chill guy. I like long walks on the beach, video games, music, and bad bitches. That's evil to them. Product of all that witchcraft and all that evil, it becomes one of me. Oh my God, can you imagine? The tyranny out in this motherfucker. Hmm? Then you start to see how stupid it is. That they used a book referencing our shit, turned it into that understanding to apply some shit to get some benefits. That sound familiar? You think Trump is something. You think MAGA is something. Man, I have a story to tell. Then you'll understand everything. It's a devil according to them. I don't give a fuck what they think. And what I'm saying is that's not to be fresh or fly either. That's common sense, right? You're different people with a different story from a different place. To me, you in my fucking face. To me, I don't need you in my face. To me, I'm perfectly happy if you go back home. Because of that dynamic, that's root level one, right? Self-preservation, right? So the best way I can self-preserve with those type of people, without any actions being taken on my part, is for them to take their ass home, right? Just imagine if it made sense, and they go home, and I never fucking see them again. Would I be caught up going to their schools, reading their books, remembering their facts, doing their science, going to their doctors, doing those things? No. So why would I dedicate my life and my children's life to learning it, knowing that they ass going to run away as soon as shit get hard? Welcome to 2025. See, I ain't got nowhere to go. Hmm? Almost everybody else here could be deported but me. As fast as these treaties are expiring, you're gonna see a lot of fair-skinned people, some Ellis Island, some Liberty Island type of people being drawn up next to be deported whenever that contract was up. Because they contracted these people to come here, almost like human trafficking. You know, a human trafficking organization that never changes its spots. They just do the paperwork, make it look a little more smooth, or okay, we'll give you a little civil rights. You only give civil rights to slaves, by the way. Not people caught in Africa brought into slavery. No, slaves. Period. Slaves are Slavic. So the idea of slavery is gulagic. All right, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. You notice how all that shit happened over there? Uh-huh. Yep. It happened over there with them and whoever those people are there then. We were over here then, minding our business here. Is incompatible. It's cats and tomatoes. So they brought those people who experienced that and those impressions and those memories and whatever their fucking propaganda was, and they brought it here to teach us, but then made us the devil. Thank you for coming to the TED Talk, man. The same way they was treated, obviously, by their people. They took their freedom and liberty to treat someone else just as evil. On white Jesus. Tell me I'm lying. Did the KKK not burn crosses? Do Masons not own churches? I could have sworn you couldn't have one unless you was one of those. So you blaming religion? Or are you blaming white people from 120 years ago? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Wish you had me on TED one day. I got a few lectures for him. So once it starts making sense to you, you go, oh shit. American connotative general consensus of history is a bunch of brand new niggas saying dumb shit about old niggas, which they never met in human history. What? You have no reference of crossing our paths in history either, do you? Because discovered America, if you don't go to school, right, doesn't mean that they didn't know a place was there. It doesn't mean that they're the first people there. It didn't mean that no one was there. But when we all went to school, that was kind of like the arguments, right? About Columbus and this, and how could you say you and there's people already there, and da 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 da. And if Indians and if there's black people there, black people can't get there. Black people are in Africa, and the whole conversation wrong, because black people does not mean African. If you have Africans move into one of my black neighborhoods, you will know that this is a black neighborhood with an African community. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So obviously black don't even fucking mean skin color now, does it? Poppy, I'm not black, I'm Dominican. What's the difference? You know what the Dominican brother is really telling you? And although he may not be sophisticated enough to know, he said Dominican is my nationality. You don't have one. We're not the same. Not that we're not the same skin color. Not that we don't both have an African grandmother. If that was the case and he was talking to me, I'd be like, all three of you niggas is wrong. All three of y'all. Because I'm not African or black either. And I look more Dominican than he do. Thank you for coming, because the Kingdom of Dominica would have to be a royal society and a royal bloodline to begin with. And I'm a royal. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Once again, they did it again, damn it. They fucking did it again. But at least the island people have nationalities. But you notice that they're still under control by kingdoms. Huh. The United States has no kings and no nationalities. There's a theme emerging. Oh, the people who have like a monarch type of relationship with some de facto kingdom after the Civil War, they still had nationalities and nations, and they're not part of the United States, although they're definitely America. Jamaica is America. Puerto Rico is America. Colombia is America. Mexico is America. Canada is America. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Because America is the name of a fucking continent, not a country. How many people say America is a country? Damn near everybody in America. That's how stupid our education system is. America's not a fucking country. America's a continent. So when they're talking about the American, they're talking about the entire fucking continent, aren't they? The American, 1828, Webster's Dictionary. Go ahead and use Google real quick. You'll find it. What is an American? To the original, copper-colored aboriginals and indigenous, later applied to the Europeans. 1828. So if the Europeans have been here since 1611, what color are they? If everyone here is black as of 1828, everyone in the empire level of royals and kingdoms, hypothecated and not, bad, ugly cousins or not, 1751 are still swarthy. So there's no room between 1751 and 1828 for no royal to be anything but black. In modern time, right? Because we'll have to pretend that they believe there's a white guy before those dates, yet the white people in the English that they said is a white English, the English dictionary says that all the things that you ought to be if you're at the top of the social pyramid in English, you ought to be swarthy colored. Swear to God. Can they? No, because they have to know how to fucking read first. So all their impulse is their education, their fiat credit, and their nepotism within a paper construct society in which they just got there from being mean and shit. They don't have anything but mean spirit. Because all them other words mean me. And I'm still here. I'm American. Mama Inga from South America. John Smith is North America. Carlos V, Montezuma is Central America. We got this shit locked up, boy. Genetically, nativity, our nationality. I am Native American because I mixed in with the nativity here. Elizabeth Smith is half and half. Benjamin Banneker is half and half. We're both. Both sides are copper. Can you fucking imagine? Both sides are Afro-Asiatic. What else could they fucking be? Judeans, quite literally. Empires. The royals of Europe were Jews. Carlos V, Carlo V, he's a Jew. Yeah. Yep. Fully connected beard, brown, everything just like me. He got Solomon's staff and the crowns and all the jewels they stole is from him. Yep. All them other people you hear about after that date, the late 1500s, are his kids. plenty of sons and plenty of daughters. All of them didn't get succession rights. You understand how kingdoms work, right? One king at a time, please. Don't mean you don't have a whole lot of other sires and knights and things. What would they have to do? Expand somewhere else and create their own kingdom. Do the science. My greatest grandfather, Genghis Khan, had way more than 7 sons on Solomon, but he picked 7, I guess from his favorite bitches. And they went out and spread around. And they started their own kingdoms. Tartary. So it becomes the Empire of Tartary. Why? Because of taxes? Because of governments? Because of democracy? Or maybe something more practical. That kingdom over there literally belongs to his fucking son, because he created it. That kingdom over there literally belongs to his brother, because he created it. That kingdom over there literally belongs to whoever his fucking daughter married. And all together, they're an empire. Empires are family. It's a bloodline, not a line on a fucking map. And you notice how, like, I keep emphasizing family, 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 heritage, values, traditions, cultures, all the things that require blood, 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 blood. But everything we learn is about paper. Even dumb shit like blood's thicker than water. No, it's not. Yeah, because we're in a society full of fucking narcissists. But quite literally, blood would only be thicker than water in a connotative space of a society. It's because what you're dealing with is sellouts. Like, bro, at the end of the day, me and you are related. Me and you both lose if water comes through and takes it from either one of us. Get your mind back in the game. Nothing says you had to love me. You notice in all the 10 Commandments, it didn't say love anybody. It didn't say you must love thy neighbor. Because love would have solved all the 10 Commandments in one word, wouldn't it? If you loved everybody, then you wouldn't need 10 rules, would you? Those 10 rules specifically. Go ahead and reread it, please. You notice how those 10 rules that no one seems to like and can't follow the Bible is because what they're saying is that will require me to love somebody. Do the science, G. Do the science real quick. If everyone could love each other, you wouldn't need 10 commandments, would you? Those 10 commandments. Read them. If you loved your neighbor, would you rob him? If you loved your neighbor, would you be fucking his wife? If you loved your neighbor, would you be lying on him, bearing false witness? If you loved your neighbor, would you be up on the bullshit? If you loved your neighbor, would you be killing him senselessly? If you loved your neighbor, would you... All right, then. So you notice how the commandments, and you say you have to love a nigga. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So what was their problem then? They didn't have love, but they needed rules otherwise. So what polarity is the people in that those rules are for? People who haven't figured out how to love each other. What was their condition that led them that way? Previously on X-Men, captivity. Thinking of my TED Talk. Now, what the fuck do my people have a problem with today? Loving each other. What is their current condition? Captivity, occupation, citizenship. The fuck are we confused about? Blood is thicker than water, stupid. You listen on the water, stupid. Yep, I find myself uniquely suited for such a stupid, arduous task of rereading my family's Bible and trying to explain it to my family members. And to realize that being my family or our bloodline isn't a religion. It is what the fuck it is. It's not optional. You can fuck with your family and your ancestors if you want to. You ain't got to. One of those commandments were honor thy mother and father. I put the S on it. Because if they were honoring theirs and they were honoring theirs, then all that shit should have been passed down to me. Let me go ahead and just honor all of them. Just in case my dad missed something. Trust me, he did. So you understand everything. If I didn't try to honor them, I'm going to find out half the shit I found out about me. I just been like anybody else in my family. Oh, you know. Oh, that's cool. I heard about that. Yeah, John Smith, man. It's a white guy or something. You just dishonored my grandfather. We're not part white. That ain't why our hair curly, you dumb bitch. No, this beard. The fuck is going on? Oh, nah. And he ain't white anyway. Oh, you found out about your granddaddy through a Disney movie and you just stopped right there. How's that honoring? You don't want to find out nothing else about him? Brothers, daughters, so, like our grandmother, Elizabeth of Kent, England. All right. Trent, New England. I bet you it's supposed to be called Trenton, England, because it's called Trenton, New Jerusalem, since it's an empire of Jews. The real ones, not the Jewish ones. Those are two different words, aren't they? Yeah, it is. Okay, they don't mean the same thing. Never could. A Jewish person saying anti-Semitic is assuming that they're Semitic. Semitic people are not Jewish. Semitic people are Judean. That's where we get the word Jew from. And there's no J in Hebrew, by the way. So what are we really saying? Judah. Huh? What's that story in the Bible in Genesis? The first one, Moab. What's in the state of Utah? Moab. Utah, Yamaka, Jamaica. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Algebra. You need to know the rules of the language and the words and the vowels and the numbers and how they add up. Just a little bit. So you can do little quick little flips like that. Flip the polarity of things and go, oh, Yamaka. Rastafari. The lion. Judah. With the connected beard. Judah. That's what they're talking about. Then they got in their head and said, well, Selassie was a royal in Ethiopia. I ain't related to no Selassie. He ain't a royal in Judah's army. I swear to God. I'm 6'3". My uncles are taller. That's a little nigga. Don't play with me. That's a different species. Because how the fuck will he forget about his damn grand uncle or grandfather over here? Did he talk to us yet? Any of his kids? On Nipsey Hussle. All right then. Miss me with the bullshit. And he is too Templary and buddy buddy with motherfucking Queen Elizabeth. My mother is Queen Elizabeth, first of all. So if he's supposed to be that bloodline, how the fuck you know this white bitch ain't related to him? Thank you for coming to my tattoo. Where was he for the past 100 years prior? He didn't hear what was going on as a royal, as a real emperor. He didn't. No one corresponded with him. He didn't have no corsairs, not one. His daddy had no corsairs, not two. His granddaddy put us right there in the Barbary Wars, not three. Does his shit look like South Carolina? No. Does his shit look Victorian? No. Then how did he then how is he a descendant of Tartarians? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Oh, I know what you're gonna say. There's definitely a Coptic Bible in Ethiopia. Africa is Ethiopia. No shit, Sherlock. Not East Africa, the Roman state of Ethiopia, between Italy and whoever they're beefing with, Moors, but the whole thing, there's maps, before white people get into the dancery of drawing them, the whole top of Africa is Ethiops. Africa is a continent, not a country. We make that mistake too. So when you think about that, nativity-wise, if it's the whole landmass is Ethiops, and it's King Afrik, Yariq, the Judean that named it however many fucking 100 years ago, safe to bet his ass don't live there no more. If all the kids of that family came here, on Mansa Musa, right? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And that don't mean come African. There was no Africa when they were born. And that's a continent, not a country. They say North Africa is Mauritania, where the Moors in Europe and all that is. And that's the same Moorish empire ruled by Jews. Okay, there we go. That's probably how we got Jews in other parts of Ethiops. since Aethiops is under the dominion of the empire of Europe. Not the white Europe, not modern Europe. I'm talking about our maps of the Maratha kingdom, the Moors. Yeah, it included all of Africa, all of Europe. Battle of Tours stopped it from spreading the other way. Cut it out, nigga. Tours for Tartarians, giants. Miss me. Moors and Wildmen, 1400s, giants right there. Oh my God, you couldn't believe that Afrique was a giant anyway. Think you'd come to my TED Talk? Who this little nigga? I'm not saying it's impossible. I mean, honey, we shrunk the kids. But I'm just saying, like, come on, cut it up. My vote for Nipsey Hussle. He's a gangster. He's intelligent. He's tall as shit with a fully connected beard. He don't look like Selassie. Selassie look like him. Yeah, I know. Shout out to Nip. Shout out to Nip. He got them Hindu eyes. Mm-hmm. But he got everything else. And I'm Hindu. Literally. Royals. I bet you he was too. I don't think Hustle is his real last name. And since the height comes from the mitochondria, you wouldn't be looking for his African father. You'd be looking through his mother's bloodline. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It'll help you figure it out. It's not that nothing doesn't come from your father. A lot comes from your father. But we're talking about royals who arrange marriages of their daughters for a reason. Not their sons, right? Do the science. You watch Coming to America? He was just picking his wife, right? There ain't no story about his sister doing that shit. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Because Solomon had 1,000 bitches. His sister, we don't know. We don't know. It wouldn't matter. Let her live. Whatever she do. You think she's trying to run a kingdom? You think our sister trying to ride on a horse and shoot arrows at niggas? What do you think, it's Mulan? You think that they had a problem being second class, feminism, liberal Jewishness, to their fucking brothers who are the niggas, surrounded by the niggas. You think our sisters was really tripping? You got them confused with white women. I know that's right. Welcome to America, 2025. Yeah, different story, sis. Way different story. Different story. You weren't under a patriarchy that looks like this. I mean, do the science, bitch. Wake your ass up. Who you gonna date outside your kingdom? A nigga throwing spears and building huts? Do the science, please. Hypergamy for a reason. Jesus Christ, bro. So you just like these bitches now, want ballers and want a gold dig and want a man with all those dots. My sisters in the Holy Roman Empire over there, and this fucking Mayan Empire over here, you think any of them is looking for a foreigner who doesn't have shit, not even their own language, map, or boat yet? Welcome to 1611. So for all those years, Craig, it could never be no other way. There ain't no other people in our story. Three kingdoms, 13 tribes. Us. We've been mixed. I'm mixed with all of them. Whoever Queen Elizabeth married, I'm him too. Whatever that story is. Whoever Rebecca's sister and them married and had kids and linked it back up later, I'm them. Phyllis Leftwich, she a Cherokee Indian 8 generations ago. I'm them too. It was them the first time, but I'm them again, just to make sure we kept that gene alive. Oh, Queen of Saponi. Noble Drew baby mama. I'm them too. Just like we said we was. And then again, that was just 100 years ago. I'm them again, and then I'm them again, And if it was a different brother and a different branch and a different kingdom on the other side, I'm them too. And if I was none of them, I'm all of theirs grandfather. Back to Abraham again. I could have sworn, according to that book, that's probably the only fucking thing that mattered. Welcome to my TED Talk. It ain't got shit to do with religion, do it. Precisely. That's what my problem is. We're not even arguing about history. We're arguing about connotative linguistics and scholastic perspective. We have never gotten to the bottom of any of the root issues because we don't even know how to fucking do tech support on what the root issue actually is. So rewind it. Where are we? In America. Who does the land belong to? Americans. Who are Americans? No one talking about they run in America. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. How could they? Literally, I'm asking, how can someone who's not from here, who's not the people of the land, who's not the people of the book, who's not the people of his language even, originally, what are they contributing to the thing built by someone else? They can remix it, they can flip it and reverse it. Yeah, they can do all that. They are. They can put another system on top of it, hypothecation. They can act like they're there the whole time, de facto. They can do all the cool things that obviously they have done. But when it comes to the root issue of what this is and who created it, it's not them. So how do they fix it? They can't. This story is so crazy. There's a news headline today. China bought some type of super machine from, was it Denmark? One of them countries. And you know how China is. They're going to figure it out and rebuild it cheaper. In the midst of them breaking this very complicated machine down, they had to call the damn tech support of the machine to fix it. Well, let me say that one more time. They spent millions of dollars to get this thing. They want to re-engineer it and mass produce it and fuck the copyrights, right? Fuck paying for it. In the midst of them doing it, they fucked it up. They had to call the people who built it originally to put it back together and explain to them, like, yeah, my bad, we broke it trying to, rip you off. We know what we about. Ha ha ha. Awkward. Same story right now, as above, so below. They broke some shit they never created. That's why you have connotative linguistics. They weren't there for the original meaning. Not me and you have connotative linguistics. Our teachers have connotative linguistics. Your president has connotative linguistics. Most of the people here who don't take that extra step to go there use connotative linguistics. And the problem with all the people who take the step to go there and be the nerds and the researchers and journalists, they're never our people. So they're always third party no matter how close they get to it. They can't sit there and internalize it the way that I do. Or any of my brothers or any of my sisters. Thus, they have to imagine if. And they be the main ones that don't say shit. I don't know, Jordan Maxwell, Graham Hancock, etc. They get very close and they back up. It's like they're compelled to mind their fucking business.
Hey, DJ.
So yeah. Connotative linguistics. So we have a connotative America, a connotative United States, and connotative politics. Here's my favorite one. A connotative economy. Connotative is a way of saying, like, when people are just talking to each other, you roll up on us and you hear us talking, like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. You feel me, though? Do you understand the connotation of what I described to you? Yeah, I can relate to it. That's the problem. Relating to it and understanding connotatively doesn't mean that you actually understand. You don't actually know what they mean. You're just saying shit. You feel me though? Yeah, I feel you. And then what do people do? As soon as that person walks away, man, that nigga. Hmm? Based on true story. I see. Hmm? We do that now. Wasn't that what Smokey did on Friday? He said, yeah, when Debo come around, I shut up. But when you walk away, I'll start talking again. You feel me though? Oh shit, let me go back to the chat. Jesus Christ. 333s, Mr. Now. Shogun says that's just one of the cartels involved. Refs were on the books, especially during playoffs. Damn. No bias there. Mr. Now says, yep, but the ones that give the green light is those mafias. Head of the FBI was a Kamaratai right before Patel. So Patels and Neapolitans are deep in shaking hands, similar names too. La Costa Nostra is Sicilian, hence Sissa, Sia, Lion, Moors. Then this is Sicily versus Naples NBA game. We can't have shit, surely. Jonathan says, Oklahoma. Next time I'm in Dallas, I'm going to check out Tulsa. It's on my list. 3s. Mr. Now says, that's how quick they activated that mode. You become the devil quick if you don't like little kids like they do. They turn anyone into the devil in the media that goes against their child play. Well, you can test that out. Are most of these people outed who hate us for being pedophiles? Start with the Catholic Church, start with everything else you've heard about, and then start with the Epstein list. Yes. All right. So we're not assuming anything. 3s. Yonovan says, also, there are many lovers of themselves right now. Come on now. Real love. I'm looking for real love. Shout out to Mary J. Shout out to Golden Child. What's up, y'all? Jonathan L. says, Moab is a special place. I visited it twice. It's peaceful. It's like a feeling at home there. Come on now. Why would a bunch of Indians name it Moab, a city in the Bible? Do the science. Mr. Now says it's not that serious. Real Mr. Cool, how you doing, man? Shogun 3, Jonathan 3, Harut 3. 3 minutes before they weren't chill at all of a sudden it's time to calm down. Come on now. When points are being made, when tea is being spilled, and all of a sudden people want to go a different direction. Yeah. That's why we gotta be Goliaths at times like this. The other side of our family, we're mixed. David's not mixed. His kids are. Solomon's one of them, by the way. You know the one with the magic carpets? You know, the one with technology? You know, one with the magical staff that Mama Inga had, a giant? Mm-hmm. What is he mixed with if he has a giant staff? He must have got it from his mama, since she raised him. Do the science. Solomon was raised by his mother. Oh my God. The single black mother drama is at least as old as the Bible, isn't it? On Jesus and Mary. You think Joseph, who sent his wife away, which is equivalent to a Jew getting divorced, and then she come back with a baby, and everyone already talking about it, you think he was like really buddy-buddy with Yeshua or something? He never believed her story. You know why he kept her? She owned land. That's where you get it from. Wake your ass up. Especially if you're not a king. Now you understand everything. Kings own land. And allotted people, farmers, everyone else, villagers, town people. They have to find one of those families that have land, usually connected to such, and then marry one of their daughters to inherit the land once the dad and everyone else is dead. Same story. Because now it's going to their grandkid. Ta-da! Marriage had a purpose. When women still own land, when you marry them, you and your children especially, right? Because dad eventually dies. You know, it's this story. How long did they live really? And then the kids, it's business to these people. It's also business to us without taxes and property tax and all the bullshit hypothecation brought onto us about, I don't know, 120 years ago. But prior, you know, when your grandmother had land that she still held on to and she wanted to give it to her kids, but people decided to sell it instead, I got good news for you. You can't sell land. You can't sell land. Connotatively, you can. Meaning, there's a system in place in which you can say, here, draw these borders, go to a bank, this is how much this is worth based on our Federal Reserve notes, third party, and what we're doing with a little Ponzi scheme with mortgages. Yes, if you occupy that land, we will honor it and enforce it with our courts and the federal government. All of which is temporary, by the way. But originally, the landholder of that, your grandma and them, allodial title, they couldn't transfer that anyway. That's called an unalienable right. But if you identify as a citizen, a crayon, or civil rights, all those rights are alienable. Now you understand what my grandfather Noble Drew Ali was doing. Black man, you're not black, you're a Moor. You have a nationality, Al-Moroccan. So if you denationalize, basically what he was saying was, undred Scott yourself. Ooh, whew. But get yourself out of the recent Dred Scott, by the way, 1800s. Get yourself out of that Dred Scott privileges and warfare program. Before it was welfare, it was warfare. They paid them to join the army. So imagine non-royals took advantage of that. Anyway, Homestead Act, if you want to research about it. Freeman's Group, that type of shit. Penal colonies, not slavery. These are captives. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Slavery for us was captivity, literally. They treated us like prisoners, hence the gory details. But we're captive prisoners and prisoners of war, meaning we were here already, not immigrated. They fought the war here. If we lost that war, we ended up in their captivity. That's Barbary Wars, by the way. So that type of slavery only lasted, 50 years? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Ain't no white people in power anywhere in that damn government before then. So there was no white slave masters on no damn government. Cut it the fuck out. We're a kingdom. How uncivilized is the idea to us? Connotation. That's their story. That's not the story. In King James English, King's English, for a kingdom. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, bro. It'd be right in front of you. If we knew how to read King James Bible, you know what they call it, King James Bible? That's the bloodline of King James. Can you imagine? So if that's the whole thing is about Israel and Jews, how the fuck did they imagine there was a Christian king named James? What the fuck does that even mean? King James means ownership. He has ownership of a book about bloodlines. Why would some white boy need to claim or own a book about Judeans? Written by Moors. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Isaiah, Ebed Melech the Moor. Look it up. The Geneva Bible, GMV. The one that was over there. King James, his son, John Smith, my grandfather, was over here. Jamestown, Maryland, Virginia, Maryland colonies. Those are our colonies, by the way. Royals. Royals. Not the people, not the tribes, no ownership. Those are our colonies. Where DC is to this day. That's why Benjamin Banneker built the White House on his family's colony. I know that's right. How else would he own that land? Oh my God, it's right there. Thank you. Thank you. I know. Wait till you find out he was married to the Castilles. Oh my God. Wait till you find out he's Sidi Muhammad that they're right into. Oh my God. Imperial Majestic Lands, Nuremberg. It's German, ain't it? Oh my God. German doesn't mean white people. Oh my God. They did it again, Scoob. They replaced the Jew and they replaced the German. And the two are working together now against... Same fucking story. The same thing they did to us then, they've been doing to us right now in front of you. They've only been doing it for 250 years, though. I think that's what the confusion is. They act like they're way in charge, and they're acting like they're someone they're not. Hence all the narcissism. Small dick syndrome for these niggas. I get it. Not really, but I do. They can't help it. That's on them, though. That's a character flaw. Yeah. Yeah, that's recent. You go from the Cali Wars to the 100-Year War. You understand the real story? You probably never even heard of those. I know. How convenient. You mean Cali like California? Cali like Hindus? Kingdom of Barada? To the Kingdom of Murata, California. Murata over there in Tuscarora, North Carolina. It's like this kingdom can go wherever the fuck it went to if you got a son or two. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's the difference between a country and a royal. The United States can't just go to fucking Hawaii and like, we're the United States. The United States is not a country name. They can say you're in the jurisdiction of the United States. Ooh. What is that? Why am I in your jurisdiction? Where your land at? The United States doesn't have land. It's hypothecated land. It's occupying land. It doesn't have, possess, own, nativity, birthright, people that belong there. No, it doesn't, because these people don't belong here. Belong is a very strong word. Follow me. Where do they come from? The land of the Moors? This is the land of Moors too. It's right in the name. America. Moors right in the middle. You can go back to Europe. Ruled by Moors who are Jews. It's right in the name. So we know they're not from Europe. I'm talking about nativity. So Europe is not their first stop, is what I'm saying. So if they go to where they belong, where is that? Anybody in this story that's not us? Anyone who's not a Moor, speaking English in America, where do they belong? Where do we go to dig up one of their grandmothers from 1550? Before the American Revolution, where do we go to find their family? Before Christopher Columbus, where's the art and paintings originate for their family? It's cool to have some white people simultaneously in the Moorish Empire. I mean, you seen plenty of my cousins and brothers got white girls. I ain't talking about that. It wouldn't be theirs. They'd be there, but it wouldn't be theirs. They wouldn't belong there. So before they got there, talking English, where were they? Where do they belong if they're not Moors? These are Moorish kingdoms recently, guys. It's in the annexation of Texas now. That's 1868. So it's not like they forgot by then. So, AKA, if they writing about it, they have a good idea. Have a good fucking idea to mention this shit. They mention it in several laws, actually. All kinds of treaties. It's mentioned. Dear Sidi Muhammad. It's the Emperor of Moors, if you didn't know that. If you didn't know that, Sidi Muhammad's a Moor, because Benjamin Banneker is. Don't miss it. Don't you miss it. Minister Penitentiary. What does that mean? I don't know. It's on those documents. That's who's signing them. Not a House of Representatives. They didn't make that yet. So, connotative linguistics been kicking our ass. And we're acting like someone else has the other side of that. They don't. Not today. Not alive. These people doing jive didn't create the jive. So they didn't create the system, and they also didn't create the lies that they live on. Back to my original question. So how do they fix it? Their existence is cognitive dissonance. So even getting them to watch this video and not to hear what I'm saying, you feel me? But to know what I'm saying, I want to count on it. Because that would cause so much internal chaos. The same way it did to me. My only relief was that it was about me. Now imagine where you were pretending to be me and you're left with, who am I? So they're not being themselves, are they? Our people have the same problem, but the difference is I can tell my people who they are. Either you're sub-Saharan African or you're not. In the off chance that you're one of us, then do yourself a fucking favor and understand what the fucking Israelite is. It's a nationality of people, different families, different tribes and shit, my nigga. Not a place on a map. But all of you are descendants of who? Jacob. And Jacob is who? Abraham's grandson. Abraham's a giant. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Easiest way to know whether or not you are one of us is that the Semitic part is talking about Shem. Shem is the son of Noah, a giant. So the Afro-Asiatic, the dash is more in Tartarian. Don't miss that, please. It's a bridge of genetics. Now do the science on our genetics. Is there bridges in our chromosomes? Yes. Now you know why. That sounds like someone needs some science and math to pull that shit off, right? On Atlantis or no? The giants did that. However, spare me the gory details. On David and Goliath. So we're a hybrid. We're Nephilim. But more specifically, no. We're the Nephilim of Nephilim. There you go. We're the grandchildren of Nephilim. Hence, we're the bad guys. To them. Question. Ain't nobody else on this fucking planet. Bob Lazar. You start to understand everybody else as. I can't tell where you belong, but I can tell you one thing. Your ass don't belong here. Welcome. You good? You comfortable? We got mad weed, we got land, we got corn. You fuck with corn? High fruit, you don't fuck with drinks? We got everything for you, boy. We got clothes, your naked ass. We got shears, you can shave, you can get fresh, you can learn, you do push-ups, you know how to do backflips. You know how to do backflips where you come from? Shit, watch this. We got boats. And some of the niggas, the rich niggas, they got some flying craft. You'll see them every once in a while cross by. Don't be alarmed. Yeah, we're hybrids of hybrids. 3 plus 13. That's a math equation, man. Y equals mx plus b. Mx, x. 13. L's. Angels. Come on now. They can't fuck with me. The only reason why they can't fuck with me because I'm talking about me. Not because I'm better or smarter than somebody. No, you should know yourself that well. I'm trying to get better at it. The L in Nephilim, NFL Giants, is the angel part. Angels are giants. Whew. That's why their kids are giants. Jesus Christ. We cooking. I know that's right. That's the only thing that makes sense. And when you see the angels and the depictions and the interpretations of narrative into pictures, aren't they pretty fucking big? You go to the Talmud, the Jewish people, they say the same thing. The Elohim, elves, angels, they are tall as shit. Oh yes, Jewish people know something now. They know their blood is spiced. So something created them too. They just barking up the wrong fucking family tree. Tough. But they didn't figure that out until recently. Everything before that was bluff about us. So they found out that they're a hybrid creation. I got good news for everybody on this fucking planet. Obviously, nigga. The fuck? That's not a discovery. But they're not trying to discover it for no one else. They're trying to lay claim to something. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what they actually want. And the only reason why they want something here is because they don't belong here. Right? You go to a mall and you start shopping and looking for things that you want that you don't have at home already. That's how they act. They act like this shit's a shopping mall. Disguised as capitalism. How the fuck you buying shit with fake money, bitch? Think about that. They're taking the cotton and assigning an imaginary value to it and says, because I'm going to give you your cotton that grows on your land back to you, I'm entitled to your kids. No, but money, you can buy things with a made up value, yeah. Don't mess up the made up part. That means someone's using their thoughts and imagination primarily. It's fake. It's not tangible. It's not real. It's gained agreement. I mean, for us, it's not gaining agreement. We don't have a choice, right? You saw how they hung us and killed us and how they treat our kids, right? Yeah, they're willing for us to starve to death too. Don't miss it. So you gotta take that part of them and then apply it to the last 200 years. So no. To me, in my land, in my language, it's so fundamentally clear for anyone listening to me. It doesn't fucking matter what their answers are to me. It doesn't fucking matter why. It doesn't fucking matter anything that comes out their damn mouth. Off the pretense that they don't belong here. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that like they would say it. Get out of here, boy. Lock him up. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about if you don't belong here, you're a guest. Guests, when you have a guest at your house, even if they stay the whole summer, I've been a guest at many houses. I never went outside and say, yeah, that's my house. I never go to school and be like, yeah, when I get home today, man, I'm gonna kick such and such out because he's getting on my nerves. I don't go into the refrigerator and eat the last thing or drink the rest of the juice that the grandma of the house had. Not that I couldn't, but I wouldn't. That's called respect, honor. I'm a guest. I ain't gotta like they shit. You know what happens in our communities when you don't like something about someone's house rules? What they tell you? You can take your ass home. Correct me if I'm wrong. Our culture and our default attitude with slavery and white people is still the same. Weird story. We kept all of those traditions, but we didn't learn one African word. Okay, so you understand everything. So no. It's simpler than that. Shit, half the damn slaves came from South America. They're still Americans. Could you fucking imagine that? Dumb as hell, stupid as hell historians. So our temperament and everything about us is old. It's ancient. It's not because of slavery or white people or no. These motherfuckers turned on us recently. We were fighting the French and stuff. The French were Africans. Why do you think they have so many deals in Africa? How the fuck you have a French without Africans? Are you stupid? Don't answer that. I'm talking about before cameras, nigga. Allegedly. Understand that science. So, no. It was black on black crime, tall and short crime, all kind of other shit. But this shit about white people and slavery, no, that's a brand new Board of Education shit. Because one more time, what does Southeast slaves have anything to do with all the niggas, the Moors and their Indian associates that owned the land? Nothing. One more time. Annexation of Texas, 1868. Everything over the side of the Nooses belongs to the Moorish people and Indian associates as of 1868. Before 1868, Northeast belonged to my family. But the Western people would be my family. By 1868, these other people show up writing these letters and these laws, hypothecating shit, and saying, we only got this right now. And the rest of that document says, if we cross that line, it's going to start a war with the West. You know, you don't learn about that in school. Did you hear about the war after the Civil War where they went to war with the Moorish people and their Indian associates in order to claim Nevada, California? Now, you heard some dumb shit about Native Americans. Well, how come the word Native American is not in the fucking annexation of Texas? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. So they can sit their ass out of this. Unless they tell me how the fuck they forget what a Moor was in a territory full of Moors. You dumb bitches. I know, you must have went to a different type of reservation, federally funded school. Propaganda. I know. It happened to all of us. But thank God I'm one of them. So, So as of 1868, the Moors and Indian associates, still own the land. That land was not part of the United States. Have you noticed something? So the entire North American continent belonging to the United States is a recent phenomenon. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. They've never managed anything to this scale ever in fucking human history. Guess who did, though? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. I make this shit easy, man. I make this shit easy. This shit easy. I give you the sources and everything. It'll make sense. You're like, damn, good point. Why would they say Moorish people and Indian associates if it's Native Americans out here? They keep sliding that word Moor into this shit. Where the Moors at? We got the African Americans and West Indians and some other niggas. They all come from Africa though. So where the Moors at? Where the Moors at? Why is there a law saying this land belongs to Moors, but you don't know what a Moor is? Now, due to science, if you don't know what a Moor is, you also don't know that the land belongs to Moors. Ooh, hold on now. We talking about hereditary birthright and unalienable rights. Now, could you fucking imagine if Moors knew they were Moors and Moors knew that the land belongs to the Moors, which is why you call the land Amorica? Change all the vowels of America to O's. Al-Morocco. Alchemy, algebra, Al-Morocco, America. One more time. Al-Hebra, Gabriel. Alchemy, Kim, Cam, Shem. Al-Morocco. Now say it like a white guy. America. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's why the land belongs to the Moorish people, all 12 tribes, plus a few others, and their Indian associates. But the land belongs to, amongst Moors and brown-skinned people, the royals. Who are the royals of Moors? King James and his friends, 1611 to 1828. So far, so good. So far, so fucking good. So far, so fucking good. So if the Moors came to Virginia, but the land of the entire fucking West belongs to them, you think they just had a little Jamestown colony in this bitch? That's how you know these stupid motherfuckers don't know what kings are. Everything else got expanded by his damn family. The buildings are ours. Quite literally. Anyone who was not immediately related to the royals who came with or was there, stranded, whatever, wandering, whatever, like, damn, these niggas found us. Cool, sorry, bitch. You want to help us do some shit? Oh, you kind of bad for real. Oh, I'll fuck with her. Shit. They act like we ain't got cousins. They act like we ain't got cousins. They act like I want to put my cousins onto some bad bitches or something. They act like when my cousins get put onto these bad bitches, that I be like, yo, or if you fucking with them and they got that land, then I send my mean son, the fuck up. I want to send him to live with your ass, and he'll help you do the shit, because he can fight. So you gonna be good. All right. Come back to grandma's house at 9, nigga. The fuck? The whole American people are all copper colored because they're all mixed with each other. Do the science. Do the fucking blood type science too, please. What's the highest density of blood type O besides America? How do you get the highest density of blood type O unless you're fucking a whole bunch of blood type O people? Okay. Thank you for joining my TED Talk Part 3. There's more blood type O in America than Africa, so it's not from Africa. Thank you. So just like you find your DNA, well, I'm 13% Nigerian because a lot of my DNA is in Nigeria. Well, most of the blood type O is in America, so where the fuck does blood type O come from? Thank you. Goodbye. You know what I'm talking about? Come on now. This common fucking sense, boy. Unless you're gonna tell me there's more African O types in America than Africa. Then how did their blood type change? They're mixed? O is dominant. Somebody lying in this bitch. Somebody lying in this bitch. Oh, why we got connected beards. Oh, is why we so tall, if we can be. Oh, is a lot of shit. So if you don't have the same blood, then you're not the same people. Now, blood types can shift. Organ transplants. All kinds of other shit. But I'm talking about the majority, Chris. The majority didn't get organ transplants. The majority didn't have an epigenetic thing. The majority didn't have a side effect. The majority of blood type O is here. So it cannot be from Africa. Thank you. We're not even the majority here. Yittity. Or whatever Pops was saying. 3. Shalom Bratan. Shout to you. Oh no, gosh darn it. I'm telling you, I'm cooking now. I know the story. I know the story through the parameters that they gave me. I know the story by reversing their lies. Oh my God, algebra is a beast. That's what I was describing earlier, by the way. It gets easier and easier. Because you know what fucking happens when you reverse it and it manifests and you find a confirmation of it? There's nothing that comes after it that changes it back. I haven't ran into anything that contested pedigree, blood type, or what the word fucking Semitic means, ever. The only thing that changes is someone who doesn't know what those words mean telling me it means something else. But they're telling me how they feel about it. I say, show me in the Bible, bitch, where you can get anything else out of fucking Shem besides a goddamn Israelite. Sem, Shem, Shemitic, Semitic. Noah's kid. If everybody was Noah's kid, then everybody would be what? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And if Noah had 3 kids and they're different families, does that make them 3 different blood types and 3 different pedigrees? That would be fucking humanly fucking impossible. So even if you wanted to add Japheth and Ham and all the other versions of the same thing, they would be the same blood type as their fucking brother, would they not? Let's imagine if they had 3 different mothers. They still have that angel blood through Noah. They'd be tall as a motherfucker. All right then. End is. So where did all the short people come from? If they didn't come from them, they're not Afro-Asiatics or Semites or anything related to us or anything that lived coincided with us in the last 1,000 years. They're not in that story. That's weird. What tribe are they in the Bible? There's plenty of non-Israelite tribes listed, actually. Have you did the science? Ask some more. They know some. Amorites, Israelites, all those kinds. There's all kinds. Friends and foes, different depending on what time it was, but God has a tendency of putting us in the middle of ops, and ops are like, let them live, man. They got some weird weapons over there. We don't want to smoke. You know how it is. People be on the road. Like, shit, I fuck with these bitches. I ain't gotta go back home. Yeah, wait till the beef dies down, and all of a sudden, there's just nothing but grandkids left of both, and they're like, fuck it, man, we should work together. You're pretty awesome. I know that's right. All right, then. Now do that times 800 fucking years. That's how we got here. Where was they? They would have to be related to one of us. How do they do a DNA test and they're not related to any of us? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. That is humanly fucking is the operative word here. That's humanly fucking impossible when most men in the country now ain't the damn father of all their kids. Am I lying? Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. You might be half Tartarian one day. Realize, and nothing else with that. How do they fix that? They can never fix this. and keep their agenda, their advantage of it, which is why they can never fix it. I want to say this a different way. They will never fix it. I want to say it another way. They're going to die like that. I want to say this another way. The thing that's between us and whatever the other side of the reality we all want is either them fixing it or them dying first. Not a call to action, not a call to war, not a call to harm anyone. I'm just giving you the pattern I've noticed is that they live and die on lies. They take that shit to the grave as a culture phenomenon. And it doesn't profit them to go, you know what, this crazy nigga here is right. I ought to be. Where the fuck else I get my name from? And my shit is unalienable. So every kingdom that has ever been in this territory in the last 500 years was under my father's kingdom. And my grandmothers, and their brothers, and their sisters, all sides of the families were first. Compared to anyone else telling me there's something else in this land where I come from. That is the problem. And we understand that with Gaza, don't we? So what I'm saying is, depending on who you ask, this is either America or for us, it's Gaza. I'm in Gaza. This is my land. These are my people and my cousins and they ugly ass girlfriends from another country. They can be here. But the motherfuckers talking about this is their country and this is their shit and that's that. No. You talking about the paperwork. Cool. When you go back to where you belong, take it with you. We won't need it here. You notice we've been here the whole time of human history without you. Something in us might kick in. Shit, these UFOs might actually land safely. We'll be alright. I believe in myself. I believe in my brothers. Without all the interference and distractions, we'll be alright. And we'll win plenty of fights to get these other niggas on code. And then you know how our sisters are. They won't have a fucking choice. So we'll correct this real fucking fast left to our own vices. Trust me. Trust me. We ain't gotta buy the shit we can grow. We'll be alright. We ain't gotta worry about going to jail. We'll be alright. We ain't gotta worry about this and something else. We'll be alright. And damn near any other tribe of people currently in the same type of system across the whole fucking world. I think those people will figure it out too, since all this shit is new. So, fundamentally, the only difference is you need 100 monkeys to wake up to just what the truth is. Everyone who's been doing a truther thing has been trying to expose the liars about the lies of how things should work in their benefit system. That's not what the truth is. We know they liars already. You discovering how they lie and kill each other and connive each other, that's just entertainment. But the truth is, they ass don't belong here, Craig. And no motherfucker here signed those treaties, and no motherfucker alive today won a war. They don't belong here. An election process that's rigged from the jump. And then you immigrate some new people and grandfather them into we the people. Where's that in the Constitution, my nigga? We the people are only people who own land anyway. That's why you have the fucking extra amendments for everybody else. Guess what? The people in power is everybody else. On an unratified amendment, correct me if I'm wrong, please. Since this is a constitutional republic. And I'm upholding the Constitution because I know I'm we the people. No matter where we were kings or anything else later, we're still the people of the land. On Pocahontas, I am. On Rebecca, I am. On Phyllis, I am. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be on all my grandmas. So their United States is on my backyard. Quite literally. Quite literally. quite literally. Birthright, hereditamiss, and all the fucking treaties with my grandfather that I mentioned. In every dimension they lie, it leads to one of me. I'm one of many. I'm a many-faced god, if you will. I'm all their faces in one. You knows what I look like? I ain't gotta do a whole bunch of going back and forth with some nigga that don't look like me about that. Cause ain't too many niggas that look like me doing that. Look at Cory Booker. Like, I know he mixed with somebody. You know what I mean? All right, brother, cousin, move out the way. Maxine ain't tall enough. Amazon goddesses. She ain't fine enough. It's probably a boy anyway. Go down the line. Do the science. So yeah, for me, it's just wasting time. It's like, yeah, I can do a book and present it to people. Then what they gonna do? Oh wow, that's compelling. You don't understand what the fuck I'm talking about. This United States government isn't supposed to fucking exist like this in the first place. That is not in our treaty. This United States that's here right now is not in treaty with my people. I'm not an African American. They classify me as such. Fuck a classification. You can't classify a royal. In King James English, on Dwayne Smith, the 13th of John Smith, the reason why they bitch ass speak English here. That's my biggest Pokemon card. How the fuck? Their reason for using this language is my grandfather. How the fuck is any of this theirs using his language? They came to this country speaking John Smith English, right? Northern colonies, 13, English, kingdomship. The kingdom of who? John Smith. He honored his father and called it Jamestown. That's not where James didn't do that. John did it. Hakata Khan did that. Same story, but you understand the difference. Carlos V did Central and South America. Same family, by the way. Those are his sons. And that's only 2 out of 7. I fuck around and find out they the same nigga. Either way, those are Genghis Khan's kids. Genghis Khan's son Hakata Khan brought English here. Genghis Khan is Temujin, half man, half angel. English is named English, like it's part angel. Now you start to understand everything. It's ours. Nephilim. It's a Nephilish language. We are descendants of Nephilim. Angels, jinn, pick your flavor. It means the same thing. They're not from here. Whatever story you believe in, whatever romantic novel version of heaven and how you want to do it, placeholders for mind your business. How about that shit? You're not even from here. So you understand everything. English is not our original language. So all the secrets and science and origins wouldn't even be in it anyway. Since he's trying to raise a kingdom of mixed tribes of people, he's trying to unify everybody. He emperor of everybody. So much so, today they call him Jesus. Ain't that everybody God or something? The emperor, the king of kings, emperor. They equate their emperor, a king of kings, as a son of God. Temujin literally means he's half something and something else. That something else compared to these things would be a god. Temujin is a son of God. Jesus is a son of God. Now imagine this shit real quick. In the same fucking book that Jesus is in, Genghis Khan's son, John, is the reason why it's here. That's his father's book. That's why John Smith had a King James Bible. Hakata Khan had a Genghis Khan Bible. That's John Smith's Bible too, since his daddy's in it. You see how that's not a religion? You see how John Smith didn't come over here with Christianity? What the fuck does that mean? James Smith, John Smith, Dwayne Smith. Why the fuck would that be a religion to anyone like me? What else could I fucking believe? Out of the options of all the Abrahamic Judah religions, which is what the idiot on Threads was trying to argue about. But he missed the whole part about the fuck that he's talking to me in my language about my grandfather shit versus what he heard from a Jewish guy after 1940. Using a language from 1611 to describe it to me. With a connotative linguistic model he learned after the 80s. You see all the errors involved? That's why you can't be arguing with niggas about A versus A, B versus B. It's always cats and tomatoes. And that's not because I'm smarter than someone. It's not because I honor what the fucking rules are. Since I used to get my ass beat for A's. It's a trauma response. Thus, I'm not getting my ass beat again for not knowing something. Now they trying to beat my ass for knowing it. Niggas can't have shit show, man. Damned if we do, damned if we don't. What did we do to these niggas after 1980? Let's talk about it real quick. What have we done besides dance, backflip, and make people laugh and fuck mad bitches? I mean, is that the worst we can do? At least it ain't kids. Not for all of us. You know what I'm saying. Amen. Amen. Language created by giants. Music created by giants. Tech created by giants. Buildings created by giants. And somehow my father's name is on the shit. Thank you. I'm not as tall as them. I'm pissed. Hopefully my kids have a mother with the other half of the damn genetics. For that. I got the brain part down. We need the athleticism back. All the way. I had to work on that shit. I need some of max stats, man. We gotta create a new NFL and NBA apparently. These niggas play too much, bro. They're just wasting our lives. Because they really don't know what else to do with us. The only way to stop us is to get rid of us. But then they will have to justify why they're getting rid of us. It catches them in a loop. Their own poison. It's one thing to lock up all the men and control the minds of the women with education and promises, and then you snatch it away from them. And then you keep the game going for about, 50 more years? Time's up, though. But going from here, I mean, the fool can't be fooled again. Especially not of our generation. You can't. That's why they do it from K to 12. So what are they going to do? COVID? mRNA? What they going to do? Starve you to death? What they going to do? Make you go broke? Now you're starting to understand everything, aren't you? This ain't about no fucking economy. They don't have one. They're running some shit that doesn't belong to them. And they suck at it. It's gonna fail no matter what. Titanic. Now you understand all their other moves. The problem is, if it was just them versus the real Jews, cool story, bitch. There's only a few of us. But now you got everybody else you put on the 360 deal too. And they turn it against each other and you. That's a problem they've never had before, since they've never been emperors or kings. They've only been in little pieces of land, and self-admittedly, they just discovered this one, so they haven't really moved around when everybody from other lands and other languages and other persuasions and other governments and other bloodlines also don't like your ass at the same damn time. They could read that Bible a little bit, but that shit ain't describing them getting out of shit. That's describing us. How dare they claim our God and then in the same fucking breath and action and lifestyle deny all of his kids? Where do they think that God is going to step in? For them? That's such an interesting religion. Genghis Khan, save us. We betrayed all your family members for the past 300 years. Where in the Bible are we selling tickets to heaven? And where in the Bible was anybody in the Bible talking to their ass? They think Jesus or Genghis was on the internet? I could have sworn he was in a town full of Jews. Now imagine if you read the rest of the fucking book, while that moment was so critical to them in captivity. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm not saying they can't believe in this shit. I'm just saying the nigga wasn't never talking to them. They wasn't there. Come on, do the science with me. You lucky that Septuagint ain't got a New Testament, because I want to see where he talking to anybody besides Judah. I really do. Who's he being followed by? Pharisees and Sadducees and some called Romans, whatever. But the main ones, the one that had a problem with his ass, the reason why he was hemmed up was the Cohen of the Jews. Correct me if I'm wrong. Not the Jewish people. The Cohen means king. The king of the Jews in captivity. Doesn't have to be a Jew himself. If you understand how hypothecation works, in the United States with Trump and us. So at that time, very similar to this time, was he talking to them or was he talking to us? Exactly. Like father, like son, I guess. How the fuck these people playing in our fucking face, knowing damn well Jesus is my grandfather? Like, I'm arguing with people on Twitter and Threads about how they interpret my grandfather before we get to religion, Bibles, and understanding. The premise that there's dickheads out here. And all they can say is, I didn't learn that. I know. And you also ain't, like, your last name also ain't Smith. And your ass definitely didn't discover America. Guess who did? My fucking grandfather. Guess who brought the Bible here? My fucking grandfather. Guess who's in that fucking Bible? My fucking grandfather. Like, how many times would I have to stack it with these niggas? I shouldn't have to. That's a ridiculous, uncivilized discussion. You can never have that discussion unless you're in occupation. Everyone else talking about getting out the matrix. Nigga, I got out the matrix and I'm in another one with the niggas out of the matrix. I'm in their matrix. Do the science. A matrix within a matrix. Jesus Christ. Imagine if they actually tried reading. That'll blow their fucking mind for real, boy. You ain't see schizophrenia yet. That motherfucker came into the chat just like the beginning of the year. Oh man, that's crazy. Are you okay? I hope you're well, man. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not making up shit. I couldn't make this up. I couldn't. I couldn't. I couldn't make that up. I cannot make up who my dad is. I can't make up who my grandmothers are. Who else were they fucking? Who's here? Do the science. The queens of Indians were fucking African slaves? Which way do they want to do this? The queens of the land partnered up with African slaves. That's the story, right? Again, those queens of the Indians are my grandmothers. Am I light-skinned or something? How much do I look like Steph Curry and Patrick Mahomes and their kids? They passing white by the third generation. I'm 13. With a white grandmother. Something about dominant genes? Yeah. So how the fuck did dominant genes come from Africa if Indians weren't marrying African slaves? Yeah. I couldn't make it up. Because the Indian side of their story, I'm still their kid too. The royals of the Cherokee, the royals of the Saponi. Princess Sentoki, 100 years ago. She's a princess because she's a royal. She's a princess of them, that means she's from their bloodline from a whole long time ago. Not because she was elected. She was born like that. My grandmother's a princess 100 years ago. What would I be? Yep. That's my fucking problem. I'm a royal of some shit that everybody forgot about. They're asking me where it is. I'm asking them, how come you never heard of it? You're right here. Do the science. Tough. I know. Like I said, it's worse than slavery. Being a slave to some competent people sounds like a cool story. I'm surrounded by fucking idiots who just don't want to read it. They want to argue something they haven't read yet. Thank God they didn't write about my family. Too busy trying to steal shit that wasn't theirs. Jesus Christ. One more time, class. Royals come from angels. My grandfather is Jesus. I'm arguing with niggas who ain't the same species. We're a different species. Change the vowels. We come from a different space. Yep. Our book tells you we don't come from here. It doesn't tell you where. Out of a garden, into a strange land, and then walking through Egypt. The garden is not next to Egypt. Yep. That's a totally different territory, isn't it? I know that's right. And all of our friends that come visit us, they fly down here, don't they? On Gabrielle, don't she? Huh? She flew to Daniel. You hear that? Do you know the name of the horse? All right then. That's a long distance from Persia for a couple of days, nigga. Wake your ass up. Don't forget we got the drawings. Or these niggas showed up. That means we drew it. What the fuck I look like listening to anybody else? Vladimir Putin showed them. They're called the Russian icons. Remember, Russia's a new name. That's Tartaria. So the Tartarian icons. He shows a bunch of black Jews. All right. So if those Jews are in Tartaria, who are the Tartarians? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Now, when you go through those images, you go on Google Images and you type in Russian icons. Don't forget, in icon, you have I-C-O-N. Khans, Kohens, kings. The Russian kings are Jews. One more time. Just like the European kings are Jews. One more time. Just like the American kings are Jews. One more time. Y equals 3x plus the 13. Red, white, and blue, baby. That's what that flag means. Those golden fringes. You know, fringes is Jew culture. Who made the fucking flag then, nigga? Come on now. Do the science. Is it or is it not written that fringes is Jew and Israelite culture? Then why the fuck does the United States flag, you know, the land of my ancestors, the Jews and Israelites, does it have fringes? We are no Christians. We have no enmity against the Muslims. So they're not Christian fringes. They're not Caucasian fringes. That's why my ancestor dream was a woman creating fringes on God. So imagine, it's all around you. Gold talent, gold fringes, a mosaic, meshy, a mix of everything. Red, white, and blue, and 13 with golden fringes. Thank you. Who was those 13? Jesus and 12 disciples. Probably their kids. That would be the king of Jews, Jerusalem, and then the kings of Israel. You notice Ahab had a big brother in Jerusalem? Different mothers, probably. So we had the same father, Tartarian. We might have different mothers. All right. Same empire. Same story. At least on daddy's side. Where your mama come from? Can't be that far away from Abraham. Or is it Ishmael? That's interesting. The other tribe in the Bible is half what? Egyptian. We wrote a book about Egyptians. Did we not? Correct me if I'm wrong. Hagar, an Egyptian. Her son, Ishmael, Abrahamic. I'm Abrahamic. Ishmael will be Abrahamic. Now we kept mixing since that was written. Guess what I would be too? Egyptian, because we're royals. So that includes Africa, right? I mean, we would tie that shit up. They want to name it after us or shit. All right, so Egypt was once the whole thing of Africa, and I'm the descendant of the Pharaoh of Egypt. So if we want to put Egypt in Africa, then I guess, oh yeah, that ties it all up pretty nicely. But I know ancient Egypt is America. Stop fucking playing with me. Ask a Mason. You go no further than your dollar bill next time. It's right on the back. Go ahead and do yourself a favor. Where are the most pyramids found besides America? I thought that was the Egyptian sides. Do yourself a favor. Go to the white people painting of the Last Supper. Is Jesus not at the bottom of a pyramid? How do you know? Well, look at the bottom of the goddamn room he's in. There's 3 doors separated by a golden ratio. Those are at all the pyramids around the world. Here, Africa, and India region. It's the same basement on all of them. And that same basement that Jesus is in, Leonardo da Vinci, the Moor, put him in the bottom of a pyramid. And they made it white, I get it. But no, don't worry, they copy and paste and shit. Peep the golden ratio science. That's science. Leonardo da Vinci would know it, obviously, if he is their reference point. So, but why did Leonardo da Vinci know that Jesus was at the bottom of a pyramid if Jerusalem ain't got no fucking pyramids today? Does Israel and Gaza have pyramids? Then why is the Last Supper in a pyramid? One more fucking time. They love a white Jesus. Why is their white Jesus at the bottom of a fucking pyramid? Moors are pyramid builders, by the way. No contest. That's what their name means in Egyptian, by the way. The same people who built pyramids traveled the waters. Phoenicians. In our book, we call them Hebrews. I could have sworn they came out of Egypt, which was America. The place with the most pyramids. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. That means the Americans built the pyramids in other places of the world, since America is the first place with pyramids. Shout out to the Grand Canyon. You'll still see it. Whatever's not fucking melted down and flooded left. That's why all the Egyptian pharaoh statues were found there. Now Google that. A land of giant Egyptians. Paintings all over that giants in Egypt are making little people. Can you fucking imagine that? You don't have to. That's on their Discovery Channel already. Ancient aliens. Ancient angels? What's ancient about me, nigga? I'm right here. Why are they talking about my daddy for? Like, the fuck wrong with these niggas? I'll fuck them up. You know what I'm talking about? Their smartest people don't make those connections. That's why smart. I don't consider myself smart. That's not what this is. It seems like smart doesn't rhyme with the truth enough for me. I guess smart is knowing a lot of facts. What do you call when you prove this shit? And make it so fucking simple. All you gotta do is Google what I'm saying. Jesus' Last Supper is at the bottom of a pyramid, my nigga. In America. Stay woke. As I was saying before, Jamestown, America. Full circle story here. Leonardo da Vinci had no fucking business being at a pyramid. Nobody in that Vatican had no business having a pyramid. And ain't nobody in present-day Gaza, Palestine, have no business doing with pyramids. But a depiction of their white Jesus is at the bottom of a pyramid. Till this day. Go and look up the year of the supposed Leonardo da Vinci, give or take 300, but you put it in the price range of all the other lies of history. You can do the science on the white people and the people there, and they don't know nothing about pyramids. So much so, do yourself a better favor. Look up a picture of Egypt, Africa in the 1800s, and then ask yourself a weird question. Did you notice how tall all those people are on those pyramids and sphinxes? Did you see how the sphinx is buried? You know how long? Do you know what kind of flood you would need to bury Giza? Now, do the science. So from flood to 1860s to 80s, yeah, Giza instead of Gaza. Now do the science on that shit. They playing games with vowels, ain't they, bitch? So Giza is buried under sand for years and years and years until white people got there. Did you notice that? And as soon as they got there, within the last 140 years, they started digging up all the mummies and disrespecting people's ancestors. Where were they the whole time Egypt existed? And why are they just now getting to it? If they've been the kings and rulers over there the whole fucking time. Any of them. Take your pick. Why is there pictures in the 1800s of Giza in Africa and everything's fucking buried under the sand? Do you know how fucking tall that pyramid in fucking Sphinx is? Imagine how long that would take. It must have been a flood or something. Look at it. Look at you can look up a samurai in Egypt, 1800s. They're standing next to the Sphinx damn face. So when Nas raps that lyric, Napoleon, whoever, cannonball, because they saw the black faces. They cannonballed the noses, right? Now look at where a cannon would be and where the nose is. Shaq could reach it. They just dug up Giza, niggas. So that means there's no fucking modern day Egyptian there. Tell them to shut the fuck up. They just dug that shit out, nigga. Why is that in no one's brochure, no one's drawing, no one painting, no one's reference in that whole region for the last 400 years? If there's people there, Egyptians. Those are not Egyptians, obviously. And they definitely didn't dig up all that shit over there because we have a picture of it still buried. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Back to the Americas book, talking about the flood as of the 1600s. So that means if that was a flood that buried Giza, it's been buried at least since the 15 and 1600s. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. So even if that was in Egypt, no one was fucking there to bring the Bible to America to reference an Egypt that's buried. Wake your ass up. What kind of Masonic degree do I need? For real. I didn't take those pictures. I'm just saying, everything I'm saying is just compounded by the fact that I have all the evidence too. That none of the shit they talking about makes sense. Not even their connotation or their reference model in their head from a movie or nothing like that, no. How the fuck they talking about who built what and slaves and all that shit if they ass didn't even know that shit was there until 140 years ago? Then look up when Egypt was founded as a state. That was recent. So why the fuck will we be talking about some new shit in the Bible? 1611? When was Egypt founded? Can someone type the date in the chat? When was Egypt founded? Say on bust all their bubbles real quick, just like this in English. Come on now. You fuck with me, you know I got it. Common fucking sense. This is common sense I'm talking. How the fuck the Bible talking about an Egypt that didn't exist yet? And when did they name that shit Egypt? Out of the Bible, right? They got the idea of Egypt from the Bible. They named that shit Egypt in the 1800s, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. The same niggas trying to move to Madagascar. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's why they only let scholars debate. so they can compare notes in their fucking published Jewish books only. I ain't no fucking scholar, bitch. I ain't go to none of your colleges. Fuck you. I got a Master Mason degree in common sense. In 1922, Egypt is founded as a state. 1860s to 1880s, the Giza pyramids and the Sphinx are buried to its shoulders. That's a lot of fucking sand, nigga. Oh, even worse. The state of Egypt, 1953, after the Jewish. Okay, makes sense now. Egypt was never fucking over there. Those happen to be pyramids, but there's also pyramids over there in Indonesia. They don't call that shit Egypt. So obviously, pyramid doesn't mean Egypt. I already fucking told you. MR, pyramid. Moors build pyramids. Moors come from Egypt. That's probably why they know how to build pyramids. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So every pyramid on the world tells you where a Moor once lived on an empire level, since those would be power sources for pharaohs. They're all related. It's a bloodline thing. Different time periods, same family. It's their idea. Why the fuck would anyone randomly have it and do the same thing? Wake your ass up. Unless you're gonna tell me all these random people that grew up separately had a chance to go to Africa and come back and build a pyramid, but don't forget the hundreds and thousands of them in America that they've never been until 1493. Cut this shit out. Stop the fucking cap. Why would a bunch of, which you see a quasi-Mexican today, be building fucking Egyptian pyramids in Mexico City for? You already saw the picture of Montezuma. He's a black guy, by the way. But imagine if, connotatively, you're looking at the people in places occupied today and saying, tough, they built a pyramid in Mexico City, the biggest one in the world, until they broke it down. Facts. Why would the people that you see today, Native Americans included and Mexicans included, why the fuck would they have the biggest pyramid in the world if they ass never went to Africa? It's the biggest pyramid in the world, the one that was in Mexico City. They Africans? Are Native Americans gonna tell me they're related to Africans? Mexicans, y'all related to Africans? Then why the fuck are you building all these African pyramids if that's what they are? Yo, Asia, come to the chat real quick. You know who has the second largest pyramids? Oh, outside of Antarctica, by the way. China. Why does China have pyramids? Does China have pyramids or not? And are they not the most secured pyramids in the world? Because they don't let nobody go into them. Correct me if I'm wrong. Why would China have pyramids? They went to Africa? But then I had to ask you for both questions. Did the African, the Indonesian, and the Chinese, and the Mexican have a conference for this architecture design? Why are they doing the same mathematics for? Why are they aligning it to the same Osirian star system? They're Osiris kids? On Isis, the book that's called The Genes of Isis. That's why they do that? They're dedicating it to my grandmother or something? Why would all those different people, if those were the people there then when they were created, why would they be designing shit aligned to my star system? Orion's belt. The real Sagittarius constellation, actually, on Jupiter. Jupiter, Hakupta, Egypt. descendants of Jupiter. A black guy. I'm pretty sure of this. Osiris is a black god. Yeah, Isis is too. Tell them to stop fucking playing with us. So, black gods dedicated to temples, allegedly, or power sources, aligned to Osiris. Nobody should even know about that unless they're a descendant of Isis. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mason. All right, then. So if all the pyramids are aligned to Osiris, Orion's belt, the three kings, a son of a god, Osiris, in a Last Supper in a pyramid, Osiris, a descendant of the people out of Genesis, the genes of Isis, a whole book about Judeans and Chaldeans, star people. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. That's fucking nuts. Just tell me if I'm lying. The devil a damn liar. That shit right there I just said is common sense. Don't forget, if it all comes from Egypt, the Bible is about Egypt. The Christians stole the Bible from Egypt. What the fuck are they talking about, Shogun? Like, what really the fuck are they talking about? Well, the Bible, man, the commandments just come from Egypt. The whole book is about Egyptians. Like, why are these people so retarded, bro? Did Israel not leave Egypt? Did Abraham not leave Egypt? Did you notice, like, chapters apart, bloodlines apart, they still around Egypt? Did anyone catch that? Jesus' Last Supper is in the Egyptian pyramid, I guess. Abraham and Sarah was around Egypt. The children of Israel was around Egypt. Egypt. They stole the Bible from the Egyptian thing. The niggas in the Bible are Egyptians. What the fuck you mean they stole something? How the fuck would they steal something from where they're from, nigga? They sampled themselves? Like, come on, do the science. Not only that, they're the Egyptians that won. That's why you don't know the bloodline of anybody else from fucking Egypt, now do you? The Bible is the bloodline of any Egyptians that are here today. There ain't no other book about the bloodline of anybody out of Egypt but us. Till this day. My father's name is on that book, King James, a book about Egyptians in ancient America, Egypt, Hakupta. The fuck else would be here, nigga? What the fuck? Can we be anything? That's what my problem is. This ain't a fiat problem. This is a competency problem. They can't fix that shit. None of that shit is hidden. It just doesn't cross their mind. I know. Niggas just be saying shit. They talk documentary, that's the language. They're from ancient autistic retards. Shogun's a SMH. Sauron, another double hidden meaning. Orion plus Osiris, yes. But then they're probably just talking about the mixes of their kids. Again, Pluto, Plutarch, they're related. Michael, Miraculous, they're related. Jupiter, Zeus, they're related. Jesus, Isa, they're related. Justice, Libra, they're related. It's all the same concept. Isis, male version, Isa. It's right there, guys. Isis is the feminine, Isa is the masculine. Libra is the feminine, Jesus is the masculine. Liberty and justice for all. The flag with fringes on it. Don't miss it. More Islam. Mohammedan, Jerusalem. It's like we kept mixing Israel and Ishmael. Jesus Christ. The Quran gives you all the magical shit. Christos. The Bible gives you all the bloodline and law shit. How you keep fucking up with angels. I could have sworn Isa's in their Quran. Why would a book about ISIS have Isa in it? And they really call themselves scholars on some common sense shit like that. If they only fucking knew English, huh? Isa, Eshu, Isis, Osiris. You notice a theme emerging. Yeah, nigga, they're Egyptians. All of them. And if Egypt was flooded and these people are being written about from Egypt, who are they? The survivors of the flood of Egypt. Which flood? Fuck if I know. You got the leaving captivity flood. You got the flood of the giants flood. You got Deucalion's flood. You got the mud flood. Either one you do it. The flood. The record of the flood. Start with Egyptians. Now, what's the most exhaustive record of a flood about anything anywhere besides that fucking Bible from Egyptians? Are they stupid? That Bible was written by Egyptians because the people in that Bible come from Egypt. Like a nationality. You see how that's fucking you up? You see how you can be a United States citizen, but it don't tell you what color you are? It also don't tell you what nationality you have either. Can you fucking imagine that people come here with nationalities and become citizens? Can you fucking imagine? Citizen applies to their privileges. Nationality talks about where their grandma live. You see how it's apples and dogs? Be fucking people up. Now do the same thing. All these Egyptians become Israel. These motherfuckers go look at the map and get fucking confused. Motherfucker. They're Egyptians. They're Israelites because they're the Egyptian Jacob's kids. Israel. So whoever Jacob was in his neighborhood in Egypt, and all the people there, and they started fucking for years and years after, those are Israelites. But the story goes back to how his grandfather was stomping around in Egypt. So much so, his cousin, with all of Hagar's grandkids, who are clearly Egyptians. So, at the very least, the king of Israel and the king of Judah's grandfather was fucking Egyptians. What kind of fucking kid you think that is? The whole fucking book is about Egyptians. You can make the case that the Mohammedan Quran, Ishmael, Hagar side of things is more Egyptian-like. What's older, Arabia or Egypt? What's older, Tartaria or Egypt? What's older, America or Egypt? America is Egypt. Is we never renamed it. They have jurisdiction over the United States. Motherfucker, I'm in Egypt. Where that at? That's why New Jerusalem is in Egypt. Literally. It's in the Bible that God promised he'd do that. Give us the land of our ancestors. We only weren't there because of captivity and slavery. We back. Hey, how y'all doing? Shit, it's been rough, Hebrew. (1611). Those Hebrews returned to Egypt. Finally. Hebrews are Afro-Asiatics. Khans and shit. My grandfather, Hakata Khan, John Smith. Literally. I come from America, Egypt. That's why Mur is in the middle. Pyramid. So an American is a pyramid builder. So the land properly belongs to the Moorish people and their Indian associates. Mound builders. They always try to downgrade our science. Have you noticed something? Because if they told you a mound is nothing but a corroded pyramid, then you'd be like, no, these are the pyramid builders in America, the land of pyramids. More. In Egyptian, MR is pyramid. No vowels. You add vowels to it. More. A pedigree. You're describing a pedigree of people who designed the pyramids. Math, science, stars. It's not just building. It's aligning it to the stars, my nigga. You know, the shit that be moving. So even when it's aligned to those stars, you can kind of tell if you go backwards around what date or epoch they were in when they built them. You don't need to carbon date shit. I guess you need to believe in astrology. Fucking idiots. I know. Since religion is nothing but called what? Astro-theosophy, about the god of the sun. Son of God. God of the sun. So much so you go into the Bible and Google it. Type in sun, S-U-N, for the Son of Righteousness will return. Look it up. It'll be S-U-N, right? A book about the sun. Biblios is a book about the sun. But in that chapter, the Son of Righteousness will return with healing on its wings. An angel. So the sons of God are angels. Is that not what's in our book? A book about the Son of God, written by sons of God. Very specific type of Egyptian. The gods of Egypt. Not the people with the religion about us. Religion for us? These niggas retarded. They made a religion out of our family, nigga. But who is they? They weren't there either. The genes of Isis, the goddess of Egypt, that's her family. They're giants first. Honey, we shrunk the kids. All right. Ain't that what's on their pyramids? All right. Okay. That's in the Sumerian shit too. That's in the other shit too. It's always giants making little people. Have you noticed it yet? And the giants got purses and technology and all kind of cool shit. And fully connected beards. Show me an African god like that. So you see how unimportant it is for Egypt to be in Africa, because no matter what you say about what Egypt is, none of the gods are Africans. Correct? Because why would a god be from the place? But you understand that all their gods, especially the main one, Isis, Osiris, Orion, Heru-Khan, that's an interesting one for a god of Egypt. Since the Bible is stealing from Egyptians, and the god of Egypt happens to be Heru, and that's whose feathers in my fucking head. He's the equivalent of Jesus again. And then again, and then again, and no matter what language you spin it in, again, and then no matter what region you put it in, again. That character is always going to be what? A Nephilim. Half something from upstairs, half something from downstairs. Tell me I'm fucking lying. Because how else could he save you if he wasn't related? but he gets to go to heaven. How's that even possible? Unless he's related. What did he say? What did Heru say? What did any of them say that are children of God? Did Hercules ever make it back to Mount Olympus? I'm pretty sure he fucking did. I'm pretty sure God of War and all kinds of shit just kept reminding us of that. When Kratos goes fighting gods, they're humans, are they not? Some of them are gigantic giants. You know, when you're dealing with Mount Olympus, they're all around his size. And Kratos is a giant compared to his people. The whole game about it, right? Voiced by a black guy, wasn't it? The dude from Living Single. The one that Maxine was fucking with. That's Kratos, right? The God of War. Y'all should play those first three. They're telling you something. The story about Egypt. I could have sworn Kratos was reincarnated. He was going through a Job trial. Wasn't he? He was wrestling Quetzalcoatl or angels and shit on a ladder. Won't he? Then he had to fight Zeus at the end of God of War 3. He had to fight his great granddaddy, I guess. What a mess. But who won? Jupiter versus Saturn. Who won? Hercules versus Zeus. Who won? So in all the Pantheon stories, the son beats the father. We're the children of him. Then you stack it up. Why we don't give a fuck, usually. Our Father, thou art in heaven, holy be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day, he's talking to a bunch of Jews, our daily bread, and forgive us of our trespasses, as we forgive those who have trespassed against us. What does trespassing mean? You're on the premises or somewhere you don't belong. This guy is in the middle of where the fuck he is, talking about forgive the trespassers, because he's under occupation. Forgive me of my trespasses, and forgive those who have trespassed against us. He's talking to Jews in captivity. He's forgiven everybody else already in that prayer, ain't he? But who he talking to? If the Lord's prayer, if El's prayer, if the Son of God's prayer is, forgive me of my trespasses, as we forgive those who have trespassed against us. He's talking about his colonizers, right? So what do they need to believe in? If Jesus already forgave them by default. It's crazy that we can remember words and recite them, but now we understand most people don't know how to read. Forgive me of my trespasses, as I forgive those who have trespassed against us. He's talking to Judeans who are in captivity. Not kidnapped, not thrown into slavery, not sent on ships across anywhere. They're colonized by Romans, alleged. Because they're going to tell you a Roman history and make you think they're talking about them. No, Romans is backwards. Angels read backwards. Amora, Moors. Egyptians. Because previously, they got away from them. They caught up to them. Back in captivity. Now, do you understand why the Old Testament, where they got away from them niggas, and then the New Testament is about getting away from them same niggas again? every Egyptian ain't an Israelite. Because every Egyptian ain't related to who? Jacob. Is it clicking? That book is super specific? In a land full of Egyptians? Remember, Joseph had brothers. His brothers put him into a pit. His brothers, not strangers, not white people, not foreigners, other Egyptians. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego put into a fiery pit by other Egyptians. Moses, let my people go. Hebrews traveled across the waters, I guess. But they're in captivity with a pharaoh of Egypt. Where are they in captivity at? In Egypt. Let my people go. Split a sea somewhere around this bitch. Nevada, is that you, player? La Playa. I don't know. But wherever the fuck it was, they got on the other side of some shit. The fuck? The fuck is going on down here, bro? That whole book about Egypt. With feathers, arrows, and everything I be having on, nigga. Is it not written? The God will put you under his wings, his feathers. They got the nerve to say, yo, that story about Quetzalcoatl is eerily familiar to the Bible. Really? American Egyptians have a very similar thing in a different language or deflection that resembles a book about Egyptians. Can you fucking imagine? I wonder if they came back and forth from Africa, but then they fucking tell you the Egyptians ain't fucking Africans. Make up your mind, bitch. That's what I'm saying. They don't even know what does believe mean? They don't even know what to believe yet. If someone presented that to you and says, do you believe? You ain't gonna actually believe what? That a son of God was a son of God? That's a given. That's a given. Based on everything he was doing compared to the people I see today, it ain't shit to believe. Like, he's something different. Shit. And we in a paradigm of people being different? Yeah, he one of them. But we in captivity, player. What's like, how I gonna pay my rent tomorrow? Oh, you one of them? They coming down to save us? On Judas. Was that not his agenda? An Egyptian trying to get out of captivity? Israelites are Egyptians. They're not Israelites as a nationality or a state, bitch. They're Israelites because they're Israel. A person, a bloodline. That bloodline is Egyptian. Jacob is an Egyptian bloodline. All my friends, all my thugs and they women. And the Indian associates. Everybody else around us who ain't related to my daddy. No incest, nigga. Like, what the fuck? A book stolen from Egypt. Genes of ISIS. You only get that concept because you associate it with white people. Connotative linguistics is a bitch, ain't it? The whole fucked up thing with the filter of any of that is just simply non-Egyptians. Can you fucking imagine how everything else is too? Including the word Jew. So if they're not Jews, why are they that fucking evil if Jews were evil? How did they become evil and keep up the trope of evil Jewish Jews moving around and all this other shit that they attribute to Jewish and they attribute themselves to Jews in the Bible, but they're not us. But they still have fucking evil, usury and everything. Well, that cannot be us. That's their shit. That's called Jewish. Bitch, I'm not Jewish. I'm Judah. I'm born in New Jerusalem. I, descendant of Jesus, was born in New Jerusalem. Just like the Bible said I would be. These motherfuckers retarded, bro. On John Smith 13, they retarded. A book about genetics talking about someone in the gene line gonna come back. Of course I would come back. My daddies be fucking. You think we miss? You think the people that plotted stars, gave you math, algebra, and everything else, and language, you think they missed when it came to predictions about their damn genes? You think that's where they miss? They don't miss when building pyramids. They don't miss when mapping stars. They don't miss when giving you algebra in your fucking language you're speaking. But they miss when it came to like, yo, one day we're gonna have a generation of y'all niggas and this shit's over. He said, I'm gonna bring back everybody. The same guy that rose from the dead, Lazarus too. Don't miss it. Jesus ain't the only one. Jesus brought his cousin back. You remember that story? Strange story. If you only believe in him because of resurrection, where's the religion for Lazarus? He a Jew too. It's Jesus' cousin. What about John the Baptist? I could have sworn he went to Jesus and said, you supposed to baptize me, nigga. What the fuck? All three of them are Jews. Lazarus rose from the dead too, nigga. John, that was vicious. They could have said off. That's the type of shit you do to witches. That's why you hanging niggas. So they can't come back. You didn't think the way they killed us was brutal? A bullet wouldn't have worked? Why do they gotta burn and hang us? That's the only type of shit you do to witches. Correct me if I'm wrong. The evil history of recent white people since the camera has been hanging and eating niggas. Why would you have to do that? Where did they get that concept from? Burning crosses. Where did they get that concept from? Carlos V had a cross. Mama Inga had a cross. Prester John had a cross. All of us had crosses. Yeah. Shit tough. Shit tough. So I'm looking in the sky and shit, waiting for some magical shit to happen. Listening to white people. The whole time they were just talking about, nah, nigga, we be fucking. Y'all be alright. I'm the 13th generation. L. That's why they can make that prediction. It happens every 400 years. 13 generations. If everyone lives proportionately. In these vessels. The ones they're writing about in that book. Genetics. Old blood, new wineskins. Do the science one more time. What's new about the wineskin? Why would that even be a parable for Jesus to say? Why would he be talking about wineskins if the blood is old? That means the body changed. Do the science. He said you couldn't resurrect with an old wineskin. You'd resurrect in a new wineskin. Different frame. A whole book about reincarnation. Stolen from Egypt. Land of the dead. I know that's right. Oh my God. Grandfather. He's the king of the dead. I know that's right. That's what Archangel Michael is. That's what Oya, based on Isis, is. The queen of the dead and the king of the dead. Google it real quick. Archangel Michael from heaven is the king of the dead. Jesus got the keys to death. Do it again. Do it one more time. Archangel Michael, king of the dead. Jesus got the keys to death. So Archangel Michael has all the kingdoms of the dead. Jesus got the keys to those. Let's do that one more time. Mercury, king of the dead. Miraculous has the kings to death. Like father, like son, or maybe it's an angel and a human in one. Temujin. Fusion dance. Do the science, please. Spare me the gory details of beliefs. That's what these words mean. Everybody's not attached to an archangel. Everyone's not. How do we do it? Everyone's gene code isn't quantum entangled to archangels. That's why he told you not to corrupt your image. That's why he told you to not do certain things on Leviticus. They're trying to make sure you didn't change your gene expression out of service. Don't worry about it. It'll fix itself in about 400 years because that's how dominant works. Mandel's law. So keeping you in captivity delays the inevitable. Oh my God. They can only hold us 400 years at a time. But these fuckers didn't hold us for 400 years yet. Too late. We already here, bitch. We back already. They stupid. They're stupid. This is a generation of angel kids. Generation Y. Y equals mx plus b. Excellency. The royals are angels. We are angels. I am an angel. Genetics. That's why I don't get sick and all those other things easily. My blood is different. That's why I can heal fast. That's why I can lose weight by thinking about it and do all kinds of weird shit to myself. Mm-hmm. That's why the UAPs pull up and say, hey, what's up? Hello. I think I'll figure it out eventually. I don't fucking know. They don't leave me alone. That's why the fucking Falcons and the damn niggas pull up on me. Shit. I mean, the only thing in anybody's lore, European or American, is like, oh no, the people who do all these things, oh no, they one of them niggas. I got picked. I got drafted at the very least. But I know they didn't draft me because I'm their grandkid. They be adopting everybody for some shit. Trust me, I ain't that special in that regard. I know I'm not by myself. I want to go nowhere by myself. See, the weird thing about me in this story is that I'm not any of them. I'm their son. So if I code switch for you real quick, what it'd be equivalent to is that Jupiter is my great-grandfather. Mercury, the one you got to worry about. Mars is his brother. Cain and Abel type shit. Huh? Earth. Wasn't one of the brothers buried in the earth? All right then. So one of those planets failed, but we still brought its genetics with us. Arc shit. Mercury and Mars kids are here. They're brothers anyway. So half of them would just be at their uncle's house. All that means is, that ain't your fucking remote, nigga. Chill. That's all that means. There's Martian Moors here, the dark ones. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. We're not on Mars though. Mars is here. No one in Atlantis said Mars was the only thing here since Mars and them left somewhere else to go somewhere else. Go forth and replenish, nigga. That means something else was here before. 1 + 2, 3 or 4 more. I don't fucking know. Doesn't matter. We're not writing about anybody else anyway. That's what I'm trying to say. Fundamentally, the problem is they turned who we are into a religion while at the same time oppressing and suppressing us. So my problem is deeper than the connotative social layer. I'm talking about the people whose brilliant idea that was to say fuck us in such a perverse way and spread it across the globe. But it's like, I haven't read the letters of where it was like fuck us for in the first place. Are they gonna turn around and say that's what they believe in and dress in fancy robes and pray to my grandfather? What the fuck is going on here? They'll use my grandfather's language, John. They're going to talk about killing my grandfather, Genghis Khan, and he came back. He got out of the cave. Even Genghis Khan has the same story. Could you fucking imagine, Hebrew? And then, that's my dad, that's my dad. What's my other daddy in that story they to be lying about? Anything they talking about Zeus, that's Jupiter. Cut it out. That's Mercury's daddy. A son of a god would be a god, so don't get confused. Now you start to see, like, when you see the name of God, when they translate it from Hebrew, there's a whole bunch of different names. Sons of God, plural. Elohim, plural. They're gods. Like father, like son. I'm a Smith, like my dad is. I didn't get a new last name. I didn't get new blood either. Because my mother had the same blood. Carlos and John. I'm the same thing twice. Absolutely. 13 generations. It happens like that. It's not random. It's probability. That's what they get for keeping us in captivity. They're fucking stupid. So I'm still trying to figure out, why are they trying to stop the firstborns of angels? What's going on down here? Why do they want to kill us? Why do they want our blood for? What are they trying to do exactly? That's what I gotta figure out. That ain't for everybody else. I know. It's crazy enough. But I couldn't make it up if I wanted to. That's what L's are. That's what divines are. The vessels that hold angels. Our sandcastles are hybrids, not the flame itself. Temujin. L. It's like there's a flame inside. Solomon. Exhaustive literature about Solomon and the jinn. Exhaustive. They ain't figure it out because again they weren't minding my daddy's business. So Jesus tells you when, or even the Bible, it says you when the temple is when man and God is connected. That's the temple. Like the temple that you always hear about, like the temple, is when God and man are aligned. So when they talk about Solomon's temple, is when he was aligned with what's inside. And he was obsessed with building a temple. Pause the tape. The same guy obsessed with building a temple wrote a love song about his favorite bitch. The temple he was trying to build was their kid. A nigga from a book about genetics and fucking. Land of milk and honey. Cut it out. They make everything gay. It makes so much more sense, right? From the horse's mouth. I play a game of telephone with myself. For here on out, I guess. This shit sucks. They want to start this shit when a nigga 40 years old. On the Quran, I guess. If I'm racing my grandfather, they say I got 23 more years to go before it's done. Google it for me. Google, at what age, approximately how old was Muhammad when he received his first revelation, and how old was he when he received the last? Keep in mind, his revelations was presented to him by Gabriel. From the Bible, right? Same one talked to Daniel and everybody else as a Jew? Gabriel talking to someone else? Or Muhammad Khan? So if Gabriel talks to Jews, and Jews are Afro-Asiatics, and Afro-Asiatics are Khans, then the Muhammad of the Quran must be a Khan. He must be Muhammad Khan the Conqueror. Because Conqueror comes from Khan. Conquistador and them other little niggas. We're conquerors, they're conquistadors. Okay? A book about a man who couldn't read or write or do math yet, visited by an angel, and started doing quantum algebra. like I am. I'll tell you what a player told me. Angels don't take vows or oath. Angels read backwards. Angels use slashes. What else? Angels read backwards was important. Angels don't take vows or oaths. Have multiple layers and meaning set. So the vowels itself, A-E-I-O-U, you don't use vowels. Or Foley, basically. It was like 5 different rules about angels that only applies to reading English. She taught me how to read. I was illiterate. And the first thing I did, if you were there in February, is I did 6 a.m. school for math. That's the story of Muhammad in the Quran. Yeah. Genghis Khan. Muhammad Khan. Now, when you see in America, there's a letter to Sidi Muhammad. That's his kid. Muhammad of the Quran owns America. Sidi Muhammad owns America because Muhammad Khan conquered Egypt. That same conqueror is Genghis. I am Sidi Muhammad IV. My grandfather was Sidi Muhammad III. Benjamin Banneker was Sidi Muhammad II. Mm-hmm. Real life. That's the only reason why I know it's in the Quran. My granddaddy in the Quran. Now check. How many of the prophets in the Quran are Israelites? Oh my God. Can you believe it's not a fucking religion? It's about the same niggas. Classical Arabic. Arabs. Moors. Man, that motherfucker had kids, boy. Y'all don't listen to shit. You gotta honor your mothers and fathers somehow, bitch. Why not write a book about how you got here? It's just crazy that both books are talking about Isa. Why is that important? Oh no. To me, he wasn't a god. He was just a prophet. All the niggas in your book are prophets, just like all the niggas in our book are prophets. Meanwhile, that's a bloodline of who? Judah. So how can you be Muslim and not know who Judah is? How are Muslims and Jewish people beefing? Because both of them niggas ain't minding their business. They ain't no beef with us. We're the same fucking people. We're Khans, nigga. In the Quran, they call us what? Sabateans. People of the book. Sabians. Saba. Sheba. There it is, Solomon. Oh. See how easy this is? The Bible is up to Solomon and David. The Quran is after Sheba. It's linear. So isn't it crazy that the Quran is before the New Testament, but the Quran already has Jesus? Don't miss that, please. Jesus is in the Quran. Jesus is not in the Bible. I have the Bible, Septuagint, Torah, Tanakh. He's a Jew. That would be his book, if any. Is it not written? There's no New Testament in the New Testament. Understand everything. Those are just 4 accounts of him walking around somewhere specific outside of Galilee. Very important, nonetheless. It proves reincarnation, at the least. And then they added some other shit. Even one of his sons, John, has a thing. It's called Revelations, by the way. But anyway, okay, Hakata, my grandfather, since it's his Bible, right? All right, anyway. But then the Quran, brother, cousin, whoever, picks up after Sheba. Sabbateans. Sabbath. Saturday. That's very Jew-like. Especially if you got a baby with a Jew boy. Oh my God, if niggas knew how to read, right? Temujin, baby. He half Chaldean. The Timu part is where the Quran takes place. Isn't that right, China, Russia, Tartaria? Where Aladdin takes place. Where the blue genie, Solomon's flame, is in a bronze lamp. A temple, if you will, for man. I could have fucking sworn that's what that is. Easy. That's because that story is real. I learned that from Gabrielle. That's a woman. hmm I think she's the UFO that visited me in 2015. I think she's the manta ray. Because manta rays are feminine. She had a belly, a core, full of lightning, plasma. It's a feminine ship. That's why I told you it's the most beautiful to this day. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen with my eyes, ever. And it's so fucking sad that I know, well, I assume then in that timeline of what the fuck, that would be such a rare encounter to see one, let alone so close. And then for it to be so fucking beautiful and phenomenal. And like, what are the chances that I'll ever see some shit like that again? Like that type shit. Like she's that fucking beautiful. Intimidating as fuck. That whole fear of God thing, well, if they were seeing anything in that genre of whatever the fuck, because we're saying technology because we're looking at white people connotatively. I'm gonna tell you like a real player told me. Technology is what we call what we build. I wouldn't insult them and call that technology. No, it's not. It's organic as fuck too. It's it's upsetting because of our paradigm, but ultimately it's not. Why not? Why could it not be both? Why could it not both be organic or biological and also integrated with a technological expression, which is all we're trying to do anyway, right? It's like we're trying to reverse engineer doing the same fucking thing. Cyberpunk, cyborgs, like ultimately you're gonna try to bridge the gap, white boy. All I'm saying to the white boy out there, they already did. You're not dealing with an army or military or a space force of UAPs of lights. No, I'm gonna tell you something much more interesting than that is the one that I seen in real life, hand to the Bible and everybody else's, since my ancestors wrote them. In real life, I seen it. Fucking nigga talking about crazy out here. I seen something that should never fucking exist. Nowadays, finally, it's happened to me right in front of my face, and I just cannot hide it. CC Pennison. These days, now people can kind of like see references, and it's much more real. Mind you, I seen it before that. It happened to me right in front of my fucking face. When everybody in the hood and everybody else on the internet be like, nah, that's crazy, nah, there's no such thing, science, NASA. So I've been on my own spectrum of bullshit since that, honestly. To me, I mean, fundamentally, outside of it being ancestral, the Bible wouldn't, the limiting word model that most people have faith, religion, Christianity, all, in the beautiful parts of it, I mean, the limitation is that worldview subtracts the fact of that shit I seen in 2015. It doesn't naturally fit into any of it because, science and a religion kind of divorce the fact that there's another form of something, 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 something already here. And if we're using linear advanced technology based thinking for humans, whatever ladder we're on, it don't lead to that. The best of their scientists on this map will never, ever ever get on that level, ho, that's how different it is. It's not an insult. It's just once you see it for yourself, you're like, nah. Like you shake. Like you're like, nah, that ain't. I'm trying to understand it now. I don't understand how you can even build it. I don't. I don't understand nothing about that. I'll be honest with y'all. Fuck all that other shit, all that angel shit, and all my bloodline, and all my cool little gifts, and all of our friends and associates that got some too. Human shit. This ain't human, bitch. They're not human. They're not human. They're not. I'm afraid to tell them because of law of correspondence. You can't compare them horizontally to us, especially if they created us. But we trust the fact that the ancestors said, the Elohim said, let us, plural, create man in our image. Those are angels, sons of God, Elohim. Ain't that the story of Enoch? The sons of God came down here and started making men in their images. So there is no argument. They just don't know how to read yet. So the Elohim of angels came down here and said, let us make men in our image. And they did. They did, and they got punished for doing that too. That's why Genesis continues. It skips that, so you read Enoch, because you know it's like a footnote, but you got to read it. You got to expand that shit. And then go back to Genesis and go, oh shit, now I understand the flood. I don't know Adam and Eve shit. But the crazy thing about Noah, he already redeemed the sin of the garden, if they read the shit. So you wouldn't need a Jesus. So stop fucking playing with us. They dumbass will sit here and talk about Christianity and church and talk about, well, man's in the sin because of Adam and then Eve and disobeyed and the garden and da 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 da. Bitch, those were giants. Noah already resolved that after God flooded the whole fucking world, and then the symbol, the rainbow, became the covenant. He had already got Adam and Eve in the original sin out of the equation if you're trying to live life spiritually linearly. They just don't know how to read, bro. Turn to Genesis 3. Now go over to Philippians. And like, nigga, you in the Old Testament, in the New Testament. Cut it out. That practice is called exegesis. I don't have a problem with exegesis. I think you can teach so many things with the Bible, especially since it's Rama, Mana, a living word. Yeah. Because it's called the truth. Anyway, and there's good math behind it, proof. So, no. That's a hat trick because it's obvious when it's the truth to begin with. Universal law shit. Even when they try to manipulate the equations, if you know algebra, you can solve for shit. It'll make sense eventually. So that's what they mean. They read it mathematically correct, nigga. So on top of that, that's not impressive to them though. Keep that in mind. We didn't have so much resistance. So imagine if whatever taught us that. In our own book. Hold on. The people that everyone's jocking and stealing and killing and doing all the weird shit with, in the book that we talk about, the one we wrote about us and our ancestors, you know what they said? We ain't got shit. We ain't got shit without them. Correct me if I'm wrong. We ain't got shit on them. Nobody army on this motherfucker, wherever it is, what version it is. What's consistent with us? I already fucking told these niggas. You don't want smoke with God's army. They come from over the hills, boy. Wheels, fire, chariots, Ezekiel. We don't go. We feel so great that one day we gonna go fight God's army. You never seen that in none of the books. The best you see is when God is absent or turned around, or whatever that concept is, even in the garden, right? They got away from God somehow, do everything. But whenever God is absent from the dancery, whether that's Michael, Mercury, or something greater, God eventually, if you understand anything about genetics. But whoever they were talking about, right? Whoever Adonai was out of the equation, whether that was Enki or Enlil, whichever brother it was, the one that made them, their daddy. Um, when he ain't looking, they act the fuck up every fucking time. Every fucking time. When they're not looking, it's like that fucking Boo, Castle, and Mario Brothers. When you look at his ass, frozen. But as soon as you start running away from that nigga, it moves and shit. That's us. That's our relationship. Cool fucking story. But dynamic wise, that's the worst we can do to it. Nowhere in our fucking crazy, narcissistic, psychopathic minds, at worst, do we ever have the idea that we could beat them. I just want to put that out there. To all the people who want to fuck with this and think they fucking with them, you can't beat us on a great day. So imagine if we go, no thanks. All the kings, all the emperors, no thanks. Tell me I'm lying. In our book that we wrote about our family, we are always referring to them for help with you niggas. In all the variations there ever was. We go, enough is enough. We start summoning shit that appears. Have you ever played Final Fantasy before? Yeah, buddy. Anima. That's us. That's the difference between a magician, a witch, and a sorcerer. A sorcerer can manifest stuff. A sorcerer can split an ocean and make a bridge across the bitch. A sorcerer could walk on water. A magician is like, oh, I can hide this shit from you real fast. I'm clever enough. A witch can be like, oh, I can get in touch with some of the natural magnetism and get it to act up a little bit. A sorcerer goes, nah, open these skies up real quick and turn this shit into dust. And it did on Atlantis. Ain't that the story, bitch? So the people who survived that was us. And then we tell you again in Genesis that the sons of God came down and leveled out Babel, bitch. Hold on, one more time. We run this shit back. Fresh out the garden into the fire, right? So time had went by, obviously. Or it's a different cast of characters. It's Adam and Eve later, Abraham and Sarah, Otto the First, Carlos the Fifth, Carlos the 21st. So eventually, maybe there's other people in the story. You know how it is with 12 tribes of other niggas, but let's just hold on. You know what? It'd be better if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Let me fucking see. Let me fucking see if I can just pull a random card in Genesis and find it for you. It'll blow your fucking mind. It blew my mind once I learned how to read again. Genesis. This is the book on the generation of humans. Genesis 5. It goes very specifically. Now let me tell you about the humans. This is the book, Genesis 5. This is the book, Genesis 5. This is the book, not the whole Genesis, just Genesis 5. Remember, they weren't doing MLA format when we made this shit up. So keep that in mind. The writer's going, this right here is the book. Someone else said that's chapter 5. Keep that in mind. 5. This is the book of the generation of humans. What's the difference? Well, God wasn't creating humans. Who said Adam and Eve were humans? Was the book about humans? So Adam and Eve being the father of what we are, down to Noah. Made a promise with Noah because of Adam and Eve. So Noah's a giant. Eventually, out of Shem, we get to somebody else, and him, them, and Abraham, and all everyone else in between us. Somehow, I need you to understand, if you read this book, the book is not written by humans, but there's humans in it. Angels came down to fuck humans. Enoch, yeah. So the book is not by humans, about humans in it. Because why the fucking humans would know the damn angel business? Do the science, really quick. They didn't make this up. It's not a fantasy novel, so there's no like, the writer could be both sides of it. No. This is a reference. These niggas are being serious. That's another way of saying it. They weren't being cute and clamorous when they wrote this. They're being serious. Now, connotative linguistics. We don't know what that means today. we don't know outside of the fact that they're fucking giants, and we're digging up dead giants. That's what our mounds are for. So them denying it is them lying, but that doesn't make giants unreal. They are, and were, quite clear. But what I'm saying is, the people who gave humans language in everyone's story are the giants. So if this is the oldest book, and the sister of Tubal Cain, a giant, asked the Masons, Lamech said to his wives, another giant, these are the giants that survived the flood. So if giants survived the flood, what makes you think that Adam and Eve is no different? If giants are giants because of their reference to angels, and those same angels are making Adam and Eve in their image. Yeah, I know. It be fucking people up because they get caught up in the human part of the story. But the genes of Isis, a god, isn't about humans then, is it? She put Osiris' dick back together to make humans? How's that work with a god? That's weird. That's a weird fucking story. And the sons of God are angels, so God is God an angel? Angel is an angle of the sun? Sun god. God so God is like the sun itself? Biblios? Helios? Is that what that means? Kind of literal. Okay, so God is like the big daddy angel. Planet-sized star or fucking whatever the biggest Star Trek reference we have. He up there somewhere. Fuck a Death Star. I mean, like, daddy up there somewhere. But then you zoom in onto this moon. So let's talk about humans. He made them male and female, Adam and Eve, then Seth, then Kenan. All right. And God said to Noah, wait, they skip around. Enoch is referenced there too. Angels fucking on bitches. You gotta go to the book of Enoch, but it's in chapter 5 when they start crossbreeding. And Jared, no. Let's go back. Enoch. In all the days, there it goes. Seth lived for 205 years, and he fathered Enoch. And after he fathered Enoch, Seth lived 707 years. That nigga lived a long time. He must not be a fucking human. And he fathered sons and daughters. And all of the days of Seth were 912. 9, 1, 2. 13, right? Or 12. Okay. Enoch lived 190 years. He lived 117, 15 years. One of them is fucking on angels. Hold on, find out who it is. And, oh, Enoch is a grandfather of Enoch. Okay. So Enoch to Kenan, Kenan to Mahalalel, and then Jared. And then Jared lived 162 years, and he fathered Enoch. There we go. So the book of Enoch is 7 or more generations from post-garden activities. And they're only following that bloodline. They're not the only people here. That's why this book is important, the Genesis part, because it's telling you who's writing it. You got Jared, and then Methuselah, the oldest man ever. That your black grandmother makes a joke about that, because he lived to be 187, and then it was 969 years, 969, when he died. Like, oh, he the oldest man in the Bible. But they say that like it's just one oldest man in the Bible. No, he's the bloodline of the oldest people in the Bible. Lamech, it's the same bloodline. This is the bloodline of Cain, by the way. If you do the bloodline of Seth and bloodline of Abel, you see that they did something weird where all the names are the same. They're just stacked out of order. I think the brother Newell has tried to solve that, because these are not the real names of these people anyway. It's a reference to Khans, but without doing a Tartarian code switch, it's interesting that they're dead ass serious that these beings, these form of man, if you will, were created to live much longer than any of us. And the only thing that has changed us genetically is mixing with anything else, right? Now, these people that they're talking about are giants compared to us. You gotta get that right, because Egyptians didn't create little people until Egypt comes up. This is not happening in Egypt yet, that paradigm. Those big people that show up in Egypt is them. Now, check. The people who created them, giants, are the angels, Elohim. I can't imagine how big they actually are, or if they can be whatever the fuck they want to be because of the ship I seen.
That's why I'm not convinced that they're human. I'll say it like this, because I'm trying to code switch it to Star Trek or something that's more less romantic than how this Bible come across. What I'm trying to say is the thing that hybridized with this thing. So it's two problems. I need a whiteboard marker so fucking bad. The Elohim created a frame similar to this, just a bigger model, original. That's considered giant to us because we're the little people. That's problem number one. So in the taller frame, the Elohim created the Adam and Eve model, Otto and Edith. Today, if you look up their statue, they're giants compared to us. So that frame is created by something from another plane, if you will, of existence. Those things have a horizontal axis, way more than 12. Because I think the book of Enoch talks about hundreds that came down as that form. The Elohim horizontal axis, those sons, the males and the girls too, because we draw the damn girls in spaceships. Anyway, but in the story, the boys come down and like, damn, these bitches you made us bad. Let us take them and make them wives and have kids. And then they daddy come down and get pissed off, like, you niggas go upstairs. And they write it or they translate it like, oh, because if you from upstairs, you stay upstairs. God is so perfect and so awesome, you wouldn't want bitches up there. Wait, question. If they have only ever been upstairs, where's this idea to get bitches? And more important, why do they have the no-no parts to say, damn, these bitches are bad, as if it arouses them? So a whole bunch of boys, sons, brothers, cousins, just chilling upstairs, whatever that is, plane of existence, because they, within the Empire's army, and they can't have bitches? That's crazy, because they abandoned ship to have bitches. They abandoned whatever the reference of the translator is for heaven, right? Because mind you, that's the problem. The connotation of heaven is wrong in terms of how it would appear, like how this is. The idea in the church talks about heaven in a wonderful, beautiful way. No, we're talking about the people who wrote this shit. They know what the fuck going on in their head. We don't. So what I'm trying to convey to you after seeing the shit for myself is more like just another place. It could be a fucking spaceship for all I fucking know. It wouldn't fucking matter. Wherever they come down from, they're like, shit, I'd rather be around here with these bitches. I ain't going back. I ain't going nowhere else. He gonna lock me down here. That's the story of Atlas. These white people always turn everything evil on us. They said Atlas was punished, so he had to hold up the firmament. Atlas was awarded everything under it. Thus, he protected provider by default. What they're saying is Zeus, because this is the battle in heaven, right? That's the Greek Roman version of it, right? So there's a rebellion against Zeus or a rebellion against heaven and Jupiter and shit. And then like the kids who got punished for doing that shit. It's kind of like the fucking Sumerian story about Allah himself back then. And Anu had to come down and put the grandkids in check. You'll see it's the same horizontal story. But because the kid, so Anu was like, you got it. You know what I'll do? You like this old bullshit down here? You're in charge. Have fun. Inky, Enlil, Murdoch. Same story. Enlil like, no. Let's just start over. Let's flood it out and move on. Inky like, no, nigga. I kind of fuck with my son. He had to argue with his brother, Mercury and Mars shit. Cain and Abel shit. About not just starting over and terraforming somewhere else. Is that not the story of Inky and Enlil? How much Billy Carson do we need? Does he go there with it? Probably not, right? Probably fucking not. So, for comparison, one more time. The thing that created the vessel also has a horizontal class that wanted to fuck on the vessel. That's where this gets confusing. Because you could be created by those things and also not be related to them. One more time. This shit is making... The Elohim created this vessel. That's not speaking about the soul or the spirit that they put inside of it, and whatever that corresponds to without one. That's a different story. That's what they try to talk about heaven and other dimensions about. I don't know why. This story is scarier. In this story, this vessel is associated with something else, much more special, that created it. Amongst that class of vessels, some of them come down, and they be fucking on us. And that hybridization of this custom design mixed with their original genetics creates a third thing that's more like the original. So it's upgrading the handcrafted thing by presenting to it the gene codes of the actual thing. So let's make us man in our image is effectively describing cloning, but handcrafted cloning rather than reproduction. And then with the handcrafted clones, her brother show up on some asshole shit and start fucking on the clone project. And then whatever those genetics or those expressions custom made for us to be in this environment, that the original version, hence the junk DNA, that shit got activated in the clones and made them seem Hercules compared to the clone itself. So the clone, Adam and Eve, if you will, compared to the thing creating us, I mean, we're a clone compared to it. We're not a clone like a human clone. We're something that's not human cloned as a human. Jesus Christ, this is tough. But that thing can come down and impregnate it. Since Jesus is the Son of God, his Father is God itself. That's everybody else's story, just like that. Everybody else's. It's quite literal, if you will. You just have to describe which God it is. They don't give you the name. So Yahweh, Adonai. There's like 15 different names. You sure they're all the same? Since these books are not the same one linear book anyway. Wake their ass up. So the point, I'm gonna just get to the fucking point because it should make my head spin. The biggest point I want to outline here, that there's something similar to us that can make us. That does not mean that it itself has our limitations. I would not be surprised if angels are shapeshifters. Hebrews 13, be careful who you entertain, for you may be entertaining angels. Well, the thing that drives the angel, the jinn, the blue, the flame, the soul from heaven, that's a problem by itself. You're in a vessel. You're a soul from the kingdom in a earthen vessel. Kingdom of heaven's inside of you. But you're still at the limitations of this. And you all would still deal with the God above you either way. Because not all of you was one of his kids. Easy. That's how we start and stop this story and how most people understand it, no matter what religion or anything like that. It's like, oh, yeah, makes sense, yeah. Some everyone gonna look the same, but some people have a different daddy. And not just a different daddy, a different type of daddy. That's what be getting lost. Everybody daddy ain't one of those. Now, one of those ain't the only other those there is. And this is where the shit gets weird, because there's a lot of type of other people here. So it's quite possible that this clone vessel, whether it's the taller ones, and we're just a derivative of that, so it doesn't matter, we don't have to scale it, but the vessel itself that we all on the planet have, the fact that it's compatible with at least one other thing, the thing it created it itself, but then there's others, for you of your father, the devil. You got dragons, reptilians, Vril, Draco, all these rumors of other things. I know. You heard about dwarves and elves too. I know. You should do enough drugs. I know. You got that memory from somewhere. So there's a lot of stuff that can edit these vessels. So that's why the genetics was so important. Because what they're trying to keep track of is amongst these vessels, how do you know if it's one of these? So you can say circumcision, or you can say culture, or you can say features, or you can say skin color, up to a certain extent. But then when they started to crossbreed, when they start doing different things and evolution type of changes, then it's like, it's not that easy to see. But who's writing this? Angels. So who would be reading this? Target audience. Angels. So now when you think of it, you think of this book as unique for this experience. Like a tour guide. Like, oh, these people is this version of the Fuck These Bitches project. Oh, y'all. Oh, it's them. Yes. Michael's kids. Yeah, Him. Oh, this is Michael territory. Okay. We're speaking English, Angelish. Yeah, it quite literally is. Europa is Mercurial in Venetian. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Michael. Mm-hmm. Osiris. Mm-hmm. Michelangelo. Mm-hmm. Michael the Angel. Yeah. Archangel Michael. Mm-hmm. This is his. He and things can be here that belong to his brothers. But there's things here that belongs to other. So when people do the universal God thing, they're talking about the vessels or the thing that created them. Tough. That's way above my pay grade, bro. I can't even fucking fathom God at the ultimate part of this Russian egg. I can barely do 4 generations of it. It's already stressing me the fuck out. So imagine if I can get the Genghis Khan. Can you imagine if I can go 10,000 years back? I'll be pissed. Like, oh no. I need to go to China. You need to give me the rest of my granddaddy's stories back because I know it gets more magical, doesn't it? This will be dragons and fireballs and niggas flying through the clouds and shit. I could have sworn that's who fucking Genghis Khan's grandfathers is. So you see how different it is just in the time of the history about the same people themselves. So you get closer back to that shit. They're talking about there's everything else. The problem is we don't see that no more because it's as even or normalized. Now it expresses itself as different eyes and hairs and heights and skin colors. And then you go, oh, that's why the people who designed these vessels were pissed off. Nigga, we're going in a different direction. The fuck are you doing? Nigga, these, you know they're cross-compatible, right? You want to manifest somewhere retarded, nigga? Are you stupid? Some niggas think that shit funny. Now, if the people who created you know they reincarnate because they're telling you can reincarnate if you're related to them, you think they're really worried about fucking up somebody's genetic experiment, knowing that they don't rely on it to exist, period? See, I'm not talking about it as us and believers in church and humans and stuff. No, I'm talking about it as them. Like, do you think if they can create this shit from scratch, that they give a fuck? I'm talking about theoretically, they do give a fuck about us. But I'm just saying, if they didn't have to give a fuck, for whatever reason, maybe Inky, maybe Michael, but if it wasn't for him, if you will, God punished the angels he can catch. You know niggas? You think he caught all of us? Why Michael got kids? He ain't punished and he not. But then he had to lose his wings to come down here as a bear. Even he had a stepmommy. But he had kids if he came down here, buddy. Ain't that what all his fucking brothers did? See, now you're reading the Bible because Enoch referenced in the first fucking chapter about genetics. Now you're getting it. That's how important it is for these motherfuckers to mind their fucking business. Because this shit is really just about the angel kids. But it's not written for everybody else. Like Old Testament, I guess that's why they skip it so much. The Old Testament is between the angels themselves. Not the writer in our tribe people in Judah who wrote it and gave it to us. No. The narrative he's referencing, the oral tradition they're referencing, is not the writer itself. It's secondhand. It's about that. It's what's going on an angel, on a royal level. They're talking about genetics, bro. Not how to fucking... The same people who are just learning how to farm and fish in the New Testament cannot be the same fucking people talking about some flying craft, shape-shifting, angels, magic, splitting seas, giants, Sodom and Gomorrah, strange things from space, fucking turning pillars into salt, Ark of the Covenant, fucking genies, fucking flying carpets, souls, evil spirits, casting them out, and all that shit at the same goddamn time, bitch. These are 2 different classes of existence. That's what I'm trying to say. Humans inherited the timeline of hybrids, and that's what's fucking this up to explain. No. The King James Bible is about hybrids. Everybody ain't a hybrid with them. They know it. Homo erectus, Homo sapien. They're trying to say the same thing. They want to code switch the science on that shit. No, bitch, tell us what it means. That there's way more than one type of bipedal hominid down here. And they're not all the same thing. They're not even fucking related. And then you have us, who can crossbreed, who are. We're hybrids of hybrids. Those are hybrids too that don't exist no more. Why do white men think he gotta show up and kill everything? Maybe their genetics just couldn't reproduce no more. Look around in 2025 again. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. This is how we know they're cooked. Because look at all the other hominids that are cooked. Because they didn't follow the fucking rules. They think we just be saying shit, boy. You know what? Because they so fucking used to lying. They think everybody just like them. That we just be saying shit all the time. Nah, we gotta say shit just to say shit because we ain't got no goddamn money, bitch. That shit would change if we was lit. Anyway, so nah, we're competing. The only way we can actually. Anyway, so wonder who did that. But don't worry. Don't worry about none of that. This ain't that anyway. That's what I'm trying to say. They misinterpreted the Bible as something about humans. It's about hybrids and their creators and literally their fathers and shit. Weird story. That's what white people be trying to do right now in front of you. But I'll tell a person that about the Bible. I'm like, I don't know. Then why is the white boy trying to do it right now? Why is the white boy trying to do that right now? Swear to God. Cloning, making babies without women eggs, false incubators, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The same type of people who do all the pedophilia, all the human trafficking, and all the slavery. So what do you think you're going to do? What do you think in their craziest imagination, with a neural link attached to it, what do you think you're going to do with these people? Make a great civilization or just fuck them? They already do that with these MK Ultra girls. Now imagine if you can make some that are unaccounted for because they don't belong to the IP of living humans registered in the corporation who, kind of get mad and upset and can sue you for stealing their babies. Now imagine if you could just make your own, if you will, babies, but not from the sense of a family, but from the sense of human artificial. They already reclassified people with the mRNA as something else. Now imagine what they're going to classify these things that don't even have a fucking woman zygote or where the fuck it is at all. What would that species be called? Understand everything? And then they're going to try to fuck it. And upgrade its genes. They're doing that now, nigga. They're not doing CRISPR to save your life. They're doing CRISPR to do some new freaky frog shit. They're making something totally different. That's why they're like, fuck all you niggas. Their mind is not trying to preserve anything. They're not really conservative. They're putting all their money into the shit I just said to you. That's why they need all these data centers. Because they're not stopping at your fucking cell phone, bitch. We probably won't be able to afford it if. So what they're really talking about is they're trying to speed up the timeline in which what I'm describing is ready. They're way behind schedule, buddy. They ain't got the intelligence part right. They could probably do the bodies, but they probably die. Boys in Brazil, they've been cloning, baby. They just getting better at it. Tailor-made CRISPR shit. You know how it is. That's why Jewish people are responsible for all those twins being separated in hospitals. All the genetic experiments. They are obsessed with this shit. They're trying to reference their limited understanding of what I just described to you. They're trying to copy us in every dimension. But they keep misunderstanding everything, thus it comes out sloppy and shit, I know. But just think, where would they get such a silly fucking idea from? That you could take a piece of yourself, make something else, and then you get to fuck it. Niggas. These motherfuckers are doing this shit now, and they can't fix cancer, AIDS, or COVID. Imagine how far that shit's gonna go. So anyway, way behind schedule on that shit. But just let you know, that's what them boys over there was trying. Hmm? That's the Germans doing that. This is the Israeli, whatever the fuck, is doing the weird shit experiments on humans and all that and control and blah 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 blah. All the heady stuff. The Germans was like, nah, we need to perfect this breeding science without actually fucking bitches and taking time with it. Let's just start over or better, or we're the best, but we heard about these other Syrians that were better. Yeah, because you heard about giants, nigga. You're not giants. You heard about the giants. You're not giants. You heard about the people that live a long time. You're not those. You heard about a whole different species. But they can't accept that. Their background is something similar to Darwinism and evolution, which isn't correspondent, but you understand that those are two words that people throw around because they don't know the answer. I'm telling you the answer. That's a different species. That's why they're obsessed with the technology that they find in those burial grounds of those species. They're not people, because those people would be still around. They'd be mixed in. You wouldn't have to find their origin. You'd be like, where did they migrate and where are they now? Like, why aren't they not us? Since we think we're them, shut the fuck. You understand everything. I think they know they're clones. Hmm? Hmm? Ashkenazis have a hooked dongle on their thing. The problem is, what is an Ashkenazi for real? Are they calling the connotative thing Ashkenazi? Because if it's not, it has nothing to do with us or the Bible or Jewishness. But maybe they're calling themselves that. Do they themselves have the hooked dongle, or do Ashkenazis have the hooked dongle? I don't know. That's why connotative linguistics sucks. Are you being serious or are you playing? Well, if you're playing, you're talking about them. If you're being serious, you're talking about us. That's why you gotta be careful. Because it switches, because they hijacked it, hypothecated. They hypothecated it. So you can be reading about us and thinking about them. And you could be reading about them more than usual and then be applying it to my ancestors. I'm like, no, nigga, we didn't. They're not us. The fuck? That's what they be doing. That's what they daddy did. They just calling their daddy my daddy, namesake. They're not. They know they ain't related to me. They know who the fuck they stole it from. The fencers and everyone else don't. They don't know it's stolen, bro. they whisper about it. Did you know those are not the real Jews? Okay, stop. Then who is? I heard the African Americans are. You almost got it. The African part is where you keep fucking this up. We're not Africans, so drop African from who you heard it was. You heard it was African Americans. Cool. Drop Africa. We're not from Africa. You heard the Americans are. Yeah. You know, the black people. Mm-hmm. The Americans are black people. The copper-colored Indians. We're copper-colored, and you call us black people, so yeah. Connotative linguistics. So the black people who happen to be African American, uniquely not African somehow after 200 years, but everyone else is the same. But we're different. Okay, the different ones, the different Africans. Drop African, and you just left with American. You heard the Americans were the real Jews. You would be correct. You can get the America book, and it will tell you right there. They're trying to figure out that problem there as Christians. It's the Christians who demonize us using our book because they didn't understand something. They're comparing themselves to a different species again. Damn, homie. I don't like religions either. Especially since all of them are based on my grandfathers. Like, get it? Like, doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. It's the wrong problem. It's not about religion, believing in God or nothing. I believe in God no matter what you want to call it. No. This is about the Bible. The Bible itself, in itself, divorced from all of our other encounters and experiences as individuals. Just in itself, just what it is nothing about a religion. That's what's fucking this up.
They put synonyms on the shit. God, religion, Christianity, universe, everything, the all, the unknown, the subconscious, the superconscious, heaven, fifth dimension, 11th dimension, infinite dimension. Like, the Bible itself, though, guys, listen to me very fucking carefully. What it said is that the thing that created very similar vessels is compatible with those vessels. When those two things combined, it's similar to Captain Planet. Those vessels that created these vessels left the Captain Planets behind, along with the vessels. In between time, there's other projects with similar vessels that has a whole different thing. I don't know, Baal, Beelzebub, you of your father, the devil. You know, the devil always trying to copy God. Wow, cool fucking story, bitch. They would be horizontal to each other, wouldn't they? So they probably could create starfish. So okay, all right. So the devil got some starfish down there. Whatever that is, that's horizontal with God, man. I mean, if God got a heaven unseen and the devil got a hell unseen, I mean, all polarity, bitch. They're horizontals, at the very least. But what would be the difference between him being God of everything and him being the devil and that's your daddy? Connotative linguistics. They'd be like, no, God created the devil, like the characters that they are familiar with, without having a name for either. Nah, because God kicked Lucifer out of heaven, and Lucifer was God's number one left hand, right hand angel next to Michael. Lucifer is Venus. Michael is Mercury. Venus, the girl, left daddy's house because she didn't want to listen no more and bow down to Michael. Or however you imagine it. Adam, whoever the fuck. I haven't read that story in the Bible, but they got it from somewhere. They must have got it from Egypt. Oh my God. Gnostic. Same story. Same people. They're both written by Egyptians. Can you imagine? Could you fucking imagine the same people writing these damn stories about their damn family? Okay, so they're like fancy biographies. There's no other genre or reference yet, by the way. They were just writing whatever the fuck they could write, bitch. They weren't trying to sell books in the categories. They didn't have Amazon yet. Or maybe they did, shit. Egypt was wild. But for the sake of how we read it now, without any references to anybody else's, I would assume, because this bitch was flooded a few times, the fact that that book survived speaks to who survived with it. That's probably the only thing that really, really, really makes that book special, is that there ought to be so many for everybody else's. And I'm just talking about horizontally with angels. Yet, the angels referenced most in the book that survived everything, and then was, for whatever reason, all correspondent, multiplied so many times and referenced, is the ones about Mercury and Venus. Gabriel is Venetian. Michael is Mercury, Mercurial. That's the version of Egypt that survived a flood or deluge. We don't know that the floods that we experience here today is the deluge the people writing that Bible experienced the same. Remember, they didn't experience rain until Noah. So we don't know exactly if they're even talking about here or space. And I'm talking about the writers, the angels. Not the humans that experienced the flood here. I'm talking about who's talking to Enoch. They're not going through a flood. Their kids are. If you read the book of Enoch, God was like, you're going to have to sit here and watch your kids die. I tell you, people, these people don't read for real. They removed that book because they don't want to deal with all those questions that'll come out of that. Enoch, out of all the Apocrypha, makes Genesis, its reference point, clear. It's referenced again later, too. So it can't be Apocrypha if the book you put together references Enoch so many times. But whatever, right? Fuck their rules. They're humans. This book ain't written by humans, so how could they even choose? Agenda, propaganda. And then they blame that shit on us. Like that was our idea to be stupid. Impossible. You cannot write that book and then be stupid. All correspondence, bro. No motherfucker who write any of those books will be this fucking stupid and use it in that way. You know what I'm saying? They're acting like King James just sat there by the bedside and said, let me come up with a bunch of fucking mathematically crazy cosmic stories. And yeah, that's how I get the people who are hunter-gatherers to get in line. The fuck? You said the motherfuckers couldn't read or write. So why would he need a book to make you a slave, stupid? They don't think, bro. Why would a king with illiterate slaves need to write a book to explain to slaves who don't speak no English and to slaves who ain't got no religion? Why would you have to create that to convince them to work for you for free? What the fuck else they gonna do? Remind me. What are their options here? Between having a religion to do the shit you tell them to do or to not get fucking killed because they're not doing it. Why would the Bible be effective if you also have to rape, beat, make examples, and hang on top of it? You could do all that shit without a Bible, bitch. It'll be equally as effective because obviously these bitches don't know the Bible, do they? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. The Bible had nothing to do with their monstrosities. They weren't fucking here for Egyptian slavery. There's nothing to compare it to. Since I know this to be true, Year of Jubilees, another book they removed, they free their slaves every 7 years. So King James, whose responsible book for the slaves, in the same book ought to be a story about how Jubilees is referenced. This is a Year of Jubilees, by the way. Could you fucking believe it? None of their credits were forgiven. Shout out to Pope Leo. Yeah, Judah. Let's do the science. From Chicago, Mecca. Do it all over again. What does that mean symbolically? He ain't that, but what is they saying about him? Same story. So, all I'm saying is there must be a Pope Judah here. Oh my God. If that's the fake one, that means a real one is here too. Do yourself a favor. Google Images, Space Force, Delta 18. My brothers already know where I'm going. But for everybody else who likes to watch these fucking videos and not say hi, why is Delta 18 my face? Foley, what I learned from an angel this year. D, E, C. L and C are the same. Curved. Dees. Foley, 18, 9. You want to guess what my birthday is? On Osiris, Sagittarius, Jupiter. I'm a Sagittarius, December 9th. Delta 18 is my face. You don't know no pharaoh in none of the books they gave you that have fully connected beard with chubby cheeks. You know how I know it's my face? It's Etruscan blue. I'm from North Carolina, Tuscarora, home of the Etruscans. Duke Blue Devils, Solomon, David. That's why the fake pharaoh wanted to kill Moses, because he was the real one. My grandfather. So Space Force, curious. What do they do again? I don't know. They be lying. They don't go to space, or space ain't what they say it is. They don't work with NASA for some reason. But whatever they doing, they making logos and badges. When I moved to Charlotte, they made a new badge that resembled me. On December 9th, Delta 18. A pharaoh looking down, not up. They fucked up the Mayan calendar. They got it upside down too. Turn it upside down. Ain't that the Star Trek vector logo? I know, like a cursor or something. I know. That shit wild, ain't it? You looking at a 7-dimensional or 9-dimensional something. Yep, like a star or a sun or something.
But you notice only half of the snow globe. You notice it's not a ball. It's not a sphere. It's a half and half. It's a semicircle, I guess. Whatever the fuck. But you notice only half of it is lit up Etruscan blue so far. What side of the world is that? Is that the West? The extreme West? Maghreb al-Aqsa? That they're saying there's a pharaoh, symbolically. I know that force, their team is doing something. It wouldn't surprise me if it's connected, though, since they haven't really told us what they do. But they know their channeler, their artist, their hiree, their contractor, one of the motherfuckers. They said, let me take a shot at this. Drew. Me. Blue, that color. Literally. Mm-hmm. I got a fucking problem. I called Space Force, and the bitch asked me, I'm here? On Earth? I didn't reference that logo. I just told her who I was. Whose son I was. I don't think she was supposed to say that to anybody. Shogun said no Foley. He remembered. I did it live. I got a problem, Houston. That's right after I moved from Houston. Houston and I had a problem. Yup. I still do, bro. I don't know what the fuck they doing. I don't know what that shit means. Law of correspondence ain't got nothing on what the fuck, whatever that really means. I don't have the answer. Because it ain't me. I ain't doing it. They're doing it. Why are they doing that? Why are they corresponding to me? At the same time, I'm corresponding to me. I think 2022 they made that logo? What was I doing? Minding my fucking business. 13 green shooting stars and all kind of UAP experiences, but ain't nothing new to me. Charlotte. Female version of Carlos. Or Charles. I went back to one of the fucking main territories. Yeah. And I started doing my fucking Ancestry.com, wasn't I? Yeah. So at the same fucking time they was doing whatever the fuck that is, I was doing the same thing to arrive at the same fucking picture. Ain't that a bitch? That's what I'm saying. I don't know how not to believe in God. I might not get all the rules and regulations of my ancestors right, but if they live with us, they want to get them right either. That's why all those rules came up after captivity. Yeah, it's kind of hard to do those things when you're surrounded by strangers and not neighbors. That's the whole point of us having a promised land to ourselves. So we can do what the fuck we want to do the right way. As long as you have a foreigner or invader trying to tell you what to do, it's gonna fuck up everything, including your magic. That's why one of the most important ones was to remember and keep the Sabbath. Sabbatean. You better keep Sabbath, you Sabbatean. And whatever that means. They think it stops at human ritual. I ain't got no problem with it. Bad news for these kids. No work on Saturday. Bitch. Who was working in Egypt? Amongst the pharaohs. Or their kids. Work is like some shit you only do in captivity. Hence the reference point. You're reading it from the reference point of the captives. Not from the reference point of the kingdom. What kingdom was Moses in? What about Ahab? What about Nebuchadnezzar? How many of those were foreigners? I know. They don't know how to read. It sucks. They can't even teach the kids to read no more. You can't recover that. And people are dead.
What's left is left. Now they're relying on Google and AI. GG's. They'll never learn how to read again. For a while. Because they had to somehow be incentivized to get to this point by themselves. I don't think you can get to this point of understanding how to read until you're reading about this. Then it's so much easier to see everything else as a damn lie. Not the other way around. Finding out your government's lying is like, wow. Wow. Shocker. More at 8. Like the fuck? You the one under mind control, nigga? The nigga putting you under mind control ain't believing the mind control. So by default, they gotta lie to you. Governmente is Latin for mind control. You thought a government was a way to do politics. That's what I'm saying. Then why is the word mind control? Those laws were created by magicians. I'm pretty sure they can do MK Ultra, nigga. That's a walk in the park if these niggas can do it. I know what they can't do, though. So, it's not that fucking impressive. So, yeah. Governmente is mind control, guys. It's not a system. So, one more time. Why the fuck would any of my ancestors have a fucking government? Why the fuck would we need to mind control our family members? What the Attack on Titan is this, Jew? Yep. Yep. So when they start talking about government, they ain't talking about none of us or our kings. They want to make sense towards you. Government. I gotta mind control these people to follow the laws. And then it's not even the laws that we follow, it's some other shit for some benefits? Weird story, man. The fuck? It's not compatible. And then the article of Tripoli tells you we're not a Christian nation. So government and the Bible are not even synonyms. Our government was Christian. No. The Republicans or the KKK, or formerly the Cottonwigs, were burning down churches and stealing them. They used the Bible to learn English. They were not anybody with that book. What the fuck? What are y'all talking about? What did they be talking about, bro? The Bible, created by kingdoms, perfected by slaves and immigrants who became citizens of a government. Like, hello? King James is a king, so why would he be mind-controlling citizens? Hello? Somebody wake up. In a land of Muslims. Hello? Somebody wake up as of 1868. Oh my God. See, they can't fix this problem, Shogun. They lied so fucking much and fucked up the context and reference point so fucking much that I can say this bar for bar, reference for reference, and it still wouldn't fucking add up in their mind. So we're not going to solve this diplomacy with facts this time. The facts don't matter. This system isn't based on that. It's based on mind control. Your government specializes in mind control, guys. They compel you. And they're allowed to because you're their citizens. They're your custodians. That is not what none of my ancestors died for. Remember when Washington was writing, he was very specific. So our dear Imperial Majestic, he wasn't sending the Constitution to his government. You can compare it branch-wise or function-wise, yeah. But it's not a government. City Muhammad ain't gotta vote for no goddamn laws. They don't know what a king is. Why would a king need what? Consent? From his constituents? In his kingdom? In his brother's kingdom? In his cousin's kingdom? In his daddy's empire? He needs some second-hand and third-hand opinions to keep things fair or something? I don't understand where you would vote. I don't understand why they don't know what the fuck a republic is compared to that. And then the illest shit about it is they call it a constitutional republic. What's a constitution? A treaty, a piece of paper. It's a conditional republic. It's not a republic. It's a constitutional republic. They can't say there's an unconstitutional republic. Incompatible. Where'd they get the Constitution from? They framed it. They say from Indians, right? They said it was the Iroquois, the Iraq Indians, or whatever the fuck going on. Cool story, bitch. Why are y'all making treaties with each other in English? A language for angels, hybrids. Why would the Iroquois and why would the white man be doing anything together business-wise or government-wise using King James English? According to them, Iroquois civilized nations, I guess they're white people today, but whatever that is, whatever it represents, we know it ain't them, but them and the white guy, like, y'all gonna do this shit in Moorish English? How about this? The Iroquois Constitution you borrowed it from, where's that at? Why are you referring to Indians? And if you're referring to Indians, why did you send a copy to Sidi Muhammad? Make up your mind, bitch. As of the time of the 1775, they're saying they're in the land of Indians. Framed the Constitution in 1775, and they're referring to the Iroquois, who are Indians in that region. That region is New Jerusalem. There's already English there. Jamestown, 1611, 1775. Do the math, add it up. It's like 150 plus years, right? That's a long time. For these niggas who only lived to 30. So, all right, cool. All right, cool. No one in that Constitution Committee is related to King James, obviously. And what the fuck's that got to do with Iroquois anyway? That land is literally named after him. New Jersey is New Jerusalem. It's very clear to me. Ohio, Palestine. It's very clear to me. That's all biblical. Egyptian. So why are they in the land of Egypt talking about they're the white people bringing English back to the English Egyptians? And if they were, then why are they making a treaty or a constitution submitted to someone who's Mohammedan, who's also a descendant of Egyptians? Sidi Muhammad's an Egyptian, right? He's a descendant of Muhammad. No, Sabbateans are not from Egypt. Come on, stop fucking playing with me. Okay, written by a whole bunch of Israelites who came out of Egypt, right? So the writers, the prophets, are from Egypt, but the book itself from them about the I don't know, shit. They're referring to a lot of Egyptian books, I guess, and their prophets too, including Isa. Yeah, I know. Shit's weird. They're fucking stupid. So, unfortunately, unfortunate for me, I guess, it's a mute point either way today. It will not pay our rent tomorrow. Our system didn't have rent. But, yeah. If you elect me for president of a corporation one day, our system wouldn't have rent. But, they barely do that shit in Russia for real. But, much closer to Tartary, if you understand anything. So, and on Gaddafi in Libya and what he was doing. Much more closer to original blueprint. You actually take care of your people. Especially if you're fucking related to them. Can you imagine? So, anyway. Constitutional Republic is a paper republic. It was a type of LLC that they filed and submitted it to Sidi Muhammad, the Imperial Majestic. And the reason why I had to file it with him, because they're doing this shit on his land. Then Thomas Jefferson betrayed them. And then they had another betrayal from the Castile family, I think. You gotta check with Smyth-EL. But someone on the other side betrayed us too. Opportunist, I guess. And then it turned into some other shit. And obviously our betrayers kind of faded to black, or they're the ones in the deep state funding it, with their stolen goods, or they're not in, they got fucked and shanked over that fast after 1775 too. Remember, the Illuminati was part of the Boston Tea Party. That's the Green Dragon Lodge. You can Google this. And they'll tell you how they're impersonating our language and they painted themselves in blackface to do the bullshit. Why would the Boston Tea Party need people in blackface, guys? And how did a blackface Boston Tea Party Masonic group end up with Tomahawk Indians getting killed? Let's do the science. Somebody who's operating on a kingdom colony, operating in that region or port of Boston, on behest of their boats and their products. Mind you, in that same harbor, there's other nations, including India, right? You know, the West Indian Tea Company and the East Indian Tea Company, like India and British, and like there's a whole bunch of other kingdoms using the same ports. But this story that they tell is focused on the British one, I guess. Whatever the fuck that means. Breton's a giant. These are not giants, but we'll get to that later. But imagine if they're following their map. Cool. They're British ass here to New Jerusalem to do trade in tea. So their people. Their people are not the Indians. Amongst their people are betrayers. They're betraying the monarchy in which they come from, King George III. I have a conspiracy theory that King George III is George Washington. They look exactly the same. But keep in mind that King George III is a mulatto. He's not a Caucasian. He's a royal. Half and half, a quarter, however the fuck they remained over there. He's related. Cool fucking story. So King George III looks like George Washington. George Washington is a Caucasoid or a whitewashed version of King George III. If you find all the portraits of King George III, you'll notice he's a sassy bitch. Now, if you read about George Washington, he's a sassy bitch. High heels, fake teeth, and a wig. It don't take. Listen, on Barbara Bush and Macron's homie wife, I get their thing. I think that's why we left their ass over there. Now, that's their beef. Eunuchs and Mamelukes and everything in between them. Or George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, a Mameluke. That's how I know. That's what the army they served. That's what brought their ass to America. Except for George Washington was born here. It was Thomas Jefferson the one that was a slave. So anyway, to his kingdom, not in the American white people cotton gin slavery. No, he was a slave over there, brought here, raised up, and let hell out on us because he betrayed the Barbers. Because he was a slave of Muslims. Benjamin Banneker letter to Thomas Jefferson. He reminds him. You know, the same Thomas Jefferson would be in the White House, built by Benjamin Banneker, by the way. Don't miss this. Remember they burnt the White House down and then white people ended up inside of it? Now do the date on that. Then you understand that there was no white people in government or at the White House until the White House was burned down. Benjamin Banneker is not a white guy. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. These white people were never in the fucking White House at the American Revolution. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Because the White House wouldn't be where they would have a fucking corporation. That's his fucking estate. Benjamin Banneker is not part of the United States government. That's his mama's land. Nuremberg. Holy Roman Empire. Germany. The real one. It wasn't called Germany. It was called Nuremberg. I know. It's got a lot of root words with English. It's crazy how they're the same fucking people on King James. So, in King James colonies, can you fucking imagine? King James did, the Holy Roman Emperor. All his colonies include Nuremberg. Come on, dog. Come on, bro. These niggas are stupid. Because they telling this story without kingdoms. They slick. Bitch ass niggas. Too bad I ain't stupid. So you have whatever that human and foreigner conflicts were, but these foreigners and their probably Negro or Indian associates are dressing up in blackface and using tomahawk Indian what's that called? The way you say things. They're copying their syntax. Ebonics. So when you see how like white people mock us and how we talk and how we are fluid with the language that comes from our grandfather, they don't like it. Well, if you read the Green Dragon Lodge Boston Tea Party involvement, you see they're doing their Masonic calls to each other and they're talking to each other in Ebonics, in broken English, if you will, compared to the reference.
They dressed up in black and they're talking in Ebonics to get who killed? Now tell me something, guys. Black, Indian, or Tomahawk, if you pretend those are three different things, how does throwing tea from King George into the harbor end up in getting us killed and then somehow gives the land to a third party that betrayed their king? That also launched the French and Indian Wars from Canada down to New Orleans, which had nothing to do with the United States, right? Because I thought that was a Louisiana purchase by France. Some kingdom shit. The Kingdom of France, not the state of France. Look up when it was founded. Don't tell me in the 1900s. But this story is in 1775. So where was France? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. So that's your African presence. Your African presence in America is France. That's why so many mixed African girls have French names. Real life. France is an African concept. Persinia, Persian, Paris, Franco. Yeah. They're Africans. They're humans. Their empire would be of humans. So they're in charge in those regions of their humans. They can never fucking be in charge of us. Apples and dogs. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. So now this is why you can see you can have the Kingdom of Murata and what's going on, and you have the Kingdom of Barada, what's going on. And it'll be two different things going on at the same damn time. But which unites both of them is the fact that they're all under the same what class? Empire. Why is that important? Jerusalem. Because on the emperor level, you're not dealing with a human. You're dealing with a Nephilim. So tell me, why would a Nephilim need to enslave or mind control a human? To accomplish what exactly? If there's a human near them, they have all the technology. Why would they need to control these people? To what end? To get them to build adobo ranches? To get them to pick cotton for us so we can build jeans instead of golden armor? Like, we're gonna teach them how to... Why are we teaching them how to do anything? They ain't been here for thousands of years with us. Like, why are they starting from scratch anyway? Like, do the science. You can't do that science. Because mankind enters the chat. The smallest one of us all so far. Today they call them aboriginals. That stature, that phenotype. That's not what an aboriginal is. But I understand what they're trying to say. That's an aboriginal for that species. Why is it so why are they so far behind everything taller than them? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Someone must have shrunk some kids again. Meaning we didn't come from them. But they're there. Most of the negritos is what you call them over there in Asia. Can you imagine where the Tartars were? But they're small. Negrito, they're very small. If you do a wiki on, it's either Taiwan or Thailand. Do Taiwan or Thailand negritos and get the wiki article and read that shit. What are they gonna tell you? That those people were there before the current Asian pedigree was there, and they would honor them by doing a parade or festival, etc. And then one day, all of a sudden, they were never there no more. Recent human history. So what they're telling you is that the species that was once there, a dark Negroid race, short in stature, primitive, was there longer than them. So where did they come from? The people there now, where did they come from? If the Negrito is Aboriginal and they acknowledge them through parades and festivals, kind of like everywhere else in the world. This is a Negrito, bro. You probably even heard that before. You know, Negrito is not an African? This is going to blow your mind. So if a Negrito is not African, why would a Negro be? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. So, Negrito is a little Negro. A little Negro is Afro-Asiatic. What do you think a big Negro is? Afro-Asiatic. So now do you understand the difference between Negroes and black people? Negroes and people of color. Negroes and Africans. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. No, it's not racist because it sounds like nigga. Fuck out my face. What that sixth grade ass logic people got? No, they wanted you to forget that you were Negroes. Because if you do a little research on that word one day when you go to college, you'll know Negroes are Indians. Since Americans are Afro-Asiatics. Khan is in the name. Mercons, Merkel, Michael. That Afro part is from space itself. The Asiatics are clearly down here. Wake your ass up. I can do it now. It takes a long time to do it though. You see how many different dimensions you have to cover to just make any of it make sense. What I'm telling you is anyone who teaches or talks like this, they can't do that. They can't go horizontal and vertical on any of their lines. They're just reciting their memories and their feelings. Everything I say to you, you can fucking fact check for your damn self. I'm just giving you the questions to ask yourself when you look at it. What is it? You can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink it. Well, I won't tell you what you expect if you drink it. Negritos are the pedigree of an Afro-Asiatic. That is why they're not related or coming from Africa. Negroes are big Negritos because we're also Afro-Asiatic. In our Bible, you call that Semitic. So those lands where there's Thailand or Taiwan at, there's a tribe of little Semitic people, older than them, in Tartaria. Could you fucking imagine it? That the giant shrunk the kids again. Now do yourself a bigger favor. Look up the fucking king of Hawaii. What is King Kamehameha of Hawaii? Ain't that way off the west coast of America? Way off the beaten path. Why does Russia claim it? Why does Tartaria claim it? Well, let's start here. If Tartaria claimed Hawaii 150 years ago or less, Russia, right? Rossi, Pushkin, Gannibal's grandson, another nigga, right? Stop fucking playing with me, right? So anyway, why would Russia have claim to Hawaii? Who's the king of Hawaii? Russia got kings? So how can Russia claim a kingdom? Must not be the real story, but let's act like the treaties allow them to as a government. But who's the king of that island? Kamehameha, correct? That's some Dragon Ball Z shit. Japan right there, ain't it? On the way to Asia. All right, so on some Dragon Ball Z shit, King Kamehameha is a what? He a white guy? He an African? What is he? He's an American? Hawaii's American, right? I guess. It's in the Pacific. He's a Pacific Islander. Have you noticed something about him? If he is. You ever notice that King Kamehameha is a black guy? Before Hawaii joins America in the 50 states of jurisdiction, it was its own fucking kingdom. Could you fucking imagine that? Just like Jamaica was. Can you imagine that kingdom's under one empire, by the way? But that kingdom of Hawaii has a black king named Kamehameha. How did that nigga escape slavery from Africa and end up in goddamn Hawaii before the white people got to San Francisco? The first time a white person gets to Hawaii in human history is when? Late 1700s and after. Claimed by Russia before them, United States, of white people, apparently. I know they ain't talking about us. Because we're already in Hawaii, is with the kingdom, right? Correct? Correct, right? Look it up. The king of Hawaii is a black guy. King of Maya is a black guy, right? Look at his daughters. Look at his sons. He wasn't there when they showed up. He was dead already. Or spare me the gory details. So there's a black guy that's the king of Hawaii. And off the coast of America, off all the islands of Asia, right there in the Pacific, where never a white man has ever been. So he didn't drag an African there. And according to them, Africans couldn't build ships or do things by themselves without the white man. So how'd that nigga get there? The king of Hawaii. Them people there around him ain't from Hawaii. How the fuck they get there? Thank you for joining my TED Talk. That's how kingdoms work. He's just a king. He's a small royal family. Everybody else ain't got to be the same stuff. But they went to his island. That's how kings work. Did they build the boats? Or you told me this. God started everyone else and started the Hawaiian islander last, and he just grew up by himself out of a volcano? Stop fucking talking to me. With a king right there. Stop fucking talking to me. With a royal right there. Stop fucking talking to me. He's an Afro-Asiatic. That's why they look like they're Asians. Because their daddy is an Afro-Asiatic royal. A Jew. Semitic. Just like Genghis Khan. Can you fucking imagine it? His territory claimed by another Jew. Kamehameha. Sounds kind of Japanese, nigga. Oh yeah, some last samurai shit. There it goes again. Morai. More. Same thing off the coast of Mexico. What's another one? The Moai statues. Moors with red feathers on, but they're giants. Tell me I'm lying. With all that Egyptian shit on their back. Since they decided to dig. Now imagine how long ago that shit was buried. They gotta dig that fucking far to realize those are not giant heads. Those are giant bodies. That shit was isolated a long time ago. Just like Giza, huh? There must have been a flood or something, part 2, that killed off the giants that are standing there in their honor, that are buried here in the mounds, that are drawn with us on boats, rowing with us in our art. Referenced in our Bible, referenced in the America book. White man, how the fuck are you claiming this shit? And none of you are giants. Y'all the only ones that deny it. That ain't my Smithsonian, although that's my namesake. And Sonya's son Smith, right in front of you. You couldn't make up this law of correspondence. That's how I know the devil a liar. I'm Smithsonian. I'm the son of Sonya. Smith. Yeah, crazy story. The son of Yah. Same story. The son of God. Like a grandson of God. Same story. Over and over and over and over. Because they're using English. And they're stealing our stuff. They're stealing from the people who wrote the Bible. And then everything ends up correspondent to the people of the Bible. It's not even a trick. They're stupid. That's why it's evil. Evil in the context of us, I guess, is stupidity. Because none of this was a good idea. Slavery doesn't explain anything. It explains how evil and fucked up their imagination is, at the very least. That even today, neither a slave or slave driver, they inherit the attitude and energy of like, that was a good guy. And you talking about God and prosperity. They can't even condemn the shit. They haven't removed it from their constitutional unratified amendments yet. You think they give a fuck about feeding kids? That's a stranger story, don't you think? You know what's stranger than the Bible? Everybody fucking else right in my fucking proximity. Figure out the Bible just by rereading it. What the fuck am I supposed to read about these niggas? Because their history is how they fucked us over, is it not? American history is how you fucked up everyone here already. I'm part of the families that were here already. So imagine if everyone that ain't me came here and did everything you saw in American history in the books and the stories and the battles in my backyard against my family. That's United States history. That's how real it is between me and you. That literally United States history in America after 1775 is about everybody betraying, killing, and stealing from people who look like me. But deeper than that, quite literally me and my family. I am their son, quite literally. So every story, every battle, everything in their history, as short as it is, at somewhere or another, they're taking credit of things and people and stories and laws that benefit themselves at the expense of me and my family. No matter how you slice it. And you don't ever see me or my family mentioned by name or in a drawing while they did this. I'm Indian for real. Why are they talking about tribes? No, who were the Indians for real? Like who? Which Indian? You know the Indians that paired up with everyone in Virginia, Maryland colonies? What about them? They would have last names. We're talking English. What about them? Who are they? We are not in their history, are we? No Lees, no Lighties, no Beasleys, no Smiths in United States history. Nothing. They don't even refer to the original families that found here. Isn't that weird? The United States history itself, in libraryfounders.gov, they don't refer to the actual people if they were white. Families or nothing. So they just come here and just go back home? Because how come you haven't inherited all the treaties they had with the Indians, but you get to be a government of the same Indian land somehow? I know this trick question because it's Moors, but I'm just saying, why don't you just mention their names and make them white? You know why? Because their names would sound Muslim. That's why the Christianity thing ain't right. We're Mohammedans. I wear a do-rag and a feather, just like all my fathers. We're not one or the other. We're both. We're in America, dude. This is a new kingdom. A united kingdom. You want to guess what kingdoms we united? On Israel and on Ishmael. Now do the science. Iroquois is Arabic. Sidi Muhammad is Arabic. DeyZan is Arabic. It's kind of like Japanese. Classical Arabic is the trick, not their modified GMO shit today. Because the classical Arabic drawings of their Muhammad is a guy in purple and gold more pointing at the sun with a do-rag on. Muhammad the Conqueror. My grandfather. I'm not his only descendant. Well, I'm one. Directly. We're not the kings of the United States. The United States is not a kingdom or a country. It's a fucking HOA who lost their fucking mind here. Apparently, opium's a bitch. And the same thing that got him then is doing it again. Loop. This must be the Matrix for real. Because I'm going through the same shit, and they are too. Quantum entanglement to history, I guess. That's why this story is so much easier to tell now than it was for my grandfather or my grandfather's grandfather. They didn't have a chance in Hades. Remember, my family betrayed my family 100 years ago. Noble Drew Ali. The More Simple Sons of America was taken over by Manly Beasley. It's my grandfather. A Jew. Noble Drew Ali. A Moor, Mohammedan. Both sides is my next grandfather, Stanley Beasley, and his wife, Mary Emma's daughter, the Empress of the Saponi Indians. Noble Drew Ali's baby mama, when he was Jim, not Tim. James Alfred, North Carolina. My grandmother, South Carolina. Tuscarora, Kingdom, Morada. That's why he knew about the Moors. He married one of their daughters. When you do his Wikipedia, he had Mary, and then he had Pearl, who's an African descent. He died in her custody. Imagine the science. And then all those people that she knew and was with in that picture betrayed him and did the Nation of Islam and all that other shit. Y'all didn't have algebra here until. I guess who took the deal with the Jewish people? That's just 100 years ago. Like, we got betrayed again. Recently. This ain't ancient. This ain't 1611 or 1775. This is after Reconstruction. Noble Drew Ali said, I can only count good Moors on my hand, one hand, and I still have fingers left. If you left it up to them, your brothers would sell you back into slavery for another 100 years. That was 100 years ago. You're a citizen still, right? The black people thought that was a good idea, right? What did my grandfather say? They put your ass in slavery again. Was he right? That's what's scary about this story. If they're right, I'm gonna end up being right too. I hope y'all don't wait for me to die. I got enough pressure on my mind. Shout out to Austria. I got enough shit to worry about, let alone staying alive. Can you fucking imagine? I'm not supposed to be alive like this. I'm not supposed to be unprogrammed, or what do they call that shit? If I have a cousin or a sister type out there who feels strongly about else, I think that's most of my brothers and cousins, especially those of you who watch me. You feel very similar about something. And that's kind of where it ends, though. And I think that's why they got away with this for so long. I can tell you personally by my descendants. My grandfather, the most mysterious one of them all, his dad comes out of nowhere into Pennsylvania with the last name Smith. My grandfather looks Afro-Asiatic. Not hard to tell, but they're shorter now. So he comes back, links up with the Alexanders, Yeah, the same Alexanders of history. Yeah, their descendants link up in Pennsylvania where that took place, and they come down, and then boom, have my grandfather Clyde, who recently passed, of the turbo booster from COVID shots. He had 6 boosters, or 3 rounds of 2, so 6 in all. Died of turbo Lyme disease. That guy there. His father died when he was 6, unfortunately, in one of those great explosions in a mine in Pennsylvania. I'm pretty sure he caused it. Now, for whatever reason, then his son becomes basically not an orphan, but a certain way. That grandfather, Chad, who always talk about his daddy, my dad's daddy, but Chad grew up with him. My dad didn't. They're different. My Uncle Chad looks Afro-Asiatic too. That's why, from Clyde. So Clyde's dad is strongly Asian looking from the late 1800s. We don't know nothing about them or where they come from. They rumors, West Virginia, or maybe something else. They said he had murdered his girlfriend, too, and ran away from another state. I don't know the whole story. That's why they don't talk about him though. But he died. So my grandfather grew up never telling this story. When I went on Ancestry.com, I called my grandfather's sister. And I said, hey, and mind you, she's very fair-skinned. You wouldn't call them African Americans, because they're not. But they're Afro-Asiatics that are paled out. Anyway, but you would think they're black people, but they're not. You know what I'm saying? They're not how do I explain this? They're a very unique version of black people. But there's no black people in their family. I met their mother, my great grandmother. I met them. They're twins. Rain, Nellie Bell, and Rain something. Some weird names. Like Bell Alexander, like Alexander Bell. So it's like Nellie Bell and something Bell. And their last names are Alexanders. Or Snowdens, actually. And that's what I called her for. I said, hey, your mother, rest in peace. Did you know she was shot when she was a teenager? Now, mind you, this is different from the murder associated with my great-grandfather. This is my great-grandmother got shot. And they reported it in Pennsylvania, in San Diego. Imagine that. That's where I'm trying to go. I don't know what the periodical connection or network was, but on Ancestry.com, they found a San Diego newspaper clip about some wild shit happening. And the wild shit that was happening was a story about how my great-grandmother got shot. And in Pennsylvania, same story. So I'm asking them, I'm like, yo, do any of y'all know the story about how your grandmother got shot? They're like, no, what are you talking about? So y'all stop playing with me. There's no way because they're raised by this woman or around this woman, right? Like that's back like grandmas, like early 1900s, so like grandma, like the real kind. Like she ain't never tell you about the time her husband shot her ass for leaving with his best friend. That's some messy shit. This is like Jerry Springer XL before there was such a thing, boy. Let me tell you the story real quick. Now, mind you, my chagrin when I find this on Ancestry.com, like a newspaper article, 2 newspaper articles, same story, outlining these brief, gory details, and I'll let my imagination do the rest of it because I know these niggas. I know my grandfather used to go around with a pistol on his goddamn ankle grip or whatever the fuck it is on his calf muscle. I know that. My first memory of this nigga is having a gun strapped to his ass. So I ain't surprised his daddy probably shot somebody. And I'm not surprised that his grandmammy got shot by somebody. That seemed to be very common right then. I could have fucking sworn cowboys and Indians. Who are the Indians? Understand everything. So I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be surprising to none of you in that time period after the duels that, yo, niggas was shooting and getting shot. Why wouldn't they tell that story? So important. She's married to one guy. We're not quite sure if that was the father of the twins or the girls or whatever. They look different than my grandfather or those. It's weird. But you read the story and what happens is, allegedly, her husband, Snowden, was drunk one night. And he got his wife and his best friend in the house. And they're in Pennsylvania. They have a house, like those Victorian bullshits, the smaller ones. So he turns to his best friend and was basically, I guess he peeped the chemistry or something. It was like, yo, you want to be with my wife or something? You're like, you want my woman, basically. And affirmative. And then he asked his wife, my great grandmother, or my great great grandmother, and asked her, like, so do you have feelings for Willie or whatever the fuck his name was? And she was like, yeah. So how they resolved it back then, this is early 1900s, it was just wild. The North on top of that. So no Southern slave, all that bullshit, no. Northern shit. We're talking about the niggas who hijacked or betrayed England or something to take over the colony, and this is the type of niggas that are there. Mm-hmm. Not too many years after, right? Not too far after the Civil War. Their grandparents would have been that legacy, but North, Union, right? Understand everything. So these Union niggas. So now, all you had to do was transfer. You could transfer your marriage license. So basically, he took the marriage license, wrote a contract in exchange for $5. I don't know how you adjust that for inflation back then, but his man's coughed up $5, did the little transaction, and then took my great grandmother out for a night on the town. They were going to the movies. So this nigga had paper, boy. We talking about, you gotta adjust for inflation, man. We talking about the North and these black Jew niggas. You understand everything, man. And I think that was Alexander, the last name. Hold on. One was Snowden, one was Alexander. Okay, how the fuck this goes? So she ended up, you know, walking out of that drunk man's house thinking shit was sweet, that she was walking off with his best friend and shit. And then he was drunk, so he ended up finding them. He ended up like changing his mind kind of thing, or like really thinking about the shit, like the audacity of this bitch, the audacity of this nigga. Are they serious? And then he got his little pea shooter and went after them. And I guess found them outside, walking in the rain and shit, and started shooting at their ass. Fortunately, no one died. But he shot him. Like he hit both of them. He hit her in the leg, and I don't know where it hit him at. He ended up surviving. They made a newspaper article about that. I don't know how much time he did or whatever. But the problem is, they had 2 kids. I think the girls. And I think the problem with the girls is the ones I call, my grandfather's sisters, they don't really know which one their father is, because the last name might not match their actual biological father. So then like the paper trail ends there, and I try to do the ancestry for both guys in case that's their father. But my father's father for sure, Earl, him, Mr. Mystery Guy, different story. He also shot somebody, or allegedly. They kind of know that story. They told me about that, but they said, no, we didn't know our grandmother or whatever fuck, or our mother got fucking shot in the leg or some bullshit like that. I was like, no, fuck the fight, fuck, no, you didn't hear anything I fucking said. I really didn't tell you that story. I didn't expect that story, because I was gonna call you about that. I was gonna call you about that. You got 2. I'm doing Maury. No, fuck the shooting. That's a gory detail. It's just weird she never mentioned it. That's crazy. These bitches is wild. But I'm just saying, like, she didn't mention that to nobody, child. But imagine. So, but but first of all, there's another guy. And then later on, a third time, she's with another guy. That guy dies. I think that's Earl Smith, my dad's dad. It's weird, because my dad's 6, he's the youngest, or one of the last. So whatever the fuck. I can't find Earl's parents anyway, because he came out of nowhere. Fuck it, dead end. So let me do their daddies, potentially. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, you ain't, whether or not y'all all Earl's kids, the problem is the other guy that your name Alexander is, he bought your mama from Snowden. And I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure Snowden was fucking her. And I don't know exactly when that shooting, I think I checked. I think that's why that was bugging me out. The date of the newspaper shooting and then the date of their birth. It was something like that that made me go, nah, no, slow down. That may not be your daddy at all. You got his name. And the crazy thing about that is she was with him, stopped, ended up with Smith or Alexander or Earl. And then I think, because he died in the mine, I think I got this right. So then she ended up back with the guy who was the guy that bought her the first time. So like, he was like, he's the Prince Charming, he's the simp. He's the notebook nigga. He saves her from a terrible guy, apparently. They get drunk and shooting bitches. saves her from him, Prince Charming. She, whatever, if they had kids or he was stressed out because he was raising his kids, you can understand the science. They don't want to talk about it. And then, yeah, you know, she's a baddie, so she finds another guy, and then he dies. Fuck. Now she got a pension, and yeah, and she owned a house big enough. She's like doing not a hostel. They had a different word for it back then. But my great grandmother or either my great grandmother or my great grandmother's mother, my great grandmother, both of them niggas, they had this house. They let travelers or other black people, if you will, they weren't called black at the time. That same grand aunt was telling me they didn't know they were black until they start going to school after integration. She said before then we only knew ourselves as Negroes. Now she don't have the connotation of what a Negro is, but that means Indian. But I know their last names. They're Black Jew Indians, Jerusalem. So she don't know that either. They're Christians. Terrible story. Terrible story. So they got the Society Reference Program. They have Before Our Board of Education program, and then they have the church program. Our language model not even fucking compatible for real. They shut down on this stuff. I told her about the America's book off of Amazon so she'd read about the giants. And I was curious. She was very curious about giants. I'm like, you don't say. You should read that book. She told her sister, my grandfather Clyde's oldest sister, Joetta, who's alive. She told her that I told her to read that book, and she took a look at it, and she fucking flipped out on her. That same Aunt Joetta was the last one in contact with my Aunt Crystal before she got throat cancer. And they said, and this is word through the grapevine, I don't know if it matters, but I'll put it out there, that when they were in West Virginia, that's a strange story, that my Aunt Crystal was in West Virginia, because this is where the original story is. That land, family land, I think my Aunt Crystal figured it out and got it, and she sent it to me. She gave it to me. I think that's what she left in her will for me. I'm almost certain. She always talked about these papers in her briefcase, and she told her son directly, "You're not going to get these papers until after I die." Like, it'd have been wiser if she just gave them to us and stopped fucking playing games like that. But she has documents referring to something along these lines and others about her, because she's a Sagittarius too, so she did the research quietly. And whatever she found in West Virginia, specifically where her aunt lives, or yeah, her dad's sister lives currently. My aunt was up there taking care of an old woman, and the old woman is going to leave her the house because that old woman is going to die soon. So my aunt was like her caretaker. Somehow or another, my aunt and her aunt Joetta started beefing with each other, and I don't know if it was like jealousy over the land or the house that the woman was leaving her. I don't know what the story is for real, because even the characters who are involved in forwarding this information, they don't even agree on what the narrative is, which is funny because I'm like, did you know your great grandmother got shot in the leg? No one know about that shit, but I talk about this shit, and everyone got a different perspective on things. That's important. That patterning of how families, your families, all families, they kind of, something traumatizing happened to the kids, they'll deny it. If the uncle or the granddaddy's touching somebody, or someone's an incest baby, they act like it didn't happen. They rather make pretend no one exists to be the father, on some Mary and shit. But in real life, though, I'm experiencing it. Like now, I kind of can figure out what happened all the way down to the gory details this April 15th, in fact, if you really want me to go there. Because before any of that shit happened, I was in contact with her sister doing the ancestry shit. How convenient is that? And I'm bringing up to the fucking, her sister, how the ancestry is kind of weird on some Maury and shit. And I was like, oh yeah, by the way, real quick, do you know what any of this America, giant, and all this shit really means? You know, eventually I'm gonna tell you this was Jerusalem. So she shared with her sister flips out on her, telling her not to read the book indirectly. And then the same sister flipped out on my aunt about something when she's taking care of an old woman, about to give her everything. Then my aunt gets cancer. And then with the nurses up there, they're like, yo, they heard something about a witch. I said, hold on, let's run this story back, y'all. Y'all moving too fast. And y'all asking enough questions. Something wrong with you niggas. I'm talking to my family, right? I'm like, you know what I focus on. Wait, which one's the witch? Was the lady of the house a witch? Or are you saying Aunt Joetta a witch? She a closet witch, she a Christian, like everybody else in this damn family, best friends is? Y'all ain't figured that out yet. Y'all don't know what a witch is. Y'all just think it's a no-no word and some bad stuff because it's not God or something. But do you actually know what the fuck that is today? None of them do. Yeah, I think they do. I think they're playing stupid like their ancestors. Now check this out. So I heard the witch in this story. So it said witch, land, relatives, nurse hospital, strange cancer, witch. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. You know, people be getting cancer suddenly. Rest in peace to my grandfather, right? Their father on top of that. So I can understand, especially when I got vaccinated. I can understand it could have been just something just as simple as that. It's running in the family, it seems, since they're both dead so far because of this shit. But imagine if, though, if I just highlighted the witch part, why did the nurse say she was a witch? Talk to me. In West Virginia, guys. Talk to me. Talk to me. Who's the witch? Is my Aunt Joetta the witch? Or is the bitch that's dying a witch? Because that's gonna tell me a whole different story. Because I know about witches and shit. Are we talking about land, death, cancer, witch? Nobody asked the right questions. Nobody can tell me exactly. And I never talked to Aunt Joetta until last year. Ain't that a bitch? I told her sister when I was doing the ancestry with her, because she kept saying, wait, oh, Joetta did the family tree. Joetta did the family tree. You gotta talk to her because she got such and such cousin pictures and da da da. Nah, auntie, no. I did it already. I just need to know, does she know which one is your daddy? Get her to call me, please. See, their generation was thinking that I was barking up a certain tree that they didn't want to show me, right? So I think what it was is family gatekeeping of certain things. So they think I'm going somewhere else with it. You know what I'm saying? They kind of feel threatened that I'm prodding in the occult side of the family. Because the same aunt that I'm telling about the Giants book, she's the same one that told me to use spirit, show me. And how her grandmother shows up as a wisp when a family member dies the night before. And like, she's halfway in the veil, halfway out of it, but painted over Christian. So, you know, very mainstream. And then her sister, super Christian, apparently in West Virginia with land and shit. Amazing. Wonder how she got it from. But she got a problem with her niece that's up there now in the region where her family's from. But now she got to move back down south to die. That's when I entered the chat. I couldn't leave Carolina the whole time. 2 years in Charlotte, 1 in Raleigh during this whole episode for real. So my Aunt Joetta called me last year. I'm like, oh yeah, it's all about the family tree. Eventually, I'm going to ask you about my Aunt Crystal. You know, your niece. I'm going to wait and see if you mention her. She never mentioned her. She started going in a different direction when I was making the connections about the vertical part of our family, but more importantly, did you know your grandmother got shot in the leg? That's a crazy story. Y'all niggas be covering up stuff. Have you noticed? See that device I use right there? I really want to know the answer to that question, but I know it's also a device because what that would do to a person hiding a secret is that, yo, this person talking to me, and mind you, I'm their relative. I'm not even a stranger. I'm just strange to them because they kept limited contact for whatever reason with the kids that my grandfather had with my grandmother. Chad knows all of them. And it's weird. They only could see Chad if they came to them. But when it came to my dad and them, after a certain age, it was just limited contact. Fuck meeting any of us directly. Like, ever in 40 years. Like, never even made the attempt to see, like, how are my nieces and nephews doing? I'm getting old, bitch. Let me check out my great nephews and nieces at least once before I die, right? Like, you would think the same person that's doing a family tree. The same person that's doing a family tree. I need to talk to my connect know the man, not the man that know the man, but my man that know the man don't want to know the men in their damn tree. And I got to call. I got to be like, before y'all niggas die, because you notice something. My aunt got cancer. You don't know yet. Your brother about to die. I'm running out of time with you niggas. Oh yeah, you the type of niggas to get vaccines too? Oh my God. I'm running out of time with you niggas because did I mention my dad's grandmother just died? Oh my God, I'm running out of time with all of you niggas. Y'all are trying to hide some shit. Y'all are trying to protect some shit. Y'all trying to be holy and shit. Bitch, niggas, please, I know y'all are terrible. Anyway, can we get to the next point before y'all die and shit? Which one is your daddy is, bitch? I already know we're descendants of the kings. I already know your uncle, who seems to have a different daddy. He's a Prince Hall Mason with honors in fucking Pennsylvania. American Revolution shit. Prince Hall and them niggas. Prince. I understand everything. I ain't worrying about your little covens and secret societies, bitch. I just need to know which one your daddy is. Is he a Jew or not? Is your daddy the Jew or not? Thank God that daddy ain't my father's father's father anyway. I'm Afro-Asiatic either way. So, lesson learned here. With dodging the rape story that I've heard people mention through my life, somewhere up that ladder, without going into any weird children being born, incest, or anything in those degrees that would make people uncomfortable enough to want to just come out like that, whether they're on the good side or bad side of that conversation. I can understand that'd be difficult for a way older person who didn't even fucking think the person they're answering was, you weren't even alive for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get why they wouldn't be so forthcoming in general. And not expecting that our generation would be so cerebral about therapy and closure and shit anyway. They wouldn't they wouldn't think we could react like how they would react to it anyway. So I can see that. I can see why that's so protected or uh, at best. I just couldn't understand what the fuck does that shit got to do with a witch. Hold on, I ain't forget shit in this story. What the fuck they talking about? Someone playing around. Someone backstabbed somebody over land. These are the same niggas born by two sides of the family that are shooting niggas. So I know they don't give a damn. But they holy roly though. I don't know what degree it is. I don't know if it's the Masonic side. I don't know if she an Eastern Star inside, because that might get us to witches, but I don't know how far she is. I ain't meet her yet. But she called me one time last year. And she she was very pleasant. On the phone, she sounds like a white woman. It'll blow your mind. Like, she one of those, but like professional, like a rich white woman, like a uppity, not uppity, not like Whitley with the accent, but Whitley in the degree, Northern Whitley. I was like, what? What? You Uncle Chaz? You my grandfather's sister? And you sound like this? Can you connect me to the president, bitch? Like, what the fuck? Why she sound like that? So I understand something. So she's passing, I guess, in society. It makes sense. Why the fuck my aunt got cancer and there's a witch though? And I'm talking to the woman. They will only know the answer to that question. She did the illest thing. Like, she really hyped up the moment in that conversation where I finally could talk to her. And she felt me out in different dimensions. And my ass thought, dealing with this professional, that, I won her over, very pleasant. And she's like, yeah, this weekend, I'm gonna go and get the damn picture thing or the thing with the family tree I did with such and such and kids or whatever, and I'll find out if then, and then, yeah. And I'll call you this weekend. I haven't heard from her since. Like, she ain't got a lot of time left, bro. I know she ain't busy. She lit. I know she ain't working. And I know she ain't got time left. So why the fuck is this so fucking difficult to get any of these niggas to answer a simple fucking question about their family, bro? That's my dad's side. My dad's mom's side did the same fucking thing, bro. This shit hurt, bro. Fucking same thing. Pandemic. My great grandmother, Golden Lady Beasley. Noble Drew Ali and all of them. And Manly, like her. Golden Lady. Liddies, go back in time. Those were the first families in these colonies. Don't stop fucking playing with us. But her. Cherokee. 2 braids and shit, that tribe and shit, South Carolina, PD region, apparently. But I'm like, all right, what I hear about this family? For some reason, my dad don't like the people in South Carolina. And he won't tell me why. That don't make no sense. They know everything. And then everybody else don't really fuck with South Carolina side of the family, although most of our family should still be in South Carolina, you know, nativity. But I don't know too much about South Carolina. They took me to North Carolina, and we just kind of stopped there. And then when Grandpa died, Stanley Jr., they all went to South Carolina without us. So I don't know what the fuck's in South Carolina, but all right, I can find some of these niggas on Facebook. So like, let me call my great grandmother. She's in a hospice in South Carolina. Go figure. And finally got her phone number, and I'm calling these fucking nursing homes. I think this was right before the pandemic went crazy, or during the beginning. I was like, yeah, I want to talk to Golden, motherfucker. Oh yeah, I'm her grandson. She told me to call her, try and get in touch. Well, you know, they didn't have lunch yet, so what I'll do is, when I get her on the floor, I have her give you a call. Around what time is that? I'm calling back at 4. Nothing. I was like, we don't have point of contact yet, so I'm not sweating it yet. And I'm not even putting her on a timer to die or nothing. She's the oldest person in our family so far. She was in her 90s. So I wasn't thinking she was going to die, but I felt the spirit telling me to call her. Call her. Your grandmother. Talk to her. It doesn't matter. I didn't spend too much time with her. I met her when I was in Camden, but she didn't raise me, so I was like, don't worry. Talk to her. Like every other day, she was bothering me. It's like a side quest that wouldn't go away. So I tried again. Next thing I know, oh yeah, we're sorry. We transfer her to another facility. Blah, 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 blah. Either something funny with the money or she getting worse. Running out of time. Call her. Get that number. Yeah, something. There's always a fucking excuse with these nurses. They never, ever put me on my phone with my grandmother at any time. Between 2 different fucking nursing homes. They never got around to actually even talking to her in real time, saying, hey, your grandson's calling. Should he call you back at 4 or after lunch? Like, why the fuck would their fucking eating schedule fucking matter? Her fucking grandson is calling her. I think she can skip a meal for her grandson is calling her. Her favorite grandson's son, in fact. My dad was her favorite grandchild. I'm her favorite grandchild's son. You gotta stack that shit up real quick. I met that woman when I was a boy, 6, 7 years old, and she just couldn't stop fucking smiling. I thought that's why they called her Golden. Her aura. Nah, that was just her aura towards me. I don't know what she saw. I know she's the one that wears the head cap of Noble Drew Ali, though. You can imagine anything. She was on it, whatever it was. And none of her grandkids talk about what it could be. Just stay away from South Carolina for some reason. They don't even know about Noble Drew Ali of their generation. How come they don't even know that story, being so close to him and related? With your damn grandmother, Golden Lady, literally wearing the same head covering. Literally. Cherokee Indian with a Moorish head covering. Yeah, what are we? Oh yeah, we're Cherokee. I heard we got some Jewish people, and I always said, even years ago, Moors, right? Yeah, my mom, because she passed too, my grandmother, she passed too, like years ago. Yeah, my mom said something about Moors. Something about Moors. Y'all didn't say more. Something about Jews. Y'all didn't say which ones. Something about Cherokees. You don't care about Indians? What's going on with you niggas? What in the Queens, New York public education system got you guys so dissuaded with identifying with not just any of who you are, but just one of them? Like, they didn't, my family, immediate family, did not even try to reach for the stars of what any of those things mean. Just being black in America, like hip-hop black or civil rights, whatever the fucking, because they're 50s and 60s kids. That moment in time was so evil, boy, because that was the first generation that was severed from the past. I mean, no story about their grandfather in the Civil War. No story about, all right, which one is the white woman and what was her name and why, which granddaddy was fucking her. Like, there is no knowledge base of anything before they were born. Like, no interest in it. I'm not talking about like they didn't get the answers. I'm talking about they didn't even fucking ask the questions. But what they all said was, the South Carolina grandmother, Golden Lady, all of them if they said about anything spiritual or anything about history, it was from her. Whenever she took them or whenever she visited, however they interacted with her. I gotta interact with this woman, y'all, before I fucking kill somebody, right? Next thing I fucking know, where's that? Golden died. I was like, I was bullshitting. I should have called every fucking day. I should have called every fucking day until they fucking put her on the phone. I'll never get those answers now. But even worse, she's gone. I was that fucking close. If I was on the phone with her, then I would just drove my car to go see her next. Because my grandfather's sister lives in South Carolina now too. How convenient is that? I can do both in the same trip. And she died suddenly. I can't imagine why. I wonder what was mandated during that time, especially if they're transferring her to a new facility. I got one chance left. Her son, her oldest, Bobby Beasley. Grew up in Queens in South Carolina too. That is Lucky Lefty, Louie. That's his brother. If you ever hear about the New York gangster Lucky Lefty, that's Louie Beasley, my great uncle, my dad's uncle. His brother, though, same story. Bobby Beasley did the army thing, helped dad with the business thing from New York to South Carolina. But his story interesting because he kept going to California more than anyone in my family. Probably the only one in my family. I think only one of my aunts mentioned wanting to go to California when she was younger, but he did. I think he had two families. He had kids over here in New York. He had kids in fucking California. I'm almost certain. So he's the one that spent the most time with her, especially after they're all 50, like older, later years, last 20, 30 years, my life. He stayed close to his mother the whole lifetime, right? I met him. When I met her, it was with him and my grandmother. Great grandma went back to South Carolina. He stayed behind with my grandmother for a few months before he went back to California. That's when I lived there with both of them. So I knew him. So I called him. I was like, hey, such and such, you remember me? He's like, do I remember you? You don't remember when I was at your grandmother's house? Like, his memory was like, he was about to tell me how he remembered me. And I'm like, oh, cool, whatever, type shit. I'm like, yeah, me. Like, oh, something about my dad, real quick. Always awkward. And then moving on. All right, how are you? Blah, blah, blah. So I'm talking to him about shit. And I started to go down the rabbit hole of, now that we're here and we established that we know each other still, can you tell me about grandma real quick? I know she just passed. His mother just died. And he spent most of his later life, catering to her or, showing up. Not in the nursing home, I don't know how much, but if she needed anything, it was him. Tell me why I'm like really excited. Because now he's going to tell me something, even about him. I remember him telling me about which part of California he liked to go to, or what talking around it, but what years it was and which part. And I kind of got a bigger picture because he was hoping his father was business. So I know he had a little bit more money than most of us, like in the family. And then he was taking care of his mother, who probably had the inheritance when he finally died in the late 80s. So I know he was close to where the money was. Quite literally. And don't forget that's Lucky Lefty's brother. So if you understand the mafioso part of New York and how they were doing it, you understand there's other money usually. I don't know if he's that guy though. He got mad sisters. Anyway, so thinking that I would call him again or that he will call me back on the weekend, because currently he's at the cancer clinic getting chemo. And because of that, he can't really go too much further in this conversation. You know, that shit makes you weak and stuff. And then, of course, the subject that we're talking about might not be hopeful either during the chemo treatment. But he sounded happy enough that I would expect him to call me back or pick up when I call. I don't know how it played out, but I waited a week or two, and I think, same alert. I call him, trying to call him. I think I left a message or something. We never picked up that conversation, but there was a micro interaction somewhere between that and then boom, Bobby's dead. Turbo cancer. What I want to tell you is, bigger story is not about me or my family. If you haven't noticed already, the fact of the matter is that mRNA vaccine gives my bloodline turbo cancer, and none of them have survived. My dad's dad, the third one, turbo Lyme disease. Been trying to call him my whole life. We talk a few times. It's always short and awkward. I ask him the same thing every time. He never gave me a different answer. Yo, granddad, I know it's been 3 or 4 years since we talked like by ourselves on the phone or whatever, but what are we? Like on your side of the family. Mind you, I already got Ancestry.com now, so the question is different. Did you know your grandmother got shot in the goddamn? Anyway, what are we? Heinz 57. He's never said a different answer in human history. I remember all his answers because we don't talk that much. You know, shit. And then I asked him about Masons. He started laughing. Nah, I ain't part of nothing. Your uncle is. I know you didn't expect me to know that shit. Ancestry.com newspaper articles is a bitch. Anyway, you act like you don't know what that is. But anyway, he was a doctor and shit, but no mention of him to us. But alrighty, cool. But anyway, blah, 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 part 2. Our conversation is so short, but he always goes, yeah, I'm coming down there. I'm going to go see you. But when he come down here, he go see the other family expecting that I would be there by default. You know what's fucked up about that? I never thought about it in real time because I just thought, you know, whatever. But reality-wise, he intends to see me in that setting. But those people in that setting never call me when it happens. You know what they do? Or at least one of them that get to see him. One particular one every time, and I just clocked this. They go, man, you know granddad was here. And I think I say it almost in a light, polite, nigga family way. Yeah, why didn't y'all call me when it was there? Like when he was there. You know, we got FaceTime and shit these days. Yeah, he said that he talked to you. So when he said that, why didn't you just call me then? Why do you call me when he's already gone? Is the question there. Why don't you call me as soon as you see him and notice that I'm not there and have this conversation in person? That type of energy. And then for him to drop dead. So everybody in my family tree that I have attempted to contact about history has died all within the pandemic. That same aunt that told me her grandmother shows up when someone's about to die in our family, mine's is the same thing. It's just a little different. It's a persisting, looming anxiety about them. It gets louder and louder the closer they are to dead. I thought it was just urgency of like getting the information or be like not feeling guilty if I don't talk to them and they die on you. Like the general type of energy, like they ain't gonna call me, obviously. Why don't they, right? Why don't they talk to the people who know me and get my phone number? You know, whatever. There's a fail in hierarchy in this story because my number hasn't changed in 20 years. But that shit just didn't leave me alone until I called him. And on the days I'm waiting for a follow-up, I feel it too. Damn, I should call him, but nah, you create those reasons and excuses or laziness to just do something else. Because it's anxiety. It's like, there's no rapport yet. There's like, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Based on the pattern of everyone I talk to, they ain't gonna answer my damn questions anyway. And they old as shit. So it's like, you gotta think about like, damn, what is this, our last conversation ever anyway? If you have emotional intelligence, that's a big factor too. When I finally do contact this person, there's a chance, based on our history of never really talking, that if we never really talked again, they'll be dead either way. So that type of feeling, like I got to talk to them one day, soon, way before COVID, mRNA, and all that shit was really doing that. It wasn't like, oh, they caught COVID, complications. No, terrible cancers, and they all had COVID too, or something like it. Like that's what I'm saying. They're all different ages, from 60s to 90s, beat whatever the codes were, and some of them were currently beating cancer. And then suddenly the vaccines roll out, and none of them survive so far. The people where I don't get sick from. The people that pass that gift to me. These Negro Indians. All of them. Noble Drew Ali and them grandkids and shit. Bells, Beasleys, Lighties, and Alexanders. Oldest motherfuckers here. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, outside of it just being me, Dwayne, in that story, that is the story. But no. The story is like the people who are closest to the timeline of Reconstruction and what happened between Kingdom and United States. The people who arms reached that the closest, they're all dead now. They're not the only ones that died. My other grandmother's sister, Aunt Teeny, she's one that stayed in New York. Very high yellow woman. Strange, maybe incest even. Cool as shit. My dad's favorite aunt. I don't know what rank she was, but my dad's mother's the oldest, so I think Aunt Teeny was like top 4 or some shit. Like, I don't fucking know. There's 11 of them in all, so whatever. But my grandmother was the badass. Aunt Teeny was the cool one. Her husband, she had like 4 boys and a girl with that one guy, Daryl. Tota, T-O-T-A. Very interesting name for an African American, allegedly, right? Tota. He ended up dying of AIDS. I met him in the 90s. When my dad would go to broadcasting school in New York, when I was fucking surviving the jungle of East Orange, he parlayed his time after school at her house before he got home to me, right? Anyway, he was telling me how one day he was visiting her and walked in the house and there's other people there. She's a people person. And saw this guy sitting on the couch, looking at him, went to Aunt Teeny and was like, yo, who's that? That's Daryl. Daryl who? Your Uncle Daryl. Nah. It's like, because he completely transformed as this heavier, stockier guy to like a skeleton almost, and aged. He died of AIDS. Tell me something. Aunt Teeny never had HIV or AIDS. She didn't die until the vaccine. About 5 years ago. I got in touch with her son. He didn't really talk about nothing. He grew up in New York. He wasn't talking about nothing. But I knew his mother had died. Same story. So I'm like, technically he's my dad's cousins, but they're my age. But and their dad died of AIDS. They don't have it. Ain't that such a strange story? How his kids didn't have HIV, which leads to AIDS, and his wife, who had all her kids with him, didn't get nothing like it. And just recently died. Like 30, 40 years after, or 30 years after him. mRNA shit. Her body didn't get HIV or AIDS. I'm not even talking about whether or not they were intimate at that point in their 50s, or he was a dog doing it and she was like closed off to him and not knowing he had it anyway because it was brand new to us, remember? So it wasn't like there was precautions, even if, whether she kissed him, shared the same stuff, the sweat, you know, you heard about it back then. Like, she wouldn't have known anyway. Yet, yeah, and still her blood type didn't, thank God it didn't evolve into anything. But COVID and mRNA, can't do nothing about that shit. Ain't that a bitch? That's like 5 of them. Anyway, what's important about her, and that story about AIDS, somehow being immune to HIV part of it, or maybe he got it through a needle too. And that is drug induced, and maybe it was full blown in the person he shared a needle with too. That's probably most likely, maybe, hopefully. But even still, they wouldn't have caught it intimate. They wouldn't have, she wouldn't have, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. So, then you come to find out, like, damn, I found her son on Facebook. Oh shit, she died. Nah, family. Nah, family. Nah. I should have called her the first time. I should have found her the first time. Because everything in my heart telling me that she would have answered all my fucking questions if my dad loved her. I'm almost certain, because of her supernatural life with her HIV deaf husband, raising all those badass kids in New York, who her mama and daddy was and is. She lost her daddy like they all did in the late 80s, so, you know, she had a little bit of money and all kind of weird shit, trauma and all that in between us. She'd probably be a lot different. That type of life usually does it to you, so my dumb ass. I remember all her kids stayed the night at my house in East Orange one time. My dad brought them back on the train with us. That's some wild shit. Super Mario 3 era. But yeah. Nah, bro. Everything I'm talking about, trying to research it in person, every last single one of those people die. All of my leads, y'all. Fuck everything that happened in my life and YouTube, internet, money, politics, Trump. Nah, fam. I have a whole different fucking dilemma here. Why is it that every time a nigga try and get to a simple questions answered, I'm talking about, I have the gift of literary devices to tell these stories to other people, but in real life, the phone call is so short, and I don't get one answer. I don't even get a horizontal answer like, yo, you're barking up this tree. Let me throw you these bones. Nothing. Nada. Well, I don't know too much about them, but my favorite uncle, my favorite cousin, my kids even, they don't even talk about their own damn kids. Like, I'm asking about family, like, yo, did you know that my nephew, Brayson, is doing this and he lives, where do you live again? They always do that shit, where do you live? And they try to, like, circulate what family members live there. Like, when I did that shit, when I took my grandfather, that's crazy. I remember talking to him before I moved to Houston. So this is recent. Right before I moved to Houston, I told him, that's our last fucking conversation, Jesus Christ. My grandfather, my dad's dad, he died after Houston, because before I went to Houston, I finally talked to him, like he was on our Facebook. But you know how old people are, instant messenger is, so it's not like a chat log with us. You gotta call him. So I finally call him before I go to Houston, and this nigga does a triangulation thing. Yo, you going out to Houston, Texas? And you know, I know he traveled everywhere because he's a truck driver and a traveling golfer. Like, he knew Michael Jordan and shit from golf. Like, weird story that he don't share with none of his kids. But anyway, this nigga, these Masons, he be hanging out. And the KKK that he know. Anyway, West Virginia ones. So
This guy. What did he say? Oh, I got a granddaughter out there in Houston. Such and such is her name. Yeah, you get in contact with her. Wait a minute. No. Slow it down. Slow it down, granddad. Y'all niggas move fast. Y'all niggas move so fast. This is how I did the science in my head. I said, how many kids my granddad got? He got the 4-ish, allegedly, with my grandmother. She ended up having 2 more after him. So 6 in all. And he had Chad, that's 7. Or 4 plus 5. 5 out of 7 that I know. All right, and then there's one more. You have a Clyde Jr. from Pennsylvania, don't you? My dad used to talk about him. He used to visit him for a little while when he was young enough to drive motorcycles and see my dad. My dad was like, my big brother's so fucking cool. But he ended up being a big time addict. I would call him, but I ended up cursing his son out. Different story. But him, somehow or another, had a daughter first that no one knew about. And she's older than me. And she lives in Houston. What? What do you mean? How did no one in my family know this girl? Like, how does no one know that story? My dad know her daddy? Everybody know about the daddy's son, the one I cursed out on Facebook. But he younger than me, or in my age range. She's older, so I don't know. She older than me, but he younger than me. So maybe a 6 or 8 year difference. Not too big, but she's like 40 something. He was in his late 30s, so I'm right in the middle. So I'm like, all right, it's possible. Y'all never heard about this girl. And so I hit her up and I'm like, hey, cool, hey, cousin. Oh, you married to a black guy. Her mother white. Like, oh, you got like black hood Houston kids. All right, I'll fit right in, shit. Anyway, what are the nice spots in Houston, blah, blah, blah. And just telling her I'm moving out there, and it was cool. She was cordial. And then I started asking about, do you know any of our family? Oh, no, my mom raised me, the white woman. We moved out to Houston, Texas. I really wasn't in contact with nobody over there except for granddad, the one that put me on her, which would be her granddad. Technically, she's the oldest member of our family in that sense. His oldest son's first daughter is technically number 1. Even genetically, I think. Well, mitochondria aside, but daddy to son to daughter. She's the first link of his grandkids. Just randomly in Houston already. And so yeah, that was my last conversation with him. But then talking to her, few exchanges on Facebook Messenger or on the phone. But like after the phone call and I get there and then I bring up like her dad or anything in that dimension, it just turned her off. And I could tell without it being a problem or nothing. I'm used to people and energy and women especially. So it just made it awkward, right? It's like, I don't want to knock on her door, go over there for dinner and meet all the kids and then tell her about my family, which me and her probably don't even know that much. That side of the family, me and her, I would have to tell her, like, no. Chad was raised by them. No. My dad was with his mom, and then me. Different story. My mom died when I was early, so our whole shit fucked up. We kind of disconnected. And my dad and his dad was beefing a little bit because he left me, had another woman, had another bit. You know how that shit is. That's regular dad and baby trauma. Me and my dad got a different trauma now because of that shit. And no. So if you don't understand nothing, I'm not really with them. No. I'm over here. That's why I'm in Houston with you. Yeah. Nah. Never. Especially not with a woman. Never. That's really traumatizing for her. And she was raised by a white woman. So imagine the narrative. I know. That's how they get you every time, boy. I know. Shit, dead end either way, man. I still could have been cool with her, but it was just... She like a different tribe. Because the white side of her overrides. You feel me? Although she's a black mother, you know what I'm saying? She's got black kids, but she herself, raised by a white woman, she's turned off of her black family. Damn. But if she would have got to know me, she would have known we were Indians. Or Jews at the very least. Whatever now. She's still alive. We have a second chance one day. But anyway. Not everybody between us is dead. That's my fucking problem right now, boy. Nigga was asking me if I was crazy or going crazy or if I was alright, if I'm doing well. What? That's the wrong question for somebody like me, boy. The real question is, how am I doing anything better than hell? How can I do better than hell? My life is hell. Everything ends right before I figure it out. It's my loop in every dimension. I figure out the job is closing. I figure out the relationship, she going. I figure out the hustle online, the wave is over. I race to get answers in time, and now they're not here no more. That should make you feel like this is just a hell simulation for you sometimes. If I'm honest, I wouldn't be surprised if nobody else in this damn reality is real but me. If it's hell. I hope no one else is here with me. Yeah. You know how us men are, we don't share our feelings. This feel like hell to me. If I'm looking at it on paper. We only learn about hell from paper. But that don't make me feel like depressed or bad though. That's what's weird about it. How can I do better than well if it feels like hell to me? Yeah, I know. Crazy story. I don't know. I'm neurodivergent to have made new connections to prevent what other people cannot prevent in their narrative or in their history or trauma. I thank God for that. I was able to take one trauma to learn how to create a safety net to protect me from another trauma. So much to say, if my mother didn't die when I was younger, if that wasn't my primary trauma, and not like I was sad and depressed little boy, it was that void for me. It was a void. It wasn't like sadness. It'd only be sadness if I dwell on other people's experiences with mothers and how I don't have one. But as a kid growing up, I knew my mother was dead, and it was just like you mirror neuron the reaction of other people, and they just get quiet or weird. Always noticed the awkwardness with everyone that knew her too. So my mother just an awkward subject, not a sad. Oh my God. So when I meet strangers when I was younger, and my dad tells them, about my mother or something like that. Oh my God, that's so terrible. No baby shouldn't have a mother. I'm like, chill. Like that shit is bringing me down, boy. No oohs, no ahs. Nah, you don't understand nothing. That wouldn't help either way. But thank God, that is not my default state. That's not what it is. My sadness is more about time. That I never got a chance to meet her. Not that she's dead per se. Is what robbed me wasn't all the things that you learned that you get from your mother. I was tripping on the fact that damn, I didn't get to really like remember her. I wasn't even really tripping on her dead. I knew it was final, so it wasn't like I never wished it was like I never lived my life like if my mother was alive right now, like outside of once a year type of thing. But it wasn't. That wasn't my driver. My driver's like shit. She's a beautiful fucking woman. Some people are weird about her, but everyone act like they love her. So like, damn, she was a great person. My grandfather, her dad loved her, loved her. So thank God I got a chance to be around him. But even his revelations about her was very limited. I think he raised me like her though, on the low. He copy and pasted the workflow to me. I know he did. Anyway, if I couldn't deal with that, early, up to Napoleon Hill and Dynamic Thought. Remember, that shit's momentous to me. The trauma of that shit didn't hit me. Being a ghetto boy in the ghetto didn't hit me until there was contrast later. I had contrast with my other family, but I'm talking about for myself, like being in a different school, literally. That really didn't hit me. That was more of a personality issue I had to work out anyway. And so going down south helped me fix that anyway. This helped me fix that another way. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was like the disaster in the first, they had me in the first half. In the first half of my childhood, that ticking time bomb that would have went off eventually once the nice boy wore out and puberty really hit. But before it hit, they put me down south where you have to culturally adjust anyway, and it turned those settings down. And then at 15, he dies, my grandfather. That shit just completely humbled me up. Not because like granddad died, but like the only working link to my mother died. She had a sister and a mother. He the only one that really like give me the vibes. The other ones are white and half white. Imagine. Imagine that. The white woman doesn't really want to talk about the black side of the family and the black experience and being a single mother after the black guy that all the white people in Pennsylvania warned them about during that time back in the 40s and 50s. She one of the first interracial couples there is, nigga, within the system of legality. So much so, my aunt, her daughter, my mother's sister, didn't find out that they weren't married until 6 years ago. Imagine that shit. Upset that your parents got separated and had a divorce and broke a happy family. But the fact that she was sucking and fucking and had 2 kids with a black man, and they were never married at first. You gotta do the science on that shit. Then she worked in Trenton for the rest of her life. If you don't understand the context, Trenton's very nigga heavy. She's in ICU of Trenton. She's with niggas every day. Imagine. She don't ever want to talk about her daughter. She would send me books about the supernatural and cards with money in it. Until I called her 6 months ago. Left a voice message, very detailed, about her ancestry. Had to curse her daughter out too at the same time. There's a pattern emerging. She's never called me back. Matter of fact, my grandmother has never just called me, period. I always call her, if I call her. And I always visit her if I go to New Jersey. She has never visited me in 40 years. Mind you, she sends me cards with money though, so it's like, it's a really fucking crazy mixed signal for real, for a kid. Let alone now. The last time I visited her, and then last time I talked to her when I got on the phone with her, before this year, it was because she had a heart incident. She retired as an ICU nurse, and then she went over to the hospice to take care of old people. Now, mind you, she's old people. And, something myocarditis. My mother's mother, the white one, Bainon, redhead, ginger. You know the story if you go back far enough. One of those. And they had to put a life vest on her. And then a pacemaker. I think she's been fine since, and I left her a voicemail. And I cursed her daughter out, so I'm pretty sure she heard about me. With all that in a nutshell, she didn't even just call and see for herself. Someone who's already dying of complications from the vaccine. She a nurse. You know she got it. I think the only reason why she alive is because she's a vegan. Imagine that shit. But I don't know how much time is left, whether she had that shit or didn't have that shit. And now she doesn't even call me or check in on me. She don't know where I live. I don't think I'm getting cards anymore. But she held me down more than 35 years in a row. I wonder if she'll call me on my birthday. I wonder if they'll ever tell me if she transitions. Yeah, this life hell for me, boy. She the last one that can just tell me anything about my mother. We haven't talked about shit for real in 40 years. Figure she calm down and retire and sit down for a little while. It'll be easier. Mind you, I go see her every time I go to New Jersey now. But we don't talk about shit. It's very surface level. It's very formal and beautiful even. Like, hey, you hungry? When Jim comes here, we want to take you to this nice Italian restaurant that only white people go to. And dare them to fucking say something to me. Every fucking time. Talking about awkward. That's in the north, dog. That's in the north. This woman had 2 kids with a black man. But she still lives in that society. So she drags her grandson with her into these hostile, socially, environments. And lets her husband do the bravado thing. Grandois narcissism. As an Italian. Miami Dolphin, Dan Marino type fan. You understand him if you ever lived up north before. That type of white guy. I guess he's Italian, whatever. He's a redhead too, so maybe. But either way, those niggas, man. Even if she called me, we'll never have a conversation about my mother and her former baby daddy story-ish. One time she opened up driving me. One of them trips. She just wanted to drive. And we were driving through Trenton. And she was like, yeah, that's the apartment your grandfather used to live in. I was like, oh shit, she finally talking about this nigga. He only been dead for 20 years. And when we first came here, blah, 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 and then down the street over there, like, she started to open up. Like, 30 minutes before I was going back to North Carolina. So I figured I'd talk to her one day. She takes care of herself. I'm going back to New Jersey, right? To see my mother's grave. So it's kind of locked in, no matter what. She lives right down the street from her. My mama's mama. Every time I go see my mama, I go see my mama's mama. Oh, my mother. We ain't got nothing to talk about. We're not nothing more than formally close. But because I honor my mother, I'm always going to make the effort. Until now. I can't even tell y'all that story yet. About my mother's sister. My dad's sister and my mother's sister. This is such a weird story. Hell, boy. That's how I ended up with a court case. By calling to figure out what the fuck is going on with you niggas. My Aunt Crystal died. All I wanted to know originally is how come none of y'all found it wise to get in contact with me? Funeral or not. My Aunt Crystal died. The one that brought me down here.
The one that I lived with for years since my mother died. The one that I lived in at least one more year again recently. Last time. And the one that got cancer. The one I just showed up to see. Everyone's like, she's asleep, she tired. She got out of the fucking bed by herself to come see me. Like that woman. Her right there. Her right there. So the last memory of me at that place is her getting up with no energy to go hug me. That woman. Yeah, that one right there. I'm just calling to check in on every last single family member alive. It ain't many of you. What's up? What did I do? You know what I did? I made a post on Facebook months ago about being King John Smith's grandkid. With or without their confirmations or understandings, mind you. I've been making these phone calls, having this conversation since I was a child. I did the research in Charlotte, and I've been posting it, doing videos about it, but for whatever reason, this post went kind of crazy. Because through the last few months before getting here, everyone mentioned something I said in it that's not related to them. For instance, I called my Aunt Brenda, who's not really related, but related to my grandfather on the other side of the tree, and then she made a mention of some things that was on Facebook. But in these other things that I heard from these other people, like, oh, you guys are in contact somehow. Interesting. Why am I talking to this woman and she mentioned my Aunt Nikki? Why is anyone in this story this year mentioning my mom's sister? Wait a minute. Let's slow this down. How the fuck is anyone in contact with my mom's sister but not in contact with me? I wasn't going crazy, nigga. I was pissed off. Those are two different dimensions. My mind was fine. I had one mission. I needed an answer to what the fuck? What the fuck did I do? Literally. No funeral arrangements, no phone calls, no check-ins, no likes or comments on said video, and one or two of members will DM me, but it's always shorthanded. I call a few people, the goofy ones, and they're talking about everything but the damn funeral and what happened. And then of other things, seeing my pictures on Instagram and liked it and reacting, and I still got screenshots of all their comments. But I'm like, let's talk about your dead sister. Either one of them. Crickets. As soon as it happened, crickets. No memories. Oh, I'm so torn up and fucked up. Man, you remember that time when I was 15, she punched me? None of that. No conversations, no memorial posts, but they see my post somehow. You ain't talk about your sister yet. See, I have emotional intelligence though. It didn't matter what anyone said. How come I was the only one that was sad? That was the whole thing that was tripping me out. I felt like I was the only one who was upset that she was dead. Suddenly. For the 6th or 7th time in a row, my nigga. Maybe everyone misread my fucking energy. You know, the guy that's only posting about ancestry, the guy that's only talking to you about our ancestors, and the guy that called all the ancestors and all the ancestors that died, magically, is very inconvenient the timing of when you notify me of the funeral, and there's never a follow-up, and there's definitely never a call or FaceTime at the funerals. And then even after said funerals, you don't really mention how much you miss people, except for the grandfather at least, but there's about 4 to 5 other people dead here that you knew longer than me, actually. It wasn't like she didn't live with you for the past year or two. I would think you would be sadder than me watching her die, at the very least. That's all that happened this year. I ain't do nothing crazy. My life fell apart in every other dimension. But she was my last straw. Because that's Chad, Clyde, Golden, Bobby, Crystal, my grandmother teeter-tottering, and I'm sure I missed a few, and some Indian associates. And I took that shit personally. Because everybody had me fucked up about something totally different. I'm not here to talk about your religion. I'm not here going to war with Hebrew Israelites. Nigga, it is what it is. There's no argument there. Y'all believe in the same God or nah? All right, this is not about religion. This is about what my name means. You know, your religion, same Bible. What does it say about me? Why am I the only one trying to figure that out? Since it's the same fucking story, isn't it? Is that what you guys didn't like? Is that I figured out that it wasn't just what the name is. Is that those families are the bloodline of Jesus. Is there some type of secret Masonic KKK adjacent relationship or benefits package that I don't know about? There's a lot of rumors of estates, pensions, and missing things, but no one seems to know who has control of it. Well, who the fuck is the executor of the estate? Oh, real quick, run that. When my grandfather died, my mother's father, he left me everything. You know, I didn't get anything. His niece was the executor of the estate. You know who our best friend was? You want to guess? My mom's sister. You know, the only reason why I know both of those characters is because both of those characters were through my childhood, decorated through every visit to New Jersey and prior. If I seen one, when my aunt was busy because she was working, she dropped me off at her cousin's house, her best friend. Now, mind you, my aunt didn't like her dad, but her best friend, her cousin, was always around her dad. So, you know, I got questions. I didn't get answers. Maybe the cousin was indifferent. Like, I could be cool with my cousin and with my uncle, although he crazy as hell. Not only that, but my uncle shot my father. My grandfather shot his big brother in the hand. That's the other side of the family. These Pennsylvania niggas, boy, I tell you, man. You wonder where Thomas Jefferson got that dual shit from. I swear to God, everybody in my family had a pistol. They actually used that shit, though. Way before YNs. He shot his damn brother. Something, a woman, something mad at my grandpa. Something. Led to a divorce. Something. Whatever. Niggas make mistakes. That was in the 80s. Cut it up. So, in 2005, the daughter of the brother he shot in the hand, I finally meet this guy at his funeral. I didn't see him a day prior. Interesting. I did not know that was his daughter. More interesting as an adult. But you're best friends with my mom's sister. That means you knew my mother. Why did you steal what my grandfather left me? Better question. Why you never call me? Call my aunt about it. Did you know that your father, who you had a pissy relationship with, only liaison to him was me, by the way. She dropped me off at his house. Any other time, she never talked to me. Anyway, he left each of her kids that he never met $10,000 each. When I mentioned the estate and all that shit, and her best friend, her cousin, in the hold up and what happened, like, oh, I haven't talked to her. You a type A personality type mark. You ain't mad enough. I said, your daddy left your kids money. You don't care? You hate him that much? That's weird. That's weird. You care about everything else. That's weird. That's weird. So her name came up this year from someone else. There's someone else on the same side that just did it again to me. Conspiracy theory. I fucking guess. You know the illest shit about that? I'm like 5 out of 5 about it. But that's not what I was tripping about. Trauma. Already went through it. A fool cannot be fooled again. So if I find myself in an awkward scenario, remember, I don't have evidence or documentation yet because, I'm not the executor, but, people kind of tell you these things before it happens. And anyway, so you think and wonder and hope everyone's telling the truth and is honest and they don't know or someone else got involved. And you know how these stories go with families, but y'all don't seem too worked up about this. Check this out. Don't miss it. For my sake. Say you don't know what happened to it. You're not pissed off that your dead sister's only son inheritance has been vamoosed by your former best friend and cousin, I guess, since you're not in contact with them. Like, you're not even like, damn, that nigga could went to college. Damn, that nigga have a car right now. Damn, on my sister. Then do the other side of the family, same story. If they knew, if they opened a suitcase, if my Aunt Crystal and her son was true, if they knew about it, if, like, yo, that's weird. We ain't call them, and we didn't find out nothing about anything at all, but that'd be kind of weird since we know it goes to both of them. It's not like everybody don't know my situation. So wouldn't that be weird on a family level? Like, yo, I think this kid could use that again. Maybe I should help him make sure that he gets it since we handle everyone else's. This is not our first rodeo with this type of thing. I wonder what happened when my grandmother dies. Whether my name is on it or not, I already cursed her daughter out. The same one that didn't curse her cousin out. And the same one that my other family is mentioning. Imagine that shit. Y'all think I'll be joking? Nah, that's why I said I need Tyler Perry, Lee Daniels, and that other nigga to do this movie. I say all that to say, yo, if you find yourself in any of those awkward positions in your life, family, or story, just hope you know it's quite normal with humans and people, given the backdrop of our society, and the fact that things are even worse financially. Imagine that turned up a degree and those type of people who are waiting for someone to transition, who are waiting to cash in insurance policies or inheritances or anything in between these dimensions, even personal belongings for repurposing and resale. I mean, I've seen all the gory details recently. My grandfather died. And that's one level of what the fuckery. But the saddest thing about all of that, I didn't walk into my journey or do this channel or do this research for any of those things. Like, that is weird to me. Like, I was just trying to figure out, yo, what happened to our family? ... Do you know who our family is? ... It seems like there's a missing story in between those two stories. Hopefully, since you're older and closer to it, you know something. I'm pretty smart. I'll figure it out. None of that even happened, bro. Dummy mission. Who would ever thought doing their damn ancestry. Would cause so many problems with your ancestors. Kids. No white man was harmed in the making of this film. No African, no Asian, no Russian, no MAGA, no Democrat, no politician. There's politicians in my family, but no legal system, quite really. Nothing. Nothing. No. Just a very simple inquiry. What do you know about John Smith? What do you know about Noble Drew Ali? Indians. The Empress ones. And oh yeah, what y'all know about the Masons? I keep hearing about witches. That's it. It's like I'm doing a book report about myself, you would figure. The book of DeyZan. He's the son of this guy, the son of that guy, the son of that guy, and maybe one of these guys. Jump over. He's the daughter, son of this guy, all the way back up to Genghis Khan. Then John Smith, Hakata Khan. That's all I was doing. That's all I was trying to do. Everything else was music. But instead of an inheritance of nothing more valuable than the people and the narrative and the actual purpose of what I was doing, but I don't even get what that is. Material gain. I did it for free. Shout out to Jonathan. He sent the Ancestry.com subscription to me. But other than that, nope, it wasn't for money. It wasn't to get nothing from the federal government, not even benefits. It'd been ill as hell, though, to get my nationality back and also have the land that belongs to me. Just a little piece, I'm assuming, between Pennsylvania and West Virginia. I've been cool, bro. Plus all the insurance and all the other things that are conveniently non-existent. Cap. But instead, I would get nothing but no one knows what was really going on. I'm going to talk about everything else and how I cursed them out. But when I ever talk about why, whether it's why you didn't call him about his aunt or the funeral, or the things that go after that. But no. About how I curse these niggas out. By honoring my mothers and fathers. Forget trying to go to heaven, bro. I went through hell trying to do one of the 10 Commandments. And all the other ones I got right so far. I could tweak a few. Just following the 10 Commandments. Honor thy mothers and fathers, man. Landed me in hell. So, lesson learned. I had no choice. If God will see you to it, God will also see you through it. I'm only saying that 5 months in. Because all that just happened to me. I haven't heard from them since. Just my dad, unironically. The one that I cursed out first in January. About his bullshit. And I cursed him out again in June. Are we or are we not the bloodline of Jesus? Fuck this faggot shit. Are we or are we not the bloodline of Jesus? Son, slow down. Dad, are we or are we not? Mr. John Smith 12, Mr. Seminary School, Mr. I can read Hebrew. Are we or are we not the bloodline of Jesus? Yes, son, we are. Thank you. We ain't got to talk about it. Then I blocked his ass. Not like I can call him from jail. Then in August, your dad wants to call you. Let me unblock JPay's number. Within that week. Hey son, how you doing? You know I could feel you trying to call me? Yeah. What's up? Now you talking to me about the court case. C'est lo que lo sé. Skip right after. Skip all that shit about Jesus. Let's get to business. You're my son and everything else. But I remember you told me when your sister died that you wanted me to make sure that I took care of your family. With what? My boyishly good looks? Come to think of it, I've talked to him 3 times since. He hasn't even mentioned it again. That had nothing to do with Jesus. So what I'm telling you, people, is that John Smith is the bloodline of Jesus. And my whole family betrayed me. What they know about Judas? I was the only one interested in the truth of this shit. Though I walk through the valley of shadow and death, I fear no evil. It's like going through the eye of a needle. My Father, thou art in heaven, holy be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give me this day my daily bread, and forgive me my trespasses, as I forgive everyone that I know who has trespassed against me. Lead me not into temptation, my lower self, and deliver me from evil, since I'm related to so much of it. And deliver me from evil by myself in a fucking desert. No Moses. And deliver me from the evil one. My grandfather couldn't count good Moors on one hand. If the angels came to me and I was Lot, can you name 100 people in your family worth saving? I'm all I got, bro. Don't even play with me. We ain't gotta do that 50, 25, 10. I already know the story. No, that's me. Do you want me to get closer to Moab again? Same story. Yeah, my dad locked up for some Sodom and Gomorrah shit. Hell, what's that? Y'all think it get worse than this? That's my real gift. To go through hell and keep going. Winston Churchill shit.